Podium Audio presents Day of the Dog, Book 2 of Lucky 5. Written by Ron Schwab. Performed by Chris Brinkley. Fall, 1875. Chapter 1. Geordie Jackson could tell from the worried look on Rusty Dobbs' face that he was not bringing good news to the veranda of the two-story house that overlooked the Lucky 5 Ranch headquarters site. Geordie stood near the oak porch railing with his wife, Sierra Wills Jackson, as the ranch foreman climbed the steps up the steep wall to the pancake-like butte that provided a view of ranch lands that stretched to the banks of the Concho River to the south and the seemingly endless sea of grass to the east. Geordie was kissing Sierra goodbye after joining her and longtime friend Rudy Kilgore for noon dinner, before he rode out to check on a fencing project that would separate the horse herds from the grazing cattle. The horses were under Sierra's charge, but nearly 5 months pregnant now, several days into October 1875. She had conceded to Geordie's scolding and was avoiding long, rugged horseback rides. Rudy, closing in on his 70th year, sat in his rocking chair with feet propped on the worn and pocked railing, a battered sombrero pulled down on his forehead, and chin propped on his chest. He appeared to be sleeping, but Geordie knew the half-deaf old fart would hear just enough to offer comment or fire questions. "Problem, Rusty?" Geordie asked, when Dobbs stepped into the roofed veranda that spanned the front of the limestone house. The short, 60-ish foreman removed his hat and nodded at Sierra. "Afternoon, Mrs. Jackson," Sierra said. "Hello, Rusty. I'm Sierra, remember?" Geordie would bet serious money that the foreman would never call Sierra by her first name. His generation didn't do such things with a female employer. "Yes, ma'am." He turned to Geordie. "Rustlers, boss. Possum Crowell saw the thieves cutting out beeves in the North Concho bottoms. 3 men. One he made out to be Simon Gerlach. Thought the other 2 could be his oldest boys. Maybe 25 to 30 head. They was moving the critters toward Gerlach's place." Geordie was silent. Gerlach had taken a step too far this time. Jack Wills, Geordie's late foster father, something of a godlike figure in southwest Texas, had closed his eyes to Gerlach's helping himself to a steer now and then. The man was trying to eke out a living on a section of ground adjacent to the northwest corner of Lucky 5 acres. Gerlach's place was mostly rocks and weeds, and the man was too lazy to improve it. Geordie figured Jack had felt sorry for the man's haggard wife and 5 kids, and he had continued with his mentor's blind eye when it came to Gerlach's thievery. He wondered if a time would come that he did not ask himself, what would Jack do? "They won't be keeping them around long. Wonder where they plan to market the critters," Dobbs said. "Probably sell them to one of Rupert Stagg's agents at 1/3 of market value. Can't be sold at Fort Concho, being the army there as neighbors. But Stagg will have his no-goods, add the animals to other rustled critters, and drive the herd south across the Pecos. Down there they will sell to buyers that resell to the army at either Fort Stockton or Fort Davis. Some going to Mexico or maybe back north to Fort Union near Santa Fe. If cattle change hands enough times, nobody asks questions about brands." "Makes sense. Gerlach couldn't drive the cattle to market on his own. I've heard of Stagg. They say he's a former Comanchero. He claims to be respectable now, but he headquarters on a 5,000-acre spread north of here, not far east of the old Comanche War Trail, and moves huge herds into the markets. He's even started up a town he's calling Staggville on his property. Of course, he owns every inch of the town. He moves thousands of cattle, some say. He buys the critters up at low dollar figures from small rustling outfits as he drives the cattle south. Yeah, that's got to be what Gerlach has got in mind. He and his sons might drive our cattle west to someplace along the war trail where Gerlach meets up with one of Stagg's men and sells his rustled cows. And if he gets by with it, next time, He helps himself to more. Seems likely, boss. We'd better get over to Gerlach's place and pick up our cattle. I'd like to have you ride out and see how the fencing crew is doing. I'd like to take 3 hands with me. Who's nearby? Possum, of course. Irish and Mitch are down at the stable corral breaking horses. Tell them to saddle up. I'll be out to get Buster, and we'll meet by the stable. Dobbs said, I'll tell them to get ready to ride. Anything else? Geordie thought a moment. The hanging rope. Mitch knows where it is at. Tell him to get Jack's hanging rope out. Dobbs gave a closed-mouthed smile and nodded. I'll do that. Sun's out, no wind. Seems like a good day for a hanging. Before Dobbs reached the bottom step and walked out into the ranch yard, Sierra accosted Geordie, looking up at her husband, who at 3 inches over 6 feet tall, towered a good foot over his wife. Her hazel eyes stared at him in disbelief. You are not really going to hang a man. We'll do what we've got to do. If the man gives us trouble, he might not live long enough to hang. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Maybe I don't know you. He kissed her on the forehead and placed a hand on her swollen belly. Appears like you know me pretty well, but I'm willing to get better acquainted when I get back. If you hang somebody, I might be a stranger when you get back. Geordie turned to Rudy, who had removed his feet from the railing and was no longer feigning sleep. Did you hear, Uncle Rudy? Old Gerlach has helped himself to 30 head out of our pasture. I heard enough. You said you're taking the hanging rope. Ain't been used for a spell. Noose is tied, though. It's ready for work. Wish I could go, but don't got the gumption. Ain't been to a hanging for a good spell. Not since my ranger days. He cackled and rendered a toothless grin. There was a time when Rudy would have pulled his teeth from his pocket and placed them in his mouth with Sierra's presence. But she was family now, and Geordie guessed the old man had dispensed with such formalities. Chapter 2. Geordie, astride Buster, his big buckskin stallion, led the riders over the dusty trail that ended at Simon Gerlach's farmstead. Patrick Irish O'Toole, whose name belied his African ancestry, rode off to Geordie's right. Mitch Eagle Eyes, a half-blood Comanche, and Possum Crowell, who was a few years younger than Geordie's 25, followed. As the dilapidated log house and leaning barn came into sight on the horizon, Geordie heard the spine-tingling crying of an animal in pain, probably a dog or coyote, coming from the building site. Irish, he said, you stick with me. Mitch and Possum, one of you swing right and the other left. Circle around and see if you can pick up signs of our cattle. Eagle Eyes and Possum split off, and Geordie and Irish pushed their mounts into a gallop, heading toward wailing that erupted intermittently from the creature. When they rode into the cluttered yard, Geordie saw the source of the commotion. Simon Gerlach, a scarecrow-looking figure with a scraggly gray beard, was attacking a big white dog tied to the wheel of a buckboard with a bullwhip. Gerlach and a string bean boy with sparse growth of black facial hair were so intent on the task that they did not notice the visitors who had ridden into the yard. Geordie slipped his army Colt from its holster and fired a shot into the air. That stopped Gerlach's whip mid-swing, and the man turned and faced Geordie, who was now no more than 30 feet distant. Hit that dog again? And the next shot is for you, Gerlach. Gerlach glared at Geordie. No account hound bit me. Near tore my arm off. He lifted his left arm to reveal a bloody wrist and shredded shirt sleeve. I was just looping the rope about his neck to keep him from chasing critters. Animal ain't worth shit. Gets a lead slug when I'm done with him. Geordie studied the dog, which lay on the ground whimpering next to the wagon. It was a young dog, not yet a year old, he estimated. It was gaunt but big-framed, and would fill out into a big hound, maybe bigger than Jack's dog, Thor. In fact, Something about the dog reminded him of Thor. Except for black patches about the head, its coat was snow white in sharp contrast to Jack's big black dog. He dismounted. "Stand ready, Irish." Irish drew his own pistol, and Geordie holstered his Colt and walked over to the dog and knelt a few feet away. The dog whimpered and lifted its head, looking up at him warily but not threateningly. The animal's nose was crisscrossed with bloody whip marks, and the short, coarse fur on its back was blood-streaked. But the thing that drew Geordie's attention was the dog's one white eye, peering from a patch of black hair that nearly encircled it, before sweeping upward and covering one ear. The other eye was dark brown, and at first he thought the dog had been blinded in the left eye, but the eye appeared healthy. Of course, he could not tell for certain whether the eye had sight or not, but it appeared to be focusing. "Where did you get this dog?" Geordie asked. "Lucky 5 brung him here early last spring." "What do you mean? We didn't have a dog like this." "It was that damned cur of Jack's. He was always showing up at breeding time. I swear he could smell a bitch in heat for miles. I saw him and my shepherd bitch hooked up out there, and I didn't want no more dogs. 6 in the litter. I let them get near weaning and held him back because he was the biggest. Others I put in a gunny sack, tied it closed, and dropped them in the concho. Thought I might see if Jack would buy this one, him being related to the cur and all. But my bitch went and died on me, so I thought I'd keep this one. Sorry as hell I done it. Only thing he understands is a kick or a whip." "You won't whip him again." "Won't need to. He'll be dead and tossed to the buzzards." "He's coming with me." Geordie reached a tentative hand toward the dog's face, but the beaten animal pulled away and stiffly got to its feet, slinking under the wagon. Gerlach reached for the rope to yank the dog out again. Geordie said, "Leave the dog alone. We've got business." Gerlach's eyes darted from side to side nervously. "What business?" Mitch Eagle Eyes rode out from behind the barn, the hanging rope in one hand, the noose resting against his thigh. He called out, "They're here, Geordie. Down in a draw below the barn. 28 head. 10 steers and the rest cows and heifers. He's got one of his boys watching. Pissed his britches when he saw the rope. Told him to stay put and he might not hang. Possums with him and the cattle." "Cattle?" Gerlach said. "I don't know what he's talking about. We ain't got no cattle here. If there's stock in the draw, we didn't put 'em there. They must have wandered over from your place." Eagle Eyes nudged his mount toward Geordie and Gerlach, swinging the noose end of the rope from his hand now. He pointed to a lonely cottonwood tree in front of the house. "That big tree over there looks like it could use some company, Geordie." The boy started to run, and Geordie yelled, "Stop, kid, if you don't want to die." The boy obeyed and turned around, and Geordie saw tears streaming down his cheeks. What Geordie could see of the boy's face between battered hat and beard was chalky white with pale blue eyes that showed abject fear. Geordie switched his attention back to Gerlach. "If you answer my questions, you might escape the noose," Geordie said, pausing. "This time." "I'm listening." "Are you working for Rupert Stagg's outfit?" Gerlach's eyes answered the question, but Geordie waited. "Never met Stagg. But one of his men, called himself Joe Barnes, come by and talked me into doing jobs," Gerlach said. "I'll bet he had to do a lot of talking," Geordie said sarcastically. "By jobs, you mean rustling cattle from the Lucky 5? "Well, yeah. And some of my other neighbors, like the Bar C and Lazy J. Quite a neighbor, aren't you? Does somebody pick the cattle up, or Do you drive them someplace? They got a man or two who comes by to help and take us to the pickup spot. But we help drive them to a place along the old Comanche War Trail. Wouldn't go near it if the Comanches wasn't all on the reservation up at Fort Sill. Most, not all. You're still risking your scalp over that way.
Mr. Jackson.
Geordie turned to the sound of a woman's voice in the direction of the ramshackle house. He recognized Esther Gerlach hurrying his way, a small boy and older girl trailing her. He had met the woman on occasion when he delivered special holiday food supplies, gifted by Jack Wills. He guessed the lady was several years shy of 40, likely 15 or more years younger than her husband. But Gerlach's frail wife looked to worn-out 50. As she drew nearer, he noted the swollen, purplish flesh framing one closed eye, and the faint greening of an older bruise on her cheek. Maybe he should do her a favor by stringing up the garbage she called husband. Good afternoon, Mrs. Gerlach. Sorry for the unpleasantness we're bringing today. He could see that she was staring at the hangman's noose in Mitch Eagle Eyes' hand.
I'm begging you, Mr. Jackson, she said. Please don't hang my boys. Henry and Peter are forced to do what he tells them, or they will get whipped, like Oscar.
Oscar? Oh, the dog. You call him Oscar. Don't worry, ma'am. We're not hanging your boys. He noticed Simon Gerlach had not been included in her plea. But tomorrow morning by 7 o'clock, the boys should be at Lucky 5 headquarters. We've got some fencing work for the next month or so they can help with. They'll be paid for the work, but half goes directly to you. Her open eye brightened, and a nervous smile appeared.
Are you serious?
Yes, ma'am. But they had better be there, or somebody will be coming for them.
They will be there.
The kids appeared emaciated and starving, and his mind carried on a battle between sympathy and anger. We're taking our cattle back, but we will leave a steer behind. He glared at Gerlach. The critter doesn't get sold. It goes on the family dinner table. I'm borrowing your wagon and a mule to haul this poor dog in. Tomorrow I will send the mule and wagon back with one of your boys. We'll load some provisions to help out for a spell. I will be checking back personally in a few days to be sure no more harm comes to your wife, Gerlach. You hit her again, and you'll pray to be hanged. Gerlach responded with silence, evidently not wanting to risk stretching his neck from a branch of the big cottonwood. Geordie looked at the boy who had been watching his father beat the dog. He had not spoken since the Lucky 5 crew's arrival. He guessed the kid to be 18 or 19, on the edge of manhood. He would likely clean up well enough and maybe be near to handsome if he shaved the scattered hairs on his cheeks and chin that were supposed to be a beard. It might help some to shear the tangled, dirty blonde hair off above his shoulders. What's your name, kid? Geordie asked. I'm called Henry. You got a mule, Henry? Got a team. Well, maybe we'll just take the team. Would you get the mules and gear and get them hitched to the wagon while we finish up our business? He looked uncertainly at his father. I guess so. He turned and headed toward the barn at a slow pace. He turned to Eagle Eyes. Mitch, I guess we don't get to use the rope today. Can you and Possum cut out a good steer to leave for Mrs. Gerlach and herd the rest of the cattle back to Lucky 5 land? Yep. If you're taking the wagon, we'll be home before you and Irish get back. When you get to headquarters, would you run up to the house and let Sierra know we didn't hang anybody and that I'll be back by supper time? She wasn't too happy about my rope talk. She's probably stewed enough by now. I'll do that, Geordie. He coiled the rope and reined his mount downslope toward the draw. Geordie spoke to Esther Gerlach, deliberately ignoring her husband's presence. Ma'am, I think we've got things straightened out for now. If your husband hits you again, I want your promise that you will get word to me. If you can't get food to feed your children, I want to know that too. If your boys prove they can put in a good day's work, We might have other jobs from time to time. Part of that will go to you till they're of age and on their own. You are not to give that money to your husband. Do you understand?"
"I do. I can't thank you enough for your kindness, Mr. Jackson. You're just like Jack Wills, and I can pay no higher compliment."
Geordie found himself embarrassed by the tears streaming down her face. He saw now that Esther Gerlach would have been a comely woman once, and she was well-spoken. How in blazes had she ended up with this curly wolf? Every person had a history, he supposed. That explained how they ended up where they were. He certainly had his own, and he considered himself fortunate that his had ultimately led him down the trail to a good life. Her story wasn't ended yet. He hoped brighter days lay ahead for Esther Gerlach. Simon Gerlach stomped away and disappeared into the barn as his son led the mules out with harnesses and wagon gear tossed over the back of one of the critters. Irish hurried over to help the young man. Irish was a lover of anything equine and was the best horseman on the Lucky Five. He was even acquiring his own stock of horseflesh to run with Sierra's herd, in fulfillment of Jack's promise that there would be a horse partnership someday if Irish stayed on. "Well," Geordie said, "I'd better see to the big guy under the wagon." Esther Gerlach said,
"He's a good dog, but he has had a rough go at this place. He was born early spring, so he's just a pup. He looks older because he's so big. I'm glad you're taking him. He has lived in fear here, and yet he never left. He was gentle with the children, hid under the porch most of the time. He tore into Simon when he gave me this out here in the yard." She pointed to her swollen eye. "I was giving him what for about taking your cattle."
Geordie said, "That's to the dog's credit, I would say."
"Take Oscar away from here, Mr. Jackson. Sooner or later Simon will kill him if he stays. I'm going to find an old blanket in the house for you to lay him on in the buckboard. I will send Ruthie here back with it."
Geordie sat down on the ground within reach of the dog, which was eyeing him warily from under the rear of the wagon. The dog rested on his chest and underside with head raised up. The white left eye gave the creature a ghostly look, Geordie thought. But he supposed it was one of those things that took some getting accustomed to. He was breathing hard and panting with his tongue hanging out. Geordie spoke very softly to the dog, attempting to get the animal comfortable with the sound of his voice. "It's okay, fella. You're coming with me to your father's house. He was Jack's friend. They were like brothers almost. You won't ever be whipped again." He continued to talk until young Henry and Irish had the mules nearly harnessed to the buckboard. He called to the boy, "Henry, can you find a big pan and pump some water for Oscar?" "Yeah. Ma has one she puts out for him by the porch where he hides out." Henry walked toward the house, again taking his time. He returned with a pan of water and the promised blanket. Geordie said, "Thanks, Henry. Just lay the blanket in the back of the wagon." He took the pan of water and slipped it under the wagon near the dog's head. The animal sniffed at the water and, without getting up, began to lap at the offering. "Here, Geordie." Geordie looked up, and Irish handed him 2 strips of jerky. "Always got some in my saddlebags, you know. Might help to coax him out." "Thanks, I'll try it. Then we've got to get him in the wagon without getting fingers chewed off." Geordie shoved one of the strips in his vest pocket and held out the other to the dog. "Come on, boy. Just a treat. We'll do better when we get you home." The dog sniffed at the offering, then grabbed it tentatively with his teeth and chewed on the morsel some before swallowing. Geordie slowly reached his hand out to the dog, and he sniffed it with interest, obviously picking up the scent of the treat and showing no hostility. Geordie got to his knees and untied the rope end that had been hitched to the wagon wheel. Irish stood next to the wagon bed, waiting for the next move. "Say when, Geordie, and I'll help you lift him onto the wagon. I'll take the end gate off now to make the hoist easier." Geordie tugged gently on the rope. He was already squeezing the dog's neck, and attempts to escape the beating would have choked him. Gerlach would have been in control with the sharp yank of the rope. He wanted to get the battered creature out from under the wagon without hurting or frightening him further. He slipped the other strip of jerky from his vest pocket and held it out to the dog, trying to coax him out. The dog stiffly got to his feet and inched toward Geordie cautiously, eyes on the jerky. With each step, Geordie took up the rope slack. When the dog's head and shoulders emerged, he surrendered the bait. Geordie handed the rope end to Irish and stood. "We can't stay till nightfall. If you will just stand ready to help, I'm going to wrap my arms around his chest. If he doesn't rip me apart, you slip in and get his hind quarters, and we will lift him into the wagon." Surprisingly, Oscar did not resist, and the men quickly placed him on the blanket. After loosening the rope that was eating into the dog's neck, Geordie anchored the other end to one of the sideboard rope hooks. He hitched his horse to the rear of the buckboard, and Irish followed suit. "I assume I'm the mule skinner," Irish said. "Yep, time for me to get acquainted with our new friend." Geordie climbed onto the wagon bed, repositioned the end gate, and let himself down beside the dog. Chapter 3. Geordie could see Sierra standing on the veranda, her hand shading her eyes against the sun's glare as they approached the ranch house. Rudy sat in his rocker, where he had been spending an increasing amount of time since Jack's death, some 6 months earlier. He rarely deviated from his routine. Promptly at sunrise, he left his little single-bedroom cottage that sat in the row of stone family residences at the base of the wall of the spiny ridge that rose above the northern edge of the building site. He would hobble toward the stone steps that led up the incline to the butte on which the headquarters house sat, one hand grasping the support rail, and the other his warped and splintered cane. When he reached the top, he would turn west and make his way to the cemetery that shared the butte, and have what he called his talk with Jack. After the talk, he would go to the house for breakfast with Sierra and Geordie and the Cortez family, who usually joined them, since Josephina, the matriarch, was cook and queen of the headquarters kitchen. The rest of the day would find him on the porch staring toward the horizon, as if he were watching things that no one else could see. Irish reined the mules in when they reached the steps in front of the house. He looked back at Geordie in the wagon bed. "Do you want off here? I'll put the mules up. And what about the dog?" "The dog stays with me, but I could probably use a lawyer's help." That's not a smile I see on Sierra's face. "I'm not a law wrangler, and I'd have to turn down your case. Do you need my help getting him up the steps?" "Wait and see how it goes. He's sore and stiff, and I don't think he's afraid of me anymore. I think he will follow if I don't push him." Irish grinned. "I saw him licking your face, and he doesn't seem to mind you scratching his ears. He still cowers at first when I move my hand toward him, but once I touch him, he relaxes." Geordie removed the end gate and slid out of the wagon and then unhitched the dog's rope, tugging him gently toward him, having retied the neck loop so it would not tighten and choke. The dog got to his feet and walked cautiously toward his new friend. When the animal reached the rear end of the wagon, Geordie wrapped his arms under the dog's chest and midsection and lowered him gently to the ground. He led the dog to the steps and got no resistance. Geordie said, "We'll be okay, Irish. You can put up the mules and horses." Irish nodded and gave him a wave and reined the team in the direction of the barn and stable, which were connected by an enclosed passageway. Slowly, step by step, Geordie led the dog up the stone stairway. When they reached the tableland upon which the house had been constructed, he stopped before taking the path to the veranda. He looked up at his sable-haired wife whose hair was tied back in a ponytail, her face showing a coppery sheen in the sun-glow, the legacy of her mestizo mother. She was trying to appear annoyed at him, but she could not quite bring it off. He knew her too well now.
Sierra said. Mitch said you didn't hang anybody. He told me Jack never did either. They always just got out a rope to give the rustlers a scare. The kids, he hoped, might change career plans if they faced the rope, and he would turn them loose the first time. The older ones were delivered to the sheriff.
Yeah, he didn't believe rustling was a hanging offense. That's a view not shared by most cattlemen.
But you let me think you were going to lynch somebody.
I didn't really say that.
Well, I don't know what else I would think. When you get out Jack's hanging rope.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to see your reaction.
Well, you got it, and didn't set me straight.
Hey, Jack, what you got there? Rudy called. Geordie did not bother to correct Rudy. The old man had been increasingly calling him Jack lately. He seemed to be confused about a lot of things, especially as evening came on. It's Thor's pup. He was getting horsewhipped by Gerlach when we showed up. Gerlach was going to give the dog a bullet when he finished. I've adopted him, Rudy said. Has Thor met him yet? Thor was buried next to Jack in the Lucky 5 cemetery. No, not yet. Wonder what he'll think. I wouldn't even guess. Geordie led the dog up the few plank steps to the veranda. Sierra knelt to pet him, but the dog shrank away from her touch.
He's afraid of me.
He'll get over it. He's had a rough life, been beaten a lot. He was an early spring pup, I'd guess. Gerlach said he caught Thor over there when his shepherd bitch was in heat. Gerlach drowned the rest of the litter.
How cruel. I can't imagine.
More common than you would think. But the dog was not the only one taking a beating over there. Oscar, that's what they called the dog, was in trouble for attacking Simon Gerlach when the man struck his wife out in the yard.
That poor woman. What kind of man is this Gerlach?
Sierra asked, getting to her feet, which was becoming more of a challenge as her belly grew with the child. Well, he's no account, that's for sure, but I'm not certain how dangerous.
He's obviously dangerous to his wife, Sierra said.
Yeah, and the family's half-starved. We left one of the steers for them to butcher. I've got some fencing work for the 2 older boys, and I said I would send the wagon back tomorrow with a load of supplies. Sierra said,
It's time I met this woman. I'll put the food supplies together and take the wagon back tomorrow.
Not alone. I don't trust Gerlach.
I'll take my Winchester and one of the pistols from my bag.
This called for a bit of diplomacy. You haven't been to the Gerlach place, and there's not much of a trail. It can be tricky handling mules. Why don't I have Irish go with you as a skinner? I'd feel better with the baby and all. He had learned that the baby card was as good as an ace.
I guess that would be all right. I'll be armed anyhow. Now, Consuelo and Josefina will have supper ready in a half hour. What do you have in mind for the dog?
I thought I would put him up in the washroom for now. I thought I'd take him around to the back and bring him in that way.
Is his eye okay? It's sort of spooky looking.
Seems to be fine. He's going to be a fine specimen when he matures, big and muscular.
Like his daddy?
Like Thor, yeah. She kissed him on the cheek.
Like you.
She stepped toward the door.
I need to check on supper. We have Rusty and Helen as guests tonight, you know. But I have one more thing to say. You said the dog would go in the washroom for now. I hope you don't have in mind moving him into the house proper. Big dogs like that don't belong in the house. And we've got a baby coming. We don't know how this dog would be with the child. We've got straw in the stable he can sleep on. You can make up a bed there.
Thor had the run of the house. He even slept with Jack.
Do you want to sleep with Oscar in one of the spare bedrooms?
Of course not.
Then be careful about your moves with this dog.
Chapter 4. After supper, Sierra helped with the dishes and cleanup, and then searched out Geordie. First, checking out the washroom off the kitchen, where he had spent most of his time after the ranch foreman and his wife departed. She found the dog snoozing on a folded blanket her husband had laid out for him. He should be stuffed. considering all the meat scraps that found their way to one of Thor's old pans Geordie had set out in the area. She loved dogs, animals of all kinds for that matter, but she had reservations about how this would work out. She worried some about Geordie's instant attachment to the dog. What if the animal turned out as no account as its former owner? She found Geordie in the library, possibly the most complete of any in West Texas, if not the entire state. It was a room approximately 15 by 25 feet, and one long wall was covered floor to ceiling with shelved books. It had been Jack's retreat, and included several comfortable chairs and a lamp table in one corner near a wood stove, and a round table with 4 captain's chairs for meetings at the other end. A roll-top desk sat nearby also. The library also doubled as a schoolroom for ranch children when school was in session. Geordie was seated in the stuffed, leather-covered chair adjacent to the lamp table, where a kerosene lantern glowed. He was obviously engrossed in a book. She entered the room and claimed the other chair, a padded rocker, which she found more supportive of her back. She remained silent and just watched him. She liked the intensity in his handsome face when he was engrossed in a book. Without looking up, Geordie said, "Oscar's no name for a dog like that, too ordinary. He has a new home. A new name should go with it. His name is Magni."
Magni? That's a strange name.
In Norse Germanic mythology, as you know, Thor was the god of thunder and lightning and storms. Magni was the son of Thor. He was 6 feet, 8 inches tall, and weighed 650 pounds. The name translates to mighty. Magni was the god of strength. Sierra shrugged.
Strange name. Nobody will know what it means. But I guess that doesn't matter.
We'll know. That's all that counts. I'm going to start working with him some every day. I've got to get him to trust me first. Rudy knows about training dogs. Maybe I can get him to help me. It might be good for him to get interested in something besides sitting on the veranda. He can't do that all the time anyway, with winter coming on. Sierra said,
Anything to get him busy with something. He used to spend time with the wranglers watching them break horses, or he would help Swede in the shop with repairs or carpentry projects.
Jack always claimed that he had never seen a task that the craftsman Swede could not handle. He shoed horses, fashioned saddles and other tack, built wagons and even houses, whatever needed doing. Sometimes several cowhands were drafted to help him with the project, and when Rudy joined him in the shop, Swede would find the old ranger something useful to do. Geordie said, "I'm worried about his memory. He's taken to calling me Jack, and some of the hands had mentioned being called names they have never heard of. A few days back, he was telling me about a Comanche warrior who crept into his house during the night and stole his teeth. I guess the Comanche brought them back because he had them at supper."
Sierra said, "He's always telling me about conversations he is having with Jack. I think they took place years ago, but he talks like they just happened. It's worse later in the day as sundown approaches."
I hadn't thought about it, but I guess that's when I've heard the most outrageous stuff, and when he seems to move into another world, Geordie said.
"I should talk to Tess. Maybe she has a medicine of some kind that would help. If nothing else, she might have some good advice."
Tess Wyman, a Comanche half-blood, lived nearby and as a medicine woman had skills and knowledge that brought whites and Indians alike to her door. Jack Wills had also proposed marriage to the woman before his death. I'll leave that to you. I know you and Tess have become very close.
I will visit with her soon. I'll get the trip to the Gerlach place out of the way first. That's another thing I wanted to discuss.
Another unpleasant subject?
Not really. But this will be the last topic for the night, I promise. I've been thinking.
Yes?
I'm troubled by your comment that Mrs. Gerlach was struck by her husband.
From fading bruises on her face? I would guess it was not the first time.
No, it doesn't work that way. What if she wants to escape this man but doesn't know how?
Geordie said, "Don't tell me. You want to help her escape?"
Only if she wants to. One of the family cottages is vacant now, and we need another person for the laundry crew. She has obviously had experience with babies. She might be willing to help with ours when I am working outside or out in the pasture with the horse stock. I would have to get to know her first. Now that Consuelo has taken over teaching the school, she won't have time.
Jack Wills had established a school for the children of Lucky Five families and previously employed a teacher for classes that assembled in the library fall through spring. A separate, small building was currently being constructed on the headquarters site, and by next fall, schooling would be conducted there. Consuelo Cortez, at age 20, only several months younger than Sierra, had grown up on the ranch. Intelligent and charismatic, she had sought the teaching position, eliminating the need of finding an outsider to reside on the ranch while school was in session. Jordy said, "You've been thinking about this. I guess we could make it work. The cottage would be a mite small for the woman and 5 kids, but I've already agreed to put the 2 oldest boys to work on fencing. They could sleep in the bunkhouse with the bachelor hands. I don't think we could pay them a full wage when fencing's done, though. Cash is dwindling, and money's going to be darn tight till we get some cattle to market. Army's not buying like it was during the Red River War. The competition is getting tougher now that the Comanches are mostly on the reservation."
"I know that. But we should be able to make it to spring."
"We'll talk. I've got some ideas. But as to Mrs. Gerlach, I'm fine with whatever you want to try. She's your project. Just keep an eye on her husband. I judge him to be a snake without rattles." Later, Jordy went to the washroom and spent some time with the dog, now named Magni. Sierra removed her clothes for bed in their upstairs bedroom, but left her flannel nightgown draped across the straight-back chair, and climbed into bed and dimmed the kerosene lamp. She was awake and needy when her husband tiptoed into the room, with boots in hand. "I thought you would be sleeping," Jordy said, when he saw her smiling seductively at him in the soft lamp glow.
"Maybe you were hoping. A real cowman would offer his willing woman some poontang."
"Consider it offered," he replied. He shed his clothes quickly and joined her in bed. Sometimes their love-making was hurried and frenzied, but no less satisfying, and this had been one of those nights, Sierra thought, as she lay in the darkness. Sleep ordinarily would have claimed her quickly after coupling, but that was not her fate tonight. She was glad that the muscular, naked man burrowed beneath the blankets beside her was suffering no such problem. It calmed her to listen to the soft breathing that she thought of as his purr. She pondered the bizarre circumstances and events that had taken her on the journey that led to Jordy Jackson. She was Jack Wills's granddaughter, born of John Thomas Wills, a son bearing his father's name that Jack had never known about. Her father had been killed by Comanches at their small horse ranch, and she had taken it over, only to have her 50-horse herd run off by Comancheros. Out of desperation, she had approached her grandfather, who had resided only 40 miles west of the son he never met. It was only then that she had come to learn that Jack Wills was far from the ogre that had been created by the grandmother who had left Jack so many years earlier. That was when she had met Jordy, Jack's foster son, who, also orphaned by Comanches, had been raised as his own by Jack Wills. It still troubled her that Jack had died during the successful effort to recover her horses, and that Thor, Jack's faithful dog, had taken his final breath grieving on his friend's grave. During their brief interval together, she had come to know a man who stood tall among other men, loved, admired, and respected by almost all who came to know him. Nothing she had learned since Jack's death had done anything but enhance the image of her grandfather. Men like Jack Wills were rare on this earth, she thought. But there was one, the son that Jack Wills did know, not of his blood, but one he had fashioned unconsciously by teaching and example. And she shared his life and bed. Jordan Jackson was unaware of the man he had become and, like Jack Wills, would probably remain unaware. There was something that gnawed at her about this day, only a half hour or so from ending. The dog. She had seen Jack and Thor in the clouds looking down at their outdoor wedding not quite 6 months ago. Tess Wyman, the woman Jack loved and to whom he had proposed marriage as he lay on his deathbed, had seen them too. Geordie had indulged what he thought was her fantasy. She would swear she had felt Jack's presence sometime since. Perhaps Rudy was no crazier than she. She would never say so to Geordie, but she was convinced that Jack had placed Magni in Geordie's care, and that she, during the months and years ahead, would measure time from this day. Events would cause her to remember it so long as she lived. It would be Day of the Dog to her, and she would never begrudge her husband this new friend. She shivered, feeling a sudden chill, and slipped out of bed, retrieved her nightgown, and eased into it. She rejoined her husband and snuggled up against him, savoring his warmth before she dropped off to sleep. Chapter 5. Sierra sat on the buckboard seat next to Irish O'Toole as he drove the mule team at a leisurely pace toward the Gerlach building site. She was fond of Irish, who was not a typical African, his parents having been among the scattered free Negroes who were slave owners. He was well educated. His wife, Rose, a mulatto woman, had been born a slave on the O'Toole plantation, and they shared a cottage with their 2 young sons at Lucky 5 headquarters. He and Sierra were primarily horse people, and both served as veterinarians for all ailing creatures on the ranch, and were often called in to render aid to horses at Fort Concho and neighboring ranches. Sierra said, "I don't know what to expect here. I should have called on Mrs. Gerlach weeks ago. The husband worries me. I gather he won't be very friendly."
"Well, the 2 boys showed up for work this morning. The younger one, Pete, seemed excited about it. He's a friendly, outgoing kid, maybe 16 years old, not more than 17, I'd guess. Henry, the older one, didn't look like he was very happy to be there. Kind of a sullen, sour kid. They'll find that barbed wire fencing isn't a fun chore, but it's a good skill to learn. We're going to see more fences. Anyhow, for the Lucky 5, it will be good to be able to separate the horses from the cattle out on open range."
Geordie's been grumbling about fencing off 1,500 acres, a lot of post and wire, and too much labor, he says.
Need to remind him that a good horse will sell for between $200 and $300. Yearling steer might bring 20, a good cow 30. That's if the army at Fort Concho is our market.
Geordie's talking of a drive to Dodge City, Kansas, and the railroad next spring. He thinks he can get close to $40 a head there for all market-ready stock. The army market is starting to dry up with the Comanche Wars ending, Sierra said.
When Irish drove the wagon into the Gerlach yard and reined the mules to a stop, they were met by a gangly man with a long, tangled beard that looked like it had been neither washed nor trimmed for a year or more. A battered plainsman hat was pulled down on his forehead, the brim not quite covering a single shaggy eyebrow that bridged his nose and eyes. His grim face told her that visitors were not welcome this day. A rifle, cradled in his arms, signaled his seriousness. This had to be Simon Gerlach. "Have your boy drop your load and be on your way." She tossed a glance at Irish, following the man's remark, but he was stone-faced and calm. Irish had an amazing tolerance for fools. Sierra said, "I came to speak with your wife." "She ain't seeing visitors today. Another time, maybe."
"I'm not leaving till I talk to her."
"Get off my place. Take your load with you. You're a trespasser."
"And what were you when you rustled Lucky 5 cattle?"
Gerlach raised the barrel of his rifle in Sierra's direction. "Lower the rifle, mister, or I'll be digging you a shallow grave shortly." It was Irish, peacemaker gripped in his hand and leveled at Gerlach's chest. Gerlach obeyed. "You're a dead man, boy. No darky pulls a gun on me and lives to brag about it." Irish replied, "I guess I'll have to watch my back."
He turned to Sierra. Can you get down on your own, ma'am? I'll keep an eye on this know-nothing if you want to go up to the house.
I can get down fine, but it won't be graceful.
Ordinarily, she would have been attired in boots and denims. She wore her wrangling boots today, but her protruding belly had forced the denims into temporary retirement. She found the big cotton dress draped over her body a hindrance when she tried to mount a horse or climb on or off a wagon. She landed on the ground without mishap, however, and headed toward the house. When she reached the house, she noticed that it was poorly constructed and that many of the chinks between the logs were unsealed. She supposed Gerlach was too lazy to do the simplest of repairs. She was greeted on the porch by a skinny girl with dark circles framing translucent blue eyes. She guessed the girl at 9 or 10 years of age.
"Mama can't see you," the girl said.
"What's your name, sweetheart?"
"Ruth. Mama calls me Ruthie."
"Would you tell your mama that Sierra Jackson is here, and that it is important that I talk to her? I brought some food supplies, but we cannot unload until I speak with her."
"Yes, ma'am."
The girl wheeled and hurried into the cabin, her long blonde pigtails bouncing on her shoulders as she went. Such a pretty girl, Sierra thought, despite her obvious half-starved state, and clean, her patched faded dress notwithstanding. The girl returned.
"Mama says you can come in."
Sierra walked into a one-room abode, spartanly furnished with a stone fireplace in the center of one wall, a table and chairs at one end where there were a few cupboards on the wall, and a counter with a rusting tin sink below. No cookstove, so the woman must cook in the fireplace, she figured. The water would be carried in from the well and pump she had seen outside. They were located near the North Concho River, and the water table here was likely high. The other end of the room revealed a double bed and a stack of straw mattresses against one wall, evidently laid out on the floor for sleeping at night. Other furnishings consisted of a few rocking chairs and tables for oil lamps. 2 boys were seated at the table, whittling at sticks. The woman, who would be Esther Gerlach, lay propped up in the bed. Sierra hurried to the woman's side and knelt beside the bed.
"Mrs. Gerlach, I'm Sierra Jackson. I'm your neighbor from the Lucky 5. Jack Wills was my grandfather. Are you ill?"
The woman turned her face toward Sierra, who was taken aback by what she saw. A nasty lump and gash on the side of her forehead, a swollen, split lower lip, and a bruised, puffy nose. Esther Gerlach spoke, her voice a near whisper and halting, probably because of the injured lip.
"Call me Esther, please. I will be okay. It's the dizziness. I can't walk more than a few steps without falling. I hit my head on the edge of the fireplace when I fell."
"Your husband struck you, didn't he? More than once?"
"Yes. But I did hit my head on the fireplace. And I don't want to cause no trouble."
Tears began to stream down her cheeks.
"It's your husband who is causing the trouble. You can't live like this. Your children should not be a part of what is happening here. I ain't got a choice. No family to go back to. My father sold me to Simon when I was 14 years old. I don't know if my parents are alive or where my brother and sister might be. It has been over 20 years. My father wouldn't take me in anyways. Besides, I got 3 children buried on this place. I can't just walk away from them."
"And what about these children? What happens to them?"
"He wants to sell Ruthie. She's 10 now. 2 or 3 years, and he will sell her for a wife or a whorehouse in Mexico. But I will kill him first. I told him so. That's why this happened. That and my talking with your husband when he was here."
Sierra said, "He won't beat you again. You are all coming with me. Today."
"I don't understand."
"We have a cottage at the Lucky 5 that you can live in for as long as you need. We have work that you will be paid for if you choose to stay on. We operate a school for the children there." "Have they had any schooling?"
"No. I can do some numbers and read and write a little. I did 4 grades before my father pulled me out of school. Wasted on a girl child, he said. Simon wouldn't allow books in the house, not even a Bible. I think the kids would learn given a chance. Ruthie's smart as a whip. The twins over there got decent heads, too. I want you to come with me, now. You and the children. But Simon won't allow it. Simon does not own you, even if he thinks he bought you all those years ago. People don't own people in this country anymore. Only if you let them. Sooner or later, that man's going to kill you. And what kind of a life do these children have to look forward to? Your older boys are at the Lucky 5. They can stay in the bunkhouse and take meals with the other hands in the chuck house. Couldn't be worse than the barn they sleep in now. You and the youngsters can eat with us until we get you set up on your own in the cottage. You've got to do this, Esther. Gather up some clothes and any personal things, and we can load it in the wagon. Esther said, My Dutch ovens, pots, and pans? We can replace those from our ranch storehouse. The woman was afraid, and Sierra could not blame her. She had been a virtual slave to this man since childhood, and the thought of freedom was probably in some respects frightening. She was not accustomed to making decisions on her own. Get your things. I'm going to tell Irish to pull up closer to the house. Will you come with me? I don't know. I need to think. No time. Please, you must leave. Think later. She looked at her children, who all had eyes fixed on their mother. She nodded her head slowly. Yes, we will go with you. Sierra went outside and hurried toward Irish in the wagon. She reached behind the seat and pulled her Winchester from the wagon box. Irish looked at her quizzically when she pointed her rifle at Gerlach. Mr. Gerlach, careful like now. Place your rifle on the ground. She could tell that he was considering testing her resolve, probably figuring a woman would not squeeze the trigger. I have killed men, Gerlach, Sierra said. Go ahead and try your luck. It might be best for everybody. He laid the rifle down, stayed in place, and glared at her. You will pay for this, woman. Sierra turned to Irish. Pull the wagon as close to the house as you can, Irish. We're taking Mrs. Gerlach and the children with us. Irish shrugged and rolled his eyes and reined the mule team toward the house. Sierra remained standing no more than 20 feet from her adversary. I would say your wife is entitled to the mule team and wagon, but I'll leave that up to her. I don't know how your land is titled, but I will take her to our lawyer, Frank Belrusso, in San Angelo, to help her sort things out. Land's in my name. She won't get 1 acre. Don't matter. She'll come crawling back. She can't make it on her own. And who do you think you are anyhow, bitch? You don't got no right to come in here and cart off my wife and kids. But she's got a right to leave. Not with my kids. We'll see what the law says about that. My guess is that a judge wouldn't look favorably upon a wife-beater and cattle rustler. For that matter, we can likely resolve that question by reporting your rustling to the sheriff. You can't take on the kids while you're serving time in prison. They stood there, facing each other silently for a good half hour before Sierra glanced in the direction of the house and saw that Irish had rearranged the foodstuffs already on the wagon and loaded a big trunk in one of the rockers from the house. A few stacks of folded garments took up much of the remainder of the wagon bed. She noticed that one of the boys had a severe limp. She wondered what his story was. When the family was squeezed into the wagon bed with their belongings, Irish drove the mules up beside Sierra. Ready, Sierra? Yes, let's get out of here. Keep an eye on this man while I climb onto the wagon seat. As the wagon bounced along the rutted trail that led away from the Gerlach land toward the Lucky 5, Sierra looked over her shoulder at the pitiful cluster of humanity huddled together behind the wagon seat.
She had not heard a word since they departed. The 3 children sat silently and sober-faced, cushioned by some salvaged blankets and a few piles of extra patched and worn clothing that doubtless had been passed down through the older siblings. She could not imagine the fear Esther Gerlach must be struggling with. Sierra studied Esther Gerlach, who had her arms wrapped about the shoulders of the twins, who seemed much more subdued than the older sister. The 10-year-old Ruthie seemed the most assertive and toughest of the escaping family members, certainly more so than the mother. She suspected that the woman was so beaten down that she probably had long given up the thought of having any choices about her life's journey.
Esther,
Sierra said,
you needed to do this, not just for yourself, but also the children.
I suppose, the woman replied, in a voice devoid of emotion. Sierra sensed that Esther was not in the mood for conversation, perhaps later. She turned away and looked out upon the sea of browning grass that swept over the rolling, nearly treeless hills that covered the west end of the ranch. The sun was inching toward the west now, and her eyes saw heaven. But life had taught her that the devil lurked on the fringes and might venture upon the scene to create havoc at unexpected times. Chapter 6. Magni was going to be tougher to train than a wild bronc. Geordie had worked with the dog some early in the morning, but he had barely got to the place where the creature would allow him to pat its head without trying to shrink away. He had left Magni on the veranda with Rudy most of the day, while he rode out to check on the fencing crews and look over a cattle herd grazing near the North Concho River, concerned that the lush grasses along the bottomlands might be approaching overgraze because of the lure to hungry cattle. If so, they would need to drive the critters to another part of the ranch, which totaled over 20,000 acres of grasses of various kinds and qualities. His visit had confirmed that necessity. When he returned to headquarters, Geordie found Rudy and Magni on the veranda, where he had left the two. The old man was slumped over in the rocker, snoring at a volume that would wake the dead in the nearby cemetery, Geordie thought. The dog sat on a rug near a water pan, an empty bowl some 10 feet distant, the rope anchored to the porch rail. At least Magni had eaten the meat scraps Geordie sent out for him. Rudy did not awaken when Geordie climbed the steps and stepped onto the veranda. "Uncle Rudy," Geordie said loudly, figuring that between the old ranger's near deafness and sound sleep, he would not otherwise be heard. "Has the dog been out in the yard to make water or do his other business?" Rudy dropped his feet off the rail and straightened up in his chair, pushing his sombrero high on his forehead. "Yeah, I done my business. Not that it's any concern of yours." "The dog, Magni. Did you take him out to piss?" "Oh, yeah. We done that, both of us. Me more times than him if we was counting. Emptied his guts, too. That brings to mind a problem." "What kind of problem?" Geordie asked. "Jack threw my teeth down the two-holer." He wasn't about to get into a debate about Jack's presence. "You lost your teeth?" "Jack took them out of my pocket when I was in the privy. Tossed them down the hole. Got to get them back, but can't do it myself." This could not be happening. He felt a nudge at his knee and looked down. Magni was looking up at him with those strange eyes. He slowly lowered his hand. The dog did not shrink away. Geordie tentatively placed his fingers on the dog's head and began scratching its ears. Magni closed his eyes and relaxed, obviously savoring the sensation. Geordie fought back the urge to kneel and wrap his arms about the dog's neck. Baby steps. He had to establish trust first, maybe hold back on the training a spell. "Good dog," he said, speaking softly. "Good dog. We're going to be friends soon. I'll let you pick the time." He turned back to the old man who had a week's worth of gray whiskers carpeting his face and a distant look in the pale blue eyes that stared back. "Rudy,
Swede told me to bring Magni down to the shop, and he will measure him for a collar. When I get back, we'll go fishing. Fishing? Now that sounds fine. Ain't been fishing for a spell. Where are we headed? To the privy, to see if we can get your teeth back. What teeth? Magni followed Geordie without resisting the rope to Swede's shop, which took up a corner of the barn. Geordie figured that with the expansion of the horse herd, Swede's diverse skills would increasingly be focused on shoeing horses and blacksmithing projects, and the new blacksmith shop would soon move to the front of Lucky Five priorities. Swede, a tall, sandy-haired man, was muscled like a young stallion. A year or two short of 30, he had mustered out of the army at Fort Concho a half-dozen years earlier, taking a smithing and repair job at Jack's freighting business in San Angelo, and quickly made himself indispensable. Jack had an eye for good workers, Geordie thought, rarely having to toss out a bad apple. Instead, the ranch and freighting company had to constantly incentivize good men to stay. Of course, Jack likely provided more opportunity than required. His mentor and foster father reveled in helping men and women improve their lots in life, pulling themselves up instead of whining about misfortune. Jack steered clear of those who would wander through life on a crutch of victimhood. As they approached the barn, he saw Consuelo Cortez leaving the building, probably on her way to help her mother, Josefina, finish preparing supper at the headquarters house after teaching her 6 pupils in Jack's library all day. Everybody still called the room Jack's library. It was a poorly kept secret that Swede and Consuelo were visiting a lot with each other these days, although Sierra told Geordie that romance might be budding but had not yet bloomed, whatever that meant. Geordie would not speculate further. Sierra seemed to know everything that was going on in the lives of ranch employees. When he entered the shop, Geordie found Swede Larson under one of the wagons working at the juncture of the wheel and axle. "Hey, Swede," Geordie called. "Finish whatever you're doing. I brought my friend along to measure for the collar." "Won't be but a few minutes." Soon, Swede rolled out from under the wagon, got to his feet, and looked down at the dog. "Doesn't appear to have his full growth yet, but he's already a big hound. Will he bite if I run a string around his neck to measure?" "Can't say for sure." Swede shrugged, stepped to a row of shelves on the wall, and pulled down a spool of heavy thread. He cut off a length with a knife from the workbench and returned to the dog, lowering himself to one knee. He hummed softly as he gently stretched the string about Magni's neck and cut it at the spot he considered the proper end. He pulled the string away. Strange, Geordie thought. Magni seemed not to notice. "I will make a nice thick collar with room for this animal to grow. You should have 2 leashes, a short one for when you want to keep him close, and a longer one for when you stake him out someplace. My guess is that in a month's time, you won't have a lot of use for either of them." "Thanks, Swede." "He didn't seem afraid of you." Swede grinned and nodded. "We are fellow Norsemen, Magni and me. My grandfather told me the stories of Thor and his son, Magni. My ancestors were berserkers, Viking soldiers. Their supreme god was Odin, but they had a fair number of others." Geordie sensed that Swede stood ready to provide a lesson in Scandinavian history. But he had another mission waiting. Another time, perhaps. "Do you have one of those wire-meshed fishing baskets with the long handles?" Swede's brow furrowed. "Going fishing this time of day?" "In a manner of speaking." "Yep, got a couple. One's enough." Chapter 7. It took nearly an hour for Geordie, with Rudy holding a kerosene lantern over the holes, to locate and fish the missing upper choppers out of the swamp that was the privy pit. The sun had disappeared on the horizon by the time they exited the outhouse, and they would be late for supper. Josefina would wait only for God or Jack Wills, and so far as he knew, neither had a reservation tonight. "Take them out," Geordie said, nodding toward the wire basket at the end of his 8-foot pole.
Then take them up to the kitchen and ask Josie if she will give them a good boiling. And don't tell her that Jack threw your teeth in the outhouse hole. Just say they fell out of your pocket." Rudy mumbled something Geordie could not understand, stuck his hand into the net and plucked out the filthy object. He wiped it off on his breeches and started to insert the denture in his mouth. "Uncle Rudy, stop!" Geordie yelled. "You will make me puke." "Take it up to the kitchen, like I said." "What'd you say?" "Guess I didn't hear." "Ask Josie to boil your teeth before you put them in your mouth. Go in through the washroom, but don't let the dog out. And don't say anything about Jack." He hated yelling at the man he had called Uncle since Jack Wills took him in. But Rudy's mind had worsened the last few hours. Geordie wondered if he knew his own name. Rudy limped toward the back entryway to the house, while Geordie took the pole and meshed net back to Swede's shop, stopping outside to pump water over the net and wash out the waste that had collected in the wire mesh. He saw Irish coming out of the barn and called to him. "Irish, I didn't know you were back." Irish turned and walked toward Geordie. "Yep, I guess you haven't seen the missus yet. Looks like you've been fishing. That's a story for another day. Any problems at the Gerlach place?" "Nothing Sierra couldn't handle, but I have a bad feeling we're far from being settled with Gerlach." "What happened?" Irish told him about the confrontation with Gerlach and the escape of Mrs. Gerlach and the younger children. "You have 4 guests at your house for supper," Geordie said. "I assume we're putting them up in the vacant cottage?" "Yep. I dropped off the foodstuffs we had in the wagon at the cottage. The ranch furnishings are already there. Your wife is going to round up bedding after supper and help them get settled in. She'll take inventory of their needs and see what she can turn up tomorrow. I've got to give your lady credit. She's not slow to take charge of things. No, you don't want to be blocking her path when she's on one of her missions. Sounds like I'd better get up to the house and find out what she's up to." Geordie started when something brushed against his thigh. He looked down and saw a white eye almost aglow in the darkness. "Magni? What in blazes are you doing here?" Irish chuckled. "Looks like you two have come a long way in only a day's time. Rudy must have let him out of the washroom, and then he heard us talking down here. Appears we may be done with the rope around the neck. He doesn't seem inclined to run off. I still want him collared for now. He's got a lot to learn." He scratched the dog's ears. "Come on, Magni. Back to the washroom. I'll find you something to eat." Magni fell in beside his new friend. Chapter 8. Josefina Cortez got up from the dining table when she heard a racket in the washroom just off the kitchen. A few minutes later, the sound of Rudy's gravelly voice drifted in, nearly drowned out by Josefina's scolding. Consuelo, who sat across the table from Sierra, said, "Shall I see what the fuss is about?" Sierra pushed back her chair. "Let me deal with Uncle Rudy. I want to see if he knows where Geordie is." As she walked to the kitchen, she smiled to herself as she thought of the ravenous Gerlach youngsters tearing into the roasted beef and fried potatoes. They had scooped up healthy servings of vegetables and were not shy about attacking the fresh-baked bread either. Wait till apple cobbler was served. Sierra had noticed that Esther Gerlach was only picking at her food, however, and it had been difficult to make conversation with the woman. Virtually every night was a feast in the Wills Jackson household. Meals were prepared or supervised by Josefina, with Consuelo's and Sierra's assistance. The Cortez family, which also included Josefina's husband, Pablo, and 15-year-old son, Juan, dined with Geordie, Sierra, and Rudy. One of the cottage families or 2 or 3 bachelor hands would be invited to join the group once or twice weekly. Josefina served as the ranch food manager, planned headquarters house menus, and worked with Biscuit Banks, the chuckhouse cook, where all the single hands were fed 3 daily meals and lunches prepared for those who would be working away from headquarters. When she stepped into the kitchen, Sierra saw Josefina pour hot water from a pot on the big cook stove into a bowl on the adjacent counter. Rudy, had something clutched in his hand.
"Drop your teeth into the bowl," Josephina ordered.
Rudy complied. "Don't need to be so dang crabby about it, woman. Ain't my fault. All Jack's doings." Josephina turned to Sierra and rolled her eyes.
"He claims Mr. Jack dropped his false teeth down the privy hole. There's no denying they took the trip, but I doubt Jack had anything to do with it."
"You saying I'm a liar?"
Rudy said. "I'm not going to quarrel with you, Rudy. Now you go over to that sink and wash your hands with that bar of lye soap. I'll have your choppers ready by the time you've finished, and then you can go in and eat."
Sierra said,
"I'll pump some water for you."
She went over to the sink and began pumping, and Rudy started scrubbing his hands. When he finished, Sierra handed him a towel.
"We have guests, so put your teeth in and leave your sombrero on one of the extra chairs. Take your usual seat at the head of the table. Where's Jordy?"
"Don't know. Ain't seen the little cuss. Might be in school yet." Sierra introduced Rudy to Esther Gerlach and her children, and when Rudy sat down in his chair, Sierra noticed that the Gerlach children were staring in awe at the old ranger. A strip of lobster-red raised flesh ran down the middle of the bald head, the result of a long-ago Comanche scalping. A twisted knot of skin erupted near the rear of the scar like a redbird's crest. Rudy bore his mutilation with pride, realizing that most who had endured the ordeal were either dead or on the way to meet their maker. His teeth restored to usefulness, Rudy began devouring his meal. Soon, Sierra heard Jordy enter the washroom. She abandoned her chair again and went through the kitchen to greet her husband. She noticed the dog hanging close beside him.
"Where have you two been?"
"Rudy didn't tell you?"
"He said he hadn't seen the little cuss. That's you, I guess."
"Let's say I was fishing. I'll explain later. You still got some food left for a hungry man? And a starving dog?"
"There is plenty on the table, most of it cold, though. The dog eats here in the washroom. Josie's got a pan full of scraps she was going to feed him, but she said Magni disappeared. She worried he got out when Rudy came in."
"That's likely. But he came and found me, just like Thor used to do with Jack."
"Jordy, I know you were taken with this dog, but don't expect too much of him. You don't really know the creature yet. Hopefully you will be good companions. But maybe you see him as a link to Jack and Thor."
"And that's a bad thing?" Sierra had checkmated herself. She would not get into that argument. Her infant marriage to Jordy seemed so perfect, and she felt they became closer as each day passed. Was she a bit jealous of this strange-looking beast that had entered their lives?
"Well, no, I suppose not."
She changed the subject.
"I'll find Magni's scraps and you can feed him. Then come in and have some supper and greet our guests."
"I will be interested to learn what you have in mind for our visitors."
"We will talk later."
Jordy had already met Esther Gerlach and Ruthie, but he had not encountered the twins on his visit to the Gerlach building site. When he took his place at the head of the table and tried to make conversation with the two scrawny boys, Sierra was surprised to find that Skylar, the crippled twin, who had heretofore seemed the quiet, shy one, more responsive. The boy asked about Oscar. Jordy said, "I call him Magni now. He's in the washroom just back of the kitchen. After we eat some of that cobbler I saw in the kitchen, we can go out and talk to him if you want." That elicited a grin from the tow-headed boy.
"I'd like that, Mr. Jackson."
"Me too," said Ruthie. "Not me," Casey said. "He's just a worthless old hound. Papa should have killed him." This surly 8-year-old was going to require some patience. It was not her place to speak to the boy, but if he stuck around the Lucky Five a spell and did not change his attitude, Sierra vowed to make it her place. Chapter 9. After supper, Jordy carried buckets of hot water to the upstairs tub room, a rare luxury for a ranch house on the Texas prairie. The room, off the hallway that led to the 3 bedrooms, included a cast-iron sink with a mirror mounted above and a clawfoot bathtub. Both sink and tub drained to a gully that cut through the backyard some distance behind the house. There was room for a water closet someday, but carrying the water upstairs hardly made the expense and hassle worth it, Jack had always figured. When money wasn't quite so tight, Geordie thought he might surprise Sierra with the improvement, however. It might be feasible with use limited to nighttime journeys or to the lady of the house. The bath was worth the labor it took to fill the tub. He felt like the stench of the outhouse fishing expedition had soaked into his skin. He soaped himself thoroughly with the lye soap and decided a shave would be in order when he finished bathing. He would drain the tub and offer to fill it again for Sierra when she came in. She would guess his ulterior motives, but even after a long day, it was a good bet she would be willing to engage in a bit of sport. Later, he sat at the roll-top desk with Magni at his feet, perusing the previous month's financial reports prepared by Juana Marshall, who kept the ranch's books at the Lucky 5 freighting office in San Angelo. Juana and her husband, Tej, a former Buffalo soldier, had become owners of 60% of the freighting company's stock at Jack's death. Jack had willed Geordie, Sierra, Rudy, and Tess Wyman, the woman who would have become his wife, 10% each. Juana was a well-educated Mexican woman, about Geordie's age, who had come to San Antonio with her parents when Fort Concho was being constructed. She helped her parents with financial arrangements for building a restaurant business while in her early teens. She had a knack for numbers that Jack recognized, and she was soon working for the freight company he established and handling the accounting for the ranch. She was 19 when Tej Marshall, an Army sergeant, was discharged from service and went to work for the freighting firm. Love blossomed quickly, and the two were married shortly after Tej became company manager. They now had 2 children and held the controlling interest in the company. Geordie did not like what he was seeing in the financial reports, but was not surprised. He had seen this coming. He heard the front door open and close and the familiar footsteps crossing the parlor toward the library. When Sierra stepped in the room, she headed toward him and bent over to share a quick kiss.
"You smell good," she said, "and a fresh shave."
"I've got water ready for boiling in the kitchen, and the coals are still hot in the stove. I'll prepare you a bath when you're ready." She stepped back, cocked her head, and fluttered her long, dark eyelashes.
"Swear I'm not being seduced?"
"I'm just being a thoughtful husband."
"You are that on occasion, but you may consider me seduced. Now tell me about the dog being in the library. If you intend to move him upstairs, I may wish to reconsider my commitment."
She looked down at Magni, who still lay at Geordie's feet with head upraised and looking back at her.
"And you, don't look at me with those sad eyes. That won't get you any place with me."
Geordie reached down and stroked the dog's head and rubbed its floppy ears. "She's not that tough, Magni. You've just got to be patient with her." He turned to his wife. "Would you like to tell me what you've been up to today? You have obviously brought us more mouths to feed. Let's sit down by the lamp table." He rolled his chair back from the desk and got up, and they moved to the stuffed, leather-covered chairs by the table. Magni followed, reclaiming a spot near Geordie. She told him about her trip to the Gerlach place and the decision to move Esther Gerlach and the children to the Lucky 5 until the woman could make decisions about her future. "I wonder if the other young men know."
"The older boys saw us at the house when Consuelo and I were moving the family in. The oldest boy, Henry, I think his name is, didn't say a word and just rode away, going home, I guess. His brother Pete came over and talked to his mother, but I don't know what either said. Possum was with him and hung back, and Esther told me later that the boy was staying in the bunkhouse and had struck up a friendship with Possum."
Geordie said, "Do you think she will stay?"
"I hope so. She is terrified of her husband. Yet she still has this notion she belongs with him. In most ways, she seems to be quite smart, but when it comes to him, she thinks of herself like a piece of property. If I had been in her place, He likely would have been dead after the first time he hit me. Anyway, there would have been no second chance. Some folks live out their lives that way, I guess. I can't understand either man or woman in those circumstances. Well, I think we are dealing with a dangerous man, and I fear we haven't seen the last of him. The day you brought the dog home was the beginning of something. You're not blaming Magni. Of course not. But your confrontation that day and taking our cattle back started us down a path, and I'm nervous about where it leads. Enough about the Gerlatches. I'll talk with Esther more tomorrow. You were looking at the financial reports when I came in. Your face looked like you had been eating a sour apple. We're land and cow poor right now. You can look for yourself tomorrow, but we've talked about the money leaking away since Jack died. Easily enough explained. Like you keep saying, the Army's not buying a fourth of the cattle they were during the Red River War years. And my horse market collapsed too. There will be a market for both cattle and horses as far as the eyes can see. The problem is getting the critters to the markets, probably for the next 5 or 10 years, till the railroads get to our part of Texas, and they will be moving toward San Angelo. But for the cattle, it seems to me our best bet is Dodge City, Kansas, just about straight north. They've got rail connections to the east and west, and cattle are averaging just under $40 a head. We might not get half that close by, but then the buyer would probably drive the herd to Dodge and make a nice profit. That's just good business. But we need that profit, Sierra said. You're already planning a drive, aren't you? Yeah, I'm thinking May after Roundup. I would like to cut out nearly 2,000 cattle, keep the cows with calves at side and the best herd bulls. With spring calves and unbred heifers from last spring's calves we hold over, we'd still have over 2,500 head of different sorts. We each inherited over $10,000 from Jack. I'll put mine into the ranch operation. That will let us pay wages and operating expenses till almost summer. And by then, we can sell cattle in Dodge City and be in decent shape for another year. I'll put my share in too. No, won't need it. Jack gave me the cattle, and you brought in the horses. As far as I'm concerned, everything is ours together. But by separating operations, we can tell what's working. You save your money for the horses. Sierra said, I can still sell what horses we raise at Fort Concho. I think that market will hold because of the Apache Wars still going in New Mexico and Arizona territories. Concho might quit taking delivery in the future and force us to drive horses to Fort Union in New Mexico. Union is becoming the main supply depot for the Army in the territories. New settlements will create a demand too. Jordy said, You understand that I would have to leave you and the baby behind for 5 or 6 weeks. Yes, I won't like it, but you can't just send the hands out to do the job. Other wives deal with this. Army couples are separated for a year, maybe several sometimes. Rudy and I will run the place here. We won't always face the long cattle drives. Speaking of Rudy, I should explain why I was late for supper this evening. He told her the story of his fishing expedition and saw that she was struggling to hold back laughter. He insisted that Jack had tossed his teeth down the privy hole. As a joke, I guess, Jordy said. And when he showed up for supper, he had Josie pour him some boiling water to wash his teeth in, but said he had not seen you anyplace. His mind's not right. I know it happens sometimes when some folks get older. Jack always said he hoped somebody would put him down if he got like that. And then he would chuckle and say, Maybe I'm already like that and just don't know it. Sierra said, I don't notice it so much early in the day. He gets worse on towards evening. What are we going to do? We've got to look after him. We will. Everybody here loves the ornery old cuss, and we'll keep an eye out for him. Why don't you ask Tess? Maybe she's got one of her Comanche potions that would help. I'll do that. I need to see Tess in a few days, and I'll ask her about Rudy. Now, about that bath. Start hauling water, mister. I'll have these clothes shed by the time the water's ready. You can scrub my back if you like.
Chapter 10.
"What the hell is going on, Paul?"
Henry Gerlach asked, when he walked into the house and saw his father sitting at the kitchen table nursing a whiskey bottle. The room was dusky now that the sun was disappearing over the western horizon, so Henry lit the kerosene lantern that sat on the table. "Shut your mouth. Someday I'm going to have good whiskey. Something besides this cat piss rot gut they sell in San Angelo."
"I ain't had supper, Paul. Thought I should get right home when I saw Ma moving into one of them houses they got for married help at the Lucky Five. Petey's staying in the ranch bunkhouse tonight. Plans to work as long as they'll have him. Likes the money and doesn't mind the work."
"What they paying?"
$1 a day. That's $6 a week for 6 days. Get paid every 2 weeks. I told Petey to pick up my dollar on payday, 'cause I ain't going back. They push you like you're a damned slave."
Gerlach thought about what his son had said. Henry was never much at working hard, just the opposite of his younger brother Peter. But Henry always did what he was told and never worried about the right or wrong of it. Henry had been all for rustling the Lucky Five cattle, but Petey had refused till Gerlach threatened to beat Esther if he didn't. The dumb kid would have taken the beating himself. God knows, he had beat that boy senseless more times than he could count, trying to get him to do what he was told. Esther doted on the boy, and Petey had tried to step in more than once to defend his mother. He was a lanky kid, but had a good frame and was a year away from whipping his old man. Already Henry wouldn't mess with him. Good riddance. Best Petey never came home. But Esther was coming back, with or without the other brats. "You will go back, Henry. You can keep half your wages and turn over the other half to me."
"What? That ain't fair, Paul. Not if I'm having to work like that."
"I'm making you a full partner in the new business. But you gotta put in something. They'll feed you over there. You can stay nights, except Saturdays. You'll come home at night and spend Sunday here, so you can tell me what's going on over that way. You'll be sort of like a spy."
"A spy? What do you mean?"
"I'm going to take a trip up to Stagville and do some dealing with Rupert Stagg. Get him to furnish men to help us move cattle off the Lucky Five. You can tell me what Jordan Jackson and that bitch he's married to are doing. Where they won't have men. When they might be moving cattle. That sort of thing. I'll do the planning, and you'll do the spying. And when we make our move, we split 50-50. What do you think of that?"
"I don't like the idea of working at that place. But maybe I won't have to work again if this works."
"I won't ask you to do this again, Henry. We'll look for easier pickings once this is done. The Jacksons are going to be damn sorry they ever took on Simon Gerlach." Henry kept nodding his head in agreement. Gerlach could see he had the kid sold, and never took much with Henry. He was like soft clay and just took a little working. "Now your ma didn't leave nothing to eat but a few cans of beans and some dry bread. I never got around to killing that steer, and since your ma ain't here to cook it, I guess I'll let it be till your ma comes back. You go back to the Lucky Five and tell your mom we'll butcher that beef soon as she gets here, and that I promise never to hit her again."
"Do you think she'll come, Paul?"
"If she knows what's good for her." March 1876. Chapter 11. John Wills Jackson's name honored both his grandfather and great-grandfather, but everybody called him Little Jack, which would likely stick until he inevitably rebelled and dropped the little. Sierra thought that might be 10 years into the future. She sat in the library with the woman who had become a surrogate for the mother she lost in childhood, and doubled as her best friend, Geordie excepted. Tess Wyman was a half-blood Comanche who resided in a small house on a tract of land near the Middle Concho River, formerly owned by Jack. A medicine woman and daughter of another, Nose Healing, who had wedded a white trader. Tess was known among the Comanche as Healer's daughter. Little Jack suckled at Sierra's breast while the women chatted. He had been a big baby at birth, over 8 pounds, Tess estimated, but with Tess's help, delivery had been easier than she feared it might have been, given that she was a small woman. The baby had been born on February 22nd, George Washington's birthday.
"He is doing well," Tess said. "Your milk is plentiful, almost a month old now. He will grow into a fine boy, and we can hope an even better man. I wish Jack could see the little rascal. He would be so proud."
"I like to think Grandpa Jack is keeping an eye on him," Sierra said, thinking of her wedding day when both she and Tess had seen images of Grandpa Jack and Thor sitting in a filmy cloud, looking down upon the proceedings, Grandpa with that crooked grin on his face. Of course, neither Geordie nor anyone else had seen the apparition. The two women had not spoken of it since. But Sierra felt her grandfather's presence at times, and was confident that the woman who had been his friend and lover for over 10 years did also. And Sierra would never forget the day Jack died on Tess's bed after traveling miles across the Chihuahuan desert, suffering from putrefaction of a gunshot wound. He had asked Tess to marry him that day. She said yes, and then Jack died. She was still haunted by Thor's mournful howling at that moment, and she shuddered now at the remembrance. Little Jack had stopped serious nursing now, and she lifted him away from her breast, resting his head on the towel that covered her shoulder, while she buttoned her blouse with the fingers of her free hand. The baby burped, spitting up a bit of milk, but she had now learned to be prepared for such things, wiping his mouth with the corner of the towel.
"Tess, would you open the envelope next to you on the lamp table? It's for you."
Tess took the envelope and plucked out 2 folded sheets of paper.
"Power of attorney. What's this?"
"You've met our lawyer, Frank Bell Russo. He prepared these papers. Those 2 documents are powers of attorney for Geordie and me, if both of us should be unavailable for whatever reason. These documents give you authority to manage all our business until we return. They also grant you custody of little Jack during that time. If we are both dead, Mr. Russo has wills at his office that name you as little Jack's guardian."
"I don't understand. I'm over 70 years old, and I don't know anything about your business matters.
Consuelo is named as alternate guardian in the wills, if you should be unable to act. Frank Russo would help with business matters if you asked him. He is named executor of the wills and would be trustee of the property till little Jack was of age. Juana Marshall knows about the money side of things. Just go to her or Frank if you had questions."
"I am feeling a bit overwhelmed. This is so morbid."
"These papers will likely never be needed. But you are the one we would like to look after little Jack, if it came to that."
"Well, of course I would."
"I'm honored that you would trust me. You're as close to family as either of us has left." She smiled. "You are almost my grandma, and I like to think it really happened."
"Yes, I was indeed."
"And let's just pretend it did happen," Sierra said. "Good, it's settled. We have good people at the Lucky 5. The ranch will almost run itself. We just felt we should have something in place. Geordie lost his parents to a Comanche attack when he was 10 years old. My mother died when I was 12, and Daddy did not see my 19th birthday. We know about the uncertainty of life. We both feel better knowing we have arrangements made for our son. God forbid something should happen. But I would give my life in an instant for this little tyke." "I know you would." Sierra paused. "Next on the agenda." "I didn't know we had an agenda. I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't seen you for a week, and there are things I wanted to ask you about."
Of course. Ask away. First, there is Rudy. The herb mix you gave me to calm him has seemed to make him less excitable, but it hasn't kept him from doing strange things, and he still has these hallucinations, most of them about Jack. A few nights ago at supper, he ordered Pablo Cortez to get out of Jack's chair. He was quite rude about it, but we had several extra places at the table, and Pablo moved. Josefina brought an extra plate and utensils and set them for Pablo, and left Jack's space alone. That seemed to mollify Rudy. Pablo is a gentle soul, and was very understanding about it all. How is he physically? Tess asked. That's the strange thing. You told me that people who lose their minds like this usually start to decline physically and sort of waste away. Rudy is stronger than he has been for several years, according to Geordie. He had given up riding because of his bad hip and leg, but since the last time I saw you, he went to the stable one afternoon, saddled his own horse, mounted it, and galloped the critter south in the direction of the Concho. Well, Tess said, that sounds encouraging. Fortunately, one of our young hands, Possum Crowell, saw all this and followed Rudy. Possum was led on a winding journey to nowhere. After almost 2 hours, Possum circled Rudy and came up in front of him. He asked Rudy where he was headed. Guess what he said? I could not even venture. Rudy said he was going to San Angelo to find Jack. But he had turned away from the Concho and was headed into the hills. Sierra sighed. If Possum had not followed him, we might never have found Rudy, certainly not alive. Possum said that Rudy seemed to have no idea of where he was at. I do not have a medicine for what ails him. San Angelo does not have a physician at the present. Perhaps one of the surgeons at Fort Concho would see him? They have been helping with civilian medical needs until a new doctor locates in San Angelo. Do you really think a doctor can help him? Not likely. You should probably just alert your hands to keep an eye out for him. You may need to have someone move into his cottage to keep an eye on him, or resettle him in this house. Getting him up the stairs will be a problem, unless this miraculous physical recovery is permanent. Don't count on it. We could curtain off part of the parlor as a sleeping area. Maybe we could employ one of the wives or older daughters of one of the hands to keep an eye on him at night. I would stay downstairs myself and do it, but that would be a problem with the baby right now. I will talk to Geordie. I know he agrees that Rudy is our responsibility, and we will do whatever is necessary to take care of him. I don't think drastic measures are required just yet, but 6 months or a year from now, I agree. You should have a bit of time if you pass the word among your people to be alert to Rudy's whereabouts. One other matter. I don't expect a solution from you. I just need to talk about it. Esther Gerlach? How did you know? Her name comes up every time we get together, almost as often as Rudy's. I gather Esther's still not adjusting to the changes here. She keeps talking about when she goes home. Her so-called husband still has a hold on her. I swear that she is determined to someday return to that man. She doesn't love him. I am sure of that. She's afraid of him. And yet she thinks she should be with him. I can't imagine her taking the children back to live with that demon. Ruthie spends some time with me since the baby arrived. She chatters quite matter-of-factly about the family. Whippings were commonplace in the home. And I learned that Schuyler was not born a cripple. An accident? His father ran over the boy with the mule team and wagon when Schuyler was too slow getting out of the way. I don't suppose it was intentional. Gerlach probably intended for the boy to move faster. But a normal father would have reined in the team till he was sure the boy was clear. I haven't seen the bad leg, but I'm guessing it was broken and healed poorly. I'm certain a doctor never looked at it. If the bone didn't pierce the skin, Gerlach probably shrugged it off. The girl said her mother wanted to take Schuyler to a doctor, but Gerlach insisted he didn't need one. I saw the boy when he first came here. He moves around well enough, but has a noticeable limp. Swede Larson carved Skylar a sturdy walking stick that helps with balance. It's a beautiful piece with a rattlesnake head carved in the top. And the boy is as proud of it as a cat with a caught mouse. Tess said, "So the kids are adjusting to the change?" "Amazingly well. They are attending the ranch school now. Consuelo says Ruthie and Skylar are promising students, eager to learn to read and write. She suspects Skylar may become an exceptional scholar. His twin, Casey, is resistant at the present, but she will not give up on him. Consuelo was meant to teach, I think. We are blessed to have her here. Skylar is really taken with Jordy. Both boys have learned to play checkers evenings with Jordy in the library. They are working on chess, but Casey does not appear to have the patience for it and leaves when the chess session starts." "You would never guess the boys for twins," Tess said. "Skylar is such a fair-complected lad, and Casey is darker and seems to be a bigger-boned boy. Yes, and Skylar has cobalt blue eyes, and Casey's are chocolate brown. They are certainly not what folks call identical twins. You and Jordy are obviously fond of the children. What happens if Esther decides to leave? That is our dilemma. I don't think we will allow her to take them. Jordy is going to speak with our lawyer. The law doesn't usually mix in with folks and their kids, but Jordy thinks a judge might be convinced to intervene here. He's determined to do something. It sounds like your troubles are just beginning. Jordy promised we would never have a boring life." Chapter 12. Stagville was not a town that could be located on any official map. Set on one of the many small, unnamed tributaries to the North Concho River, it consisted of 4 new structures: a general store, a saloon, a bordello, and a 2-story clapboard hotel, where Rupert Stagg maintained an office as headquarters for his enterprises. The buildings were surrounded by several dozen army wall tents that were rented by Stagg's hotel manager to visitors who were unable or unwilling to pay hotel rates. 3 or 4 prostitutes, who offered services to the class of men who could afford neither hotel rooms nor the more expensive bordello, also occupied tents in the area. The land and properties were owned by Stagg in a time when land ownership tended to be more by claim and occupancy than by recorded deeds. It grated on Simon Gerlach that he was forced to sleep in what some called Tent City, and payment of $1 for 30 minutes with a woman was an even greater indignity. Now he was planted in a captain's chair in the hotel lobby, waiting to see the great Stagg. He had never met the man, dealing with him previously through underlings. Gerlach had ridden some 80 miles over nearly 2 days northwest to see Stagg, only to be intercepted at the hotel by a Mexican all fancied up in a black suit and string bow tie, who informed him that Stagg was too busy to see him that day. The Mexican, a slim man of medium height with a trim goatee and mustache, had blown smoke from his cigar in Gerlach's face, and Gerlach had been grasped by an urge to cut the pompous fool's throat with his skinning knife. The image still lingered after a night in Tent City, and his half-hour with a stinking wench, who looked to be a few months from her grave. The Mexican, whose name was Manuel Aranda, claimed to be one of Stagg's overseers, and for $1 had made a 15-minute appointment with Stagg for this morning, sternly informing Gerlach that Stagg would decide if more time would be allowed. Gerlach had been waiting for over an hour when Aranda appeared. "Follow me, Gerlach." Aranda led Gerlach to a hallway off the lobby and to a door at the end of the long corridor. He rapped softly on the door and opened it, waving Gerlach in ahead of him. A cherubic man with sparse strands of reddish hair combed back over an otherwise naked scalp sat at a large desk and was seemingly absorbed with some documents spread out on the desktop. Aranda closed the door behind them and took a chair off to the right of the desk occupant, pushing back his coat, apparently so that Gerlach could see the Colt holstered on his hip.
Gerlach was uncertain whether to sit in one of the two chairs in front of the desk, so he remained standing. Finally, the man behind the desk looked up.
"You can be seated,"
he said in a high-pitched voice.
"I am Rupert Stagg. You are Simon Gerlach. You live southeast down toward San Angelo. You've got a little spread butted up against the Lucky Five. Got a few mules and horses. Only cattle you got are those you steal when you can. Got you a woman and a passel of kids. You were going to sell us 30 head of beeves to take down the Comanche war trail last fall, but you reneged. My man said you tried to make off with Lucky Five stock and got caught. Surprised you aren't hanging from a big cottonwood branch with buzzards picking at your bones. I know old Jack Wills didn't go for hanging rustlers. The old ranger might have shot a few that didn't go to jail peacefully. I suppose that kid of his is trying to be like the old man."
"Ain't his real kid. He's some throwaway Wills picked up," Gerlach said. "Married the old devil's granddaughter, though, so I'm told."
"Doesn't matter. I'm just telling you before you try to sell me on something stupid that I know a lot about your worthless hide. My first thought was to not even talk to you."
Another son of a bitch to put on his throat-cutting list. But he needed Stagg for now. Damned if he was going to crawl, though. "I don't take kindly to your words, Stagg. But," Stagg interrupted.
"Mr. Stagg, or get your ass out of here."
Gerlach just about decided he had put up with enough from these people, but he held back, knowing that he needed Stagg's resources. "Well, Mr. Stagg, if I got to, I'll go find my own men to help with what I got in mind." He started to get out of his chair.
"Just stay put, Gerlach. I'll hear you out."
Gerlach stayed put. "I got 2 boys working his hands for the Lucky Five. My son, Pete, can't be trusted, but his older brother, Henry, rides with his paw and keeps me in the know on what's going on over there."
"I'm listening."
"Lucky Five is going to be driving a herd of as many as 2,000 head of cattle north to Dodge City sometime in May.
So?
A man could cut out 1/3 of that herd, maybe more, with enough men, and head the cattle south along the Comanche war trail. My boys will be going north with the herd. That means I got me a contact with the cattle headed that way."
"Well, that would be helpful to a man aiming to steal the critters."
"But I don't have the men to do this. That's why I come to you." Stagg said.
"I'm a buyer, not a rustler. You're talking to the wrong man."
"But you buy and market stolen cattle."
"I just don't ask questions."
"Let me finish. Jordy Jackson, the throwaway kid you was talking about, will be running the drive to Dodge City. They will be needing most of their hands and a few extras. There will be nothing but women and children and maybe 3 or 4 hands left at ranch headquarters."
"You're thinking of a double hit."
"Yep. We go in and help ourselves to the cattle that didn't make the drive." He did not add that he intended to take his wife, possibly Ruthie and other women and children, for sale to Mexican bordellos, or to Apache for slaves or breeding stock.
"You make it sound mighty easy for a man who doesn't have any wranglers or gunfighters of his own,"
Gerlach said. "I figure the home place cattle would be sold in Mexico or west into the territories before Jackson even got word of it. And they can't just run off and leave the herd they're driving north to chase after them what got away."
"I know where men can be found. Aranda here can contact their overseers if we come to terms."
Gerlach said. "I want all the money at $20 a head from the headquarters cattle. There is still profit for you. I need 6 men. I'll pay them going wage and a bonus when the cattle are delivered to your men on the Comanche war trail. I get paid in gold eagles or doubles when I turn the herd over to your people."
"You don't leave us much room for a fair profit."
You ain't doing a damn thing for it. And I want a commission of $5 a head for the cattle that your wranglers bring back from the north. Henry will be the contact with that herd. He will need to meet the man he will be working with."
Stagg said, $15 a head for the cattle from the headquarters. $1 commission on the other cattle. If things don't go sour, you will walk away with $10,000 to $15,000. You've not made that much over your lifetime."
Gerlach was afraid to protest. He did not take Stagg's words as a counteroffer. Stagg turned to Aranda.
"Any ideas for some men who might help Mr. Gerlach with the headquarters place?"
Aranda said.
"Depends on how he gets along with Comanches."
Gerlach said. "Lived in the middle of them before they went to the reservation. Traded lots. How I made my living for a time. But ain't they all at Fort Sill now?"
Stagg said. "Most, but there are a fair number of reservation jumpers that come and go. Manuel is probably thinking of Angry Wolf. He and 7 or 8 warriors are camped in a canyon a half-day's ride from here. They work for us when we can use them. They cut and drive cattle just fine, and you won't find better fighters if something goes wrong. Understand that you should stay away from killing if you can. That is a way of drawing the army's interest."
Gerlach said. "Not looking to kill nobody. But I'll do what I gotta do." Chapter 13. Former Texas Ranger Rudolph Kilgore stood in the Lucky 5 cemetery that shared the low butte with the headquarters house. A balmy morning breeze drifted over the high ground above the ranch layout below, carrying with it the smell of spring that promised an early beginning in 1876. Clutching his cane, Rudy let himself down on one knee in front of the small granite stone engraved John Thomas Wills, 1805 to 1875. To the left was another that said Thor, 1863 to 1875. He spoke softly, blubbering off and on as tears rolled down his cheeks.
"Living ain't no fun these days, Jack. Something's wrong. Sometimes I don't even know nobody. Other times my head's in a fog, don't know where I'm at or how I got there. I know my cinch is getting frayed, and I'm damn scared. Sometimes I want to end it all. Just stick that old shotgun barrel in my mouth and pull the trigger. Be with you and Thor. There's a fair chance I'm riding a mule to hell, and I'm afeared we won't meet up again."
Rudy paused a spell, waiting, hoping for reassurance. Jack talked to him a lot, but never when Rudy asked for him. His old friend's words came at unexpected times. He continued, "You told me a while back that I couldn't leave yet, that I would be needed here soon, that a storm was blowing in. Don't know what the hell you was talking about. I ain't needed by nobody. I know I'm a damn nuisance these days, likely always have been. You just kind of put up with me. Lots of fellers in the Ranger Company, not all, made fun of me. Never took me serious. They treated me like I was plumb weak north of the ears. Not you, Jack. We would josh back and forth, but you never, not once, made me feel like I wasn't as good as any man. If we don't meet up after I'm dead as a can of corned beef, I want you to know I'm forever grateful for riding the trail with you all those years. We done okay together. The two of us." He tossed a look past Thor's gravesite. He studied the rough-edged native stone like the others with his own name, and 1807 birth year chiseled on it, awaiting entry of the final date. Tess Wyman had claimed to the spot to Jack's right, but that was as it should be. Rudy had often in the past few years referred to Jack, Thor, and himself as the 3 old dogs. It was good that the old dogs would be planted side by side in this place. "I'll stick around for whatever trouble you say is coming, Jack. But I feel useless as a wart on a pretty gal's butt these days. I'm hoping somebody steers the storm. in a different direction. April 1876. Chapter 14. Geordie sat on the bottom step of the veranda, Magni resting on the ground beside him, enjoying an ear rub from his master. The sun would disappear over the hills shortly, but the night was pleasant, and the calm was welcome. And he knew the dog shared his love of these quiet moments of undivided attention, even though his days were generally spent within a dozen feet of Geordie. Magni had quickly made his place at the Lucky Five, learning within a week after his move to the ranch that he owned Geordie Jackson. The swinging door off the washroom that allowed entry and exit at will by Thor had been unlocked, and the dog now had the run of the house apart from the bedroom occupied by Geordie and Sierra. Magni's sorrowful eyes had won over the mistress of the house room by room, but she had drawn a line at the bedroom, and the master's advocacy had been ineffective in surmounting that obstacle. Swede had fashioned a cedarwood dog bed for the bedroom hallway, and an old buffalo robe and blanket now offered sleeping comfort not far from Geordie. Regardless, Magni generally preferred to act as sentry outside the house at least part of the night, warning off raccoons, opossums, rabbits, coyotes, or other invaders that might trespass upon the space he claimed as his territory. Magni would be Thor's match with a bit of seasoning, Geordie thought. He was more than smart and had trained with minimal effort. Rudy had been helpful with that effort, working with the dog many mornings since the weather had mellowed. He called the creature Thor, but Magni did not seem confused about it. Perhaps the tone of voice was more important than the word. Geordie wished he could speak canine. The old ranger clearly remembered the things he had learned in the past better than what happened yesterday, but Uncle Rudy's mental deterioration distressed Geordie, and he felt helpless to deal with it.
I hate to interrupt you boys when you seem so at peace.
Geordie turned and saw Sierra standing on the veranda, looking down at him with little Jack cradled in her arms. Hi, love, that's okay. We haven't had much chance to talk the past few days with getting ready for the drive and all. I'll get off my butt and come up on the veranda. A nice night for the rocking chairs. Geordie got up and joined Sierra, who gave him a soft peck on the cheek before placing the baby in his arms. They each claimed a rocker and sat down. Magni bounced up the steps and took a spot next to Geordie's chair on the planked veranda deck. He always eyed the baby suspiciously when Geordie held the child. A bit jealous, Geordie figured, but Magni had never made a threatening move to cause worry. Dad was confident that son and dog would be great friends in due time. Geordie looked down at the baby. His hair is getting darker. Appears he's not going to have my sandy hair. Figured that. Jack always said about critters that black wins out more often than not. I think he will have your hazel eyes, too. My brown didn't win out there. He's going to have the Will's look.
Do we really care?
Nope. He's been a healthy growing youngling. Eats like one of your horses, I'd guess.
You guess right,
she said. He seems to be looking at me. I wonder what he thinks.
He says, "Who is this guy? You don't hold him much."
I'm afraid I'll drop him or break him or something. I doubt he will start squalling or making a fuss. I don't know what to do then. I sure can't nurse him.
Men, they are all helpless when it comes to babies, or claim to be. That will change someday. And when he's weaned, I'm expecting you to give little Jack as much time as you give that dog.
I'll do better, I promise. I can't do much when I'm driving cattle to Dodge City, though.
I worry about that cattle drive. It's a long way to Dodge. So many things can happen.
I will have a passel of good men on the drive. We'll be just fine. Business has slowed some at the freighting company, so Tej is letting me hire 4 of his ex-Buffalo soldiers to help move the cattle and provide us with some seasoned fighters. We're taking on 7 or 8 temporary trail hands. With our regulars, we'll have 15 or more men. But I'm worried about you and the other women and children here. I've been thinking I should check with a few neighboring ranches and see if somebody can spare some extra hands to help keep an eye on the place.
You said Rusty Dobbs would be here. I would think you would want your foreman with you. Yeah, but Helen hasn't been well, as you know, and he says she's taken a turn for the worse. I just learned this morning that they intend to move near their daughter in eastern Kansas after I get back from Dodge City. He'd planned to hold off a few years yet. Mitch Eagle Eyes is staying behind, and Swede. Irish will be here to handle the horse herd, since you've got to stay close to home.
What about Rudy?
Sierra asked. Of course Rudy can't go. When he overheard me talking to some of the men about our plans, he was all set to run the chuck wagon. When I told him he needed to stay and look after you and little Jack, he stomped off, growling to himself. I think he will forget about it by morning. May have already.
Sierra said. He didn't seem upset about anything at supper, but he was quiet. Off in another world someplace, it seemed. Anyway, we can't afford to hire more hands just to stand guard. The ranch women can handle rifles if need be. Most of us can ride. A few better than any of the men, if your wranglers would admit it,
Geordie said. And you are one of the few?
I'm the best dang rider on this ranch, and you know it.
Well, I can say you are right up there with the best. But we've got some mighty fine riders.
We should have a tournament this fall. Invite folks from the entire area to compete in horseback events, racing, calf roping, and the like. We could think of lots of things to do. Make sort of a fair out of it.
And you would organize it and compete?
Sure. It will give me a project to work on while you are gone.
Sometimes his wife's ideas nearly tuckered him out. This tournament thing is in your hands. I don't plan to do anything but be there.
We'll talk about it when you come home.
Little Jack started to get squirmy and fussy in his arms. Geordie preferred to duck out on this part of fatherhood. It was like trying to hang on to a slippery catfish fresh from the water. He always worried that the baby would slip out of his grasp. I think he's hungry.
Nope. Listen to the little grunts. He's talking to you.
What do you mean?
Those are the noises that tell you he is making fudge in his diaper.
Ugh, I think you should take him.
She laughed. Why me? He is your child, too.
The diaper will need changing. I don't do that.
I thought about that yesterday morning. I think it's time you learned.
I never heard of a man changing a diaper. She stood and lifted the baby from his arms.
Then you can be the first. Follow me into the house. This is a teaching moment.
Sierra,
I strongly advise that you take advantage of this opportunity.
The tone of her voice suggested he should not get into a fuss with her over this issue. So he got up and followed. Promise you won't tell anybody else I did this.
Why not? The boss should be an example for the fathers on this ranch.
May 1876. Chapter 15. Geordie figured that a cattle drive was the hardest work a rancher and his cowhands could take on. Dodge City was about 450 miles from the Lucky 5 ranch, if not many twists and turns were required to navigate the rugged trails. The herd could make 25 miles daily, but pushed that distance, cattle would suffer and lose weight, which meant too many dollars dropped in the dust. A 15-mile average was the goal. A month, perhaps a bit more, or with luck, a few days less, was the best he could hope for. He and the married hands who were eager to get home could cover at least 50 miles a day on the journey back, likely more since each man had been allocated 2 extra horses. A strong horse could travel 100 miles, but that pace risked leaving a rider on his feet in the middle of nowhere. Besides, Jack had always taught him to treat the horses and other critters with kindness. The golden rule applies to all God's creatures, Jack had admonished. 100 miles pace would be torture to the mount, and he knew Magni, with frequent rests, could do half that at best. They were only 4 days out now. Geordie rode to the rear of the ocean of cattle that fanned out over the prairie. He chose this location for an overview that would allow him to ride to any spot where he might see potential problems. With the massive cloud of dust forming a gray curtain behind the herd as they crossed dry prairie grasslands on the stretch of the drive, however, he was nearly blinded as the grit burned his eyes and caked his face.
He reined Buster, his buckskin stallion, westward, so he could move to the side of the herd. When he angled back north, he met up with Abel Burke, one of the former Buffalo soldiers Tej Marshall had hired out to him for the drive. Abel was working a few stragglers back into the herd. Jordy helped him until the critters rejoined the herd. Then he and Abel rode side by side for a spell, yelling at each other as they spoke because of the bawling of cattle and low rumbling thunder of hooves in the background. Abel was a young man about his own age, quiet and reserved. The ladies would find Abel a handsome devil, Jordy thought. He always seemed to find time to shave, leaving a narrow mustache above his lip. He was not a tall man and had a slight build, but his body was sheathed with muscle, reminding Jordy of a hungry mountain cat. He did not know much about Abel's history, but had ridden with him on what he thought of as Jack's last ride, and he trusted this man with light, mahogany-colored skin. "Easy enough so far. We should come to a shallow river in an hour or two. Biscuit and Bram should be there now and have camp set up when we get there. Water for man and beast. I hope there's decent grazing." Biscuit Banks was the chuck house cook and had moved his pots and pans to the chuck wagon for the drive. Bram Potts, not quite 20 years of age, was Skinner for the supply wagon mule teams and helped Biscuit with feeding the cowhands. "Shallow rivers. That's my kind," Abel said. Abel could not swim and harbored a deep fear of rivers, especially after nearly drowning in the Pecos River on Jack's last ride to recover horses stolen from Sierra, his previously unknown granddaughter. "I'm told we shouldn't hit anything like the Pecos this route, not the steep banks and all, anyhow. The one we're coming to is called the Little Sandy, according to the map I dug up in the library, and shouldn't reach above your waist at its deepest." "Did you see the rider, Jordy?" "What rider?" "Feller's been trailing us since mid-morning. Might be just looking for supper. On the other hand, maybe not. Ain't seen him for a few hours. Way to the west. I scouted for the 10th, trying to turn up Comanches. Got used to noticing things. Had to, or lose my scalp. We'll see if a stranger rides in looking for a meal tonight. If he doesn't, we'd better add another nighthawk or two. Glad I hired some extra hands. Thanks for telling me. I'll count on you to keep a lookout." Abel nodded, and Jordy nudged his buckskin ahead, Magni falling in beside horse and rider. He decided he would try to catch up with the wagons and assess the layout of the grazing in the river before the herd arrived. The rider cited by Abel Burke troubled him. He was glad he had taken on extra hands. He had ended up with Roper Hawley, Abel Burke, and Nick Iverson from Lucky 5 Freighting. The ranch crew included Henry and Pete Gerlach, Juan Cortez, Dan Flanagan, Cooper Derry, Possum Crowell, and, of course, Biscuit and Bram. However, Juan had just turned 15, was untested, and had joined the drive with the reluctant consent of his parents. The Gerlach brothers were likewise of unknown capabilities in the event of a gunfight. He hoped Henry, the sullen older brother, would be better with a gun than he was as a drover. Jordy did not trust that one alone with any task. Laziness was the boy's biggest downfall, and he bristled at any order. He was not somebody a man could count on if trouble hit. With the 6 temporary hands Jordy had hired on, that gave him 18 men and boys, including himself, who could handle weapons if necessary. Jordy had heard of 10 men driving a herd of 3,000 critters to market. That would take some doing, but it would cut payday costs. Jack had always tended to have a few more men than he needed to get by with. He said there was always work on a ranch, and he did not like things left undone. Jordy knew, though, that Jack found it hard to turn down a good man looking for a job, so he would find an excuse for taking on a down-to-his-last-chip visitor. Of course, even a saddle bum not interested in work could get fed for a meal or two at the Lucky Five's chuck house, and the mysterious rider, if he intended no harm, would be welcome for supper tonight. Biscuit and Bram had the chuck wagon set up near a cluster of cottonwood trees that were within easy walking distance to the river, with the supply wagon pulled in behind them to form a V, presumably to fashion both fortress and windbreak for the fires. Bram was leading a team of mules to the river to drink when Geordie rode up to the campsite. 2 cook fires had already been started. It appeared cooking would be on a fire fed by cottonwood fuel. That would have displeased Biscuit. He hated cottonwood for a cooking fire. Biscuit peered out from behind the chuck wagon, his craggy face with the drooping white mustache offering a frown and a nod for a greeting. Geordie dismounted, hitched Buster to one of the mesquite bushes that were scattered about the area, and strolled over to the wagon and told Magni to stay, since he was uncertain about how Biscuit might feel about a dog sniffing around the chuck wagon, especially if the dog took a notion to piss on the wheel. Biscuit was searching for something in one of the wagon boxes and ignored him. The cook certainly did not dress to impress the ladies or anyone else, Geordie thought. The front brim of a battered hat was pinned up to the crown, and suspenders held up baggy breeches to just below a watermelon belly on an otherwise scrawny body. The trouser legs were tucked into worn, cracked boots that had more than a few gashes dug through the leather. Geordie towered over the cook, but he trod carefully around Biscuit and was a bit wary of the old-timer's tongue. Jack Wills was the only man Biscuit had ever shown deference or respect for, and Geordie did not expect to ever win approval. He just steered clear most of the time and let the bean master run his wagon. Geordie asked the obvious, instantly wanting to take the words back. "Looking for something?" Biscuit straightened up, cocked his head to one side and stared at his employer. "Now that ain't the dumbest question I've heard, but it's in the race." He pulled 2 ladles from the box and closed and latched the hatch. "You want something?" he asked. "Just checking to get the lay of the land here. I like your location." "Don't matter if you do or don't. Ain't moving," Geordie said. "The herd is about 2 hours back. Should be here before dark easy enough." "We'll be ready. Beans, biscuit, and apple cobbler tonight. Flapjacks for breakfast." "They all sound good. They call this trail we're following Devil's Road, is what I was told by our neighbor at the Running R. He had never been on it before, but he said others have told him it was the most direct route to Dodge. I didn't ask, but have you heard of it?" "No, you didn't ask. But the neighbor's right. It is called Devil's Road, mostly from the Comanche days. Water's good along the way and enough grazing for a big herd, but there's a good number of canyons and a fair amount of rough country suited to ambushes or hiding out by no-goods. We'll pass along the east edge of Palo Duro Canyon, an old Comanche stomping grounds, where the red devils would come up them canyon walls and pour over the top all at once, just like damn ghosts or something. Been there with some rangers when that happened, me and Jack and Rudy, before Jack picked you up as a stray." "You never told me you rode with Jack and Rudy. I knew you came to the Lucky 5 with Jack when he moved out to West Texas." "You never asked. You always steered clear of me like you was afeard of me or something. The Texas Rangers is where I took up baking biscuits and got my tag." He paused and looked up at Geordie with those piercing blue eyes. "I was afraid of you," Geordie said. "Just kept my distance as a boy, and I guess it got to be a habit. Jack never talked much about his ranger days." The old ranch cook was silent a moment, and Geordie waited for a tart reply. Then Biscuit nodded. "Now, when we cross the Red River and hit Indian territory, we go through rough country called No Man's Land before we make our way into Kansas, which ain't so bad. Ain't been there, but never heard anything good about No Man's Land. I'd worry more about the human snakes there than the rattling kind. At least rattlers generally give a man a warning if he pays attention." "I'll get out of your way now, Biscuit. We'll talk again. Soon." He wheeled and strode to his buckskin. "Let's go, Magni." Biscuit was a previously undiscovered link to Jack. It was time they got acquainted. This grumpy, outspoken man was a quarry of information waiting to be mined. He chided himself for not trying to know Biscuit Banks long ago. Chapter 16. Simon Gerlach sat on a sandstone boulder near the mouth of the little canyon, where Rhonda had told him he should await the appearance of Angry Wolf. After the meeting with Stagg 2 months earlier, Stagg had decided that Gerlach should not personally meet the Comanche until plans for the raid were firmed up. He was wary that information might find its way to others if left to ferment too long, and he seemed constantly alert to shielding his involvement in any illegal enterprise. All Angry Wolf would know is that Gerlach had a proposal to make to the reservation-jumping warriors. He found himself increasingly nervous and agitated. It was nearly noon, and the blinding sun roasted him in a manner more appropriate to July than May. His bay gelding was hitched to a scrub tree some 20 feet into the canyon's interior and was dancing about nervously, likely thirsty. Well, it could wait. He studied the horse. Fine example of good horse flesh. He would need to get the Lucky 5 brand altered. 5 dots lined up like they would appear on dice. That shouldn't be hard to fix. Henry had somehow cut the horse out of the herd and brought the animal home for his paw. Good boy. Maybe he was learning something useful working for that outfit. Suddenly, a vice-like grip closed on his chin, and his head was yanked back. He felt the cold steel of a knife blade on his throat and piss running down his inner thigh. His teeth were clenched together by the pressure, and he could not speak. A voice came from behind him. "What you called?" He could not open his mouth and moaned in his effort to speak. The grip relaxed some. "Gerlach. Simon Gerlach." "Why Lucky 5 horse?" "Just bought the critter." "Lie." The knife eased away from Gerlach's throat, and his head was released from the man's hold. His attacker slipped around the stone and stood in front of him. Comanche, of course. Dark, squat man with shoulder-length hair and a green rag circling his head just above the brow. A jagged scar tracked down his right cheek from below the eye to his cheekbone, giving him a menacing appearance. Gerlach saw no one else and not even this man's horse, but he suspected there were others nearby, choosing not to be seen. Comanches had always made him jumpy, even when he was trading with the devils. He had seen the results of their butchery too often and had no desire to be on the wrong end of their blades. Best fighters anywhere to have on a man's side. But there could be no more frightful enemy, as far as he was concerned. The Comanche was silently studying him, and it made Gerlach edgy. "Sounds like you speak American. Are you Angry Wolf?" "White man call me that name. Most not talk Comanche, too stupid to learn. I speak the English tongue. We talk now." "Okay if I stand up?" Angry Wolf shrugged. "No matter." Gerlach got up and asked, "How many warriors you got?" Angry Wolf lifted both hands and raised 3 fingers on one. "And me." Gerlach understood that to mean 9 men, including Angry Wolf, were available. "That should be enough. I need men to help me rustle and drive cattle to the Comanche War Trail." "Where cattle?" "Lucky 5 Ranch. You recognize the brand. Do you know the place?" "No." "Rancher is Comanche friend." "Jack Wills?" "He's done saddled a cloud." "Dead." "Know that. Comanche not attack his place. No matter now. How much?" $1 for each animal delivered to the buyers on the Comanche War Trail, plus all the horses you can cut out while you're at the ranch. If we can take a few women and kids to sell in Mexico, you get half if you go with me to find buyers. No buyers on other side Pecos River. Not good to take people to sell anymore. Bring army out and cause big trouble. Cows, horses, yes. People, no. We help steal animals. Not people. Gorlatch decided to think on this. Mostly he wanted his wife and the Jackson bitch. Maybe he would have to settle for killing. Will you help with the critters? Tell me how you do this. You want many cows, I think. At least 300 or 400. I'd like more, but we gotta move out fast and get them to the war trail pronto. Push the critters more than I'd like. Not no numbers, but soldiers could run us down. Soldiers come, Comanche go, Angry Wolf said. Tell me what you plan. I want to hit in 3 days. Most of the ranch hands are gone on a cattle drive to Kansas. They've been out 4 or 5 moons now. Give them time to get a little more distance up the trail. There won't be more than 3 or 4 good men at the ranch. Ain't enough to stop us. If they got sense, they won't even try. But if they don't, they'll be damn sorry they did. I'm sure you know trails that will get us where we're headed the quickest way possible. Army won't come. This is a civilian matter. Sheriff won't do nothing. No deputy, nobody. Not that many able-bodied galoots in San Angelo. And by the time they'd gather up a posse, you'd have your gold in your hands and be long gone. Gorlatch could see that Angry Wolf was doubtful. You need money if you stay off the reservation, or some gold coins in your pocket would make life more tolerable there. Buy you a pretty little squaw or something. You are fool. Not like you much. $2. $2 a head. Won't have nothing left for me. I can't do that. The Comanche turned to leave. Oh, hell, $2 then. But we got to get away with 400 animals then. Angry Wolf slowly pivoted. Where we meet you? When? Do you know where I live? Yes, by Lucky 5. Faint traces of a smile appeared. You good neighbor, huh? Gorlatch ignored the Indian's apparent attempt at humor. Be at my place at sunrise 3 days from now. That's 3 moons. I know days, Angry Wolf said, as he shot Gorlatch a contemptuous look and then hurried into the canyon, where he seemed to disappear into the rock wall. Gorlatch was uneasy about the crew he had hired. He never had trusted Comanches, and this Angry Wolf had done nothing to change his mind. It pained him to lay out more money, but he needed to scrounge up a few white men to help with the task. He just was not taken to the notion of being the only white man working with a gang of savages. He wondered if his old trading partner, Tooth Weaver, was in Stagville. He had heard that the former Comanchero did a fair amount of business there. Regardless, the company town was the place to find somebody of the sort he was looking for. Chapter 17. Geordie strolled along the south bank of the little sandy river, Magni at his side. The natural barrier helped keep the herd under control. The sun had started to drop behind the rolling hills to the west, and he had put 2 night riders on the north side of the river, so the cattle could drink but would not cross and take off on their own. 2 riders would circle the herd in opposite directions throughout the night. He had another wrangler watching the remuda to guard the horses. He loved the moonlit night with the cattle herd grazing nearby, listening to the occasional blowing, some of the nearer critters chewing their cuds and the periodic bawling of a steer or cow here and there. He heard one of the riders singing in the distance, but the voice was so soft he could identify neither song nor words. He suspected the singer was Dan Flanagan, who, with his Comanche wife, Songbird, had arrived at the ranch just short of a year earlier. The young red-haired Irishman had experienced a brief career with Comancheros, but had changed courses and become one of their most reliable men. Often one of the night riders would sing, and it seemed to calm the herd. Magni froze and growled, so Geordie paused and stepped off to the side of the trail. He did not hear or see a sign of anything that might disturb the dog, but by now he had learned not to doubt him. Magni's eyes were now focused down the deer trail behind them. Finally, Geordie could see a shadowy figure moving in his direction. Bram Potts called out in a voice that was barely above a whisper.
"Mr. Jackson, you down here?"
Geordie stepped out. "Just ahead of you, Bram." Bram was breathless when he caught up, and he was obviously excited about something, and his words came out in clusters.
"Biscuit sent me to get you."
"What's the trouble?"
"None yet, but Biscuit, he's worried."
Bram took another deep breath and seemed to regroup.
"Dan rode in quick-like and said Henry Gerlach was gone. Asked Biscuit to get somebody out to help him. Biscuit says you should know."
Geordie was already headed back to camp with Magni several paces ahead of him. When he got there, Biscuit was standing next to the chuck wagon, not far from the cook fire's dying embers.
"Sent Cooper Derry out to help Dan with night guard,"
Biscuit said. Geordie said, "I'll saddle Buster and ride out and talk to him. I may be a spell. Maybe you and Bram could alert the others. Likely no problem, but you never know. I've been concerned about that kid. Don't know what to make of him, especially since he's still got ties to his father." Geordie retrieved his stallion, and he had just swung into the saddle when 2 gunshots broke the calm of the Texas prairie. The shots did not come from across the river, so he figured the night riders were in trouble. He headed along the edge of the herd with Magni matching his pace. He heard more gunfire as he rode and saw that the herd was getting nervous, some of the cattle starting to turn away from the racket and the bawling increasing and more frantic. He hoped that someone at the camp recognized the danger and rousted the hands out to control the herd. The devastation that would result from a stampede was unthinkable. As he circled to the south, he saw a lonely horse standing next to a fallen man on the ground, and on the far side of the herd, riders among the cattle, cutting animals away from the herd. He guessed there could be as many as 10 riders. A rifle cracked, and one of the rustlers dropped into the frantic melee of cattle. If the gunshot wound did not kill him, the herd's countless hooves would mash him into the hard ground and finish the work. He angled Buster toward the downed rider he had first sighted in his path, fearing it was one of his own men, and in a few minutes was at the man's side. Cooper Derry. Dead. Slug in the back of his head. Another in the side of it. Odd. The gunman had to have been up close to place those shots in the darkness. Cooper was barely past 20 years of age, a good-natured young man with a deep Mississippi drawl. Everybody loved Coop. And now his journey was over. Geordie would pick up his body later, but now he had other work to do. Geordie mounted his horse and headed east along the rear of the herd, where he spotted another man in the glow of the moonlight, obviously the rifleman who had dropped the rustler. This one was stretched out on the ground behind his horse's carcass. It had to be Dan Flanagan. The rifle fired again, and Geordie heard a scream, but he could barely make out the rustler's forms from this vantage. He could see, however, that riders were inching out of the herd and regrouping, moving in their direction. He called to Flanagan. "Dan, it's Geordie. I'm riding your way." Flanagan got to his knees and waved. "Your company's welcome, boss man." When he reached the night rider, Geordie pulled his Winchester from its scabbard and leaped off the buckskin, slapping the horse's rump to move him out of the line of fire. He knew Buster would not wander far and would return at the sound of his whistle. He had lost track of Magni, but knew the dog would not have strayed far. He moved next to Flanagan, sharing the dead horse's cover. "You're damn good with that rifle, Dan." "Army sniper." "They're going to come for us," Geordie said. "Hope we got help on the way." "I'm counting on it." "Did you see Coop?" "I heard 2 gunshots over his way." "Dead. 2 slugs in his head. Had to be close up." Magni slipped up beside Geordie, easing any concern for the dog. "Henry Gerlach, it was him, that slimy son of a bitch," Flanagan said. "I saw him headed that way. He's the reason Coop was out here.
Deserting his post, as we'd say in the Army. I never saw Gerlach as a killer, just thought he was a no-good. But I cut him slack because I didn't come to the Lucky Five with the best recommendations myself. Coop wouldn't have thought nothing of Gerlach riding up to him. Figured he was just returning to work, relieving him maybe. That's what I figured. Henry Gerlach is obviously working with the rustlers. I'm wondering if old Simon Gerlach isn't behind this, maybe hiding out downriver someplace. I can't see him risking a bullet. Flanagan said, "And where is Henry now? Do you think his brother Pete is in on it too?" I would never have thought it, but I can't say. Doesn't matter right now. He pointed to the riders headed their way. We got company to deal with. He pointed to the rustlers racing their mounts toward the two men and dropped to the ground to grab some cover behind the dead horse. "Down, Magni." The dog lowered his big body, crouching and hugging the earth. Geordie watched the rustlers approaching, he guessed about 50 yards away. There would be serious gunfire in moments, and he tensed for the attack, not only because they were outnumbered, but because he did not want to spook an already restless cattle herd. "They're splitting, Geordie. They're going to try to circle us. I count 9. You work from the right, and I'll do my best from the left side. They're moving targets, but we can make them out in the moonlight, especially when they try to move in closer." "Did you ever try to shoot from a galloping horse?" "Can't say that I have." Flanagan said, "Few can do it, and even come close to their target. I don't care whether my target is on the run or standing like a fence post, so long as I got my own self planted someplace. Hell, I would fall off my horse trying to fire a rifle from a running mount. Pistol don't help none. Less range and still the moving messes up the aim. That don't mean we don't stay covered as best we can. Got enough lead raining down. A piece of it is apt to get lucky." Geordie had never thought about that, but he figured an ex-army sniper should know what he was talking about. It encouraged him some, and he figured that maybe the odds were better for the good guys than he had imagined. Then he had doubts when rifles cracked a few times and a slug drove into the horse's carcass just inches from his head. He heard Flanagan's rifle blast before he turned his attention to his adversaries, who were sweeping around the trapped men, first swinging south, then turning, heading back north before pivoting and repeating the maneuver, each time inching nearer. He fired twice before finding a home for a slug that appeared to catch a rider in his shoulder. The rustler dropped his rifle but remained saddled, and clutching his shoulder, rode away from the parade. Another charged the besieged men with Colt revolver blazing. Geordie remained patient, taking careful aim before he squeezed his Winchester's trigger and propelled lead into the rider's chest. Instantly, he plunged from his mount's back and fell face down into the dust. The other riders backed away now. There were 2, but there should be 3. One must have peeled off. He turned around just as he heard the ferocious roar and saw Magni leaping through the air like an attacking mountain lion, landing on a man astride a big spotted horse that was now rearing and bucking in fear. The dog's jaws closed on the rider's throat, and he dropped the rifle that had been aimed at the defenders' backs. The man toppled off the horse, and Magni dropped with him, his teeth still locked in the soft flesh of the man's neck, his savage growling muffled by his closed mouth. The frightened horse raced away. Geordie was stunned silent. He had never seen a dog leap that far and high, like a monstrous winged gargoyle, the mythic creature he had read about in one of Jack's books as a child. The gunfire had stopped, and only the bawling of the cattle and the growling of the dog broke the quiet of the night. He turned to Flanagan, who leaned back against the fallen horse, tying his kerchief around his upper thigh. "Dan, were you hit?" "The bastard your dogs got down put one in the back of my thigh. The others have hightailed it out, what's left of them." "I'll be right with you." He swung back to Magni some 30 feet away. "Magni, stop!" he yelled. "Stop!" The dog obeyed, but crouched only a few feet from his motionless victim,
ready to attack if the man threatened again. Flanagan said, "Tend to that feller first. He looks to be in worse shape than me." Geordie hurried over to the downed rustler and knelt beside the crumpled form. He knew instantly that the man was dead. He rolled the body over so he could confirm his conclusion, and the bloodied head flopped at a strange angle. He looked closer and saw that the dog's powerful jaws had chewed half through the neck, much longer than it would have been severed from the body. He had seen enough. He got up. "Come, Magni." The dog followed. "Feller dead?" Flanagan asked. "Yep. Your dog likely saved both our hides." "Yeah. I guess I never knew what to expect of him in a situation like this." "Well, boss, now you know. You got a first-class critter to cover your back." "I guess I do at that." He reached down and scratched Magni's ears. "Good dog, Magni. You did your dad proud tonight." Geordie got down beside Flanagan. "Now, we've got to get you out of here and back to camp. I hear voices. I think the outfit's getting the cattle quieted some." "Hey, Geordie, that you over there?" He recognized the voice of Roper Hawley, one of the former Buffalo soldiers from the freighting company. His deep, melodious voice was unmistakable. "Yeah, come on in, Roper. Dan's been hit. We need to get him back to camp so Biscuit can take a look at him." As Roper emerged from the night shadows, Geordie saw that he was leading a second horse besides his own, a sorrel gelding with the body draped and hitched over the back. As soon as Roper reached him, Geordie confirmed that the corpse was Cooper Derry's. Roper, a lean, muscle-sheathed African, stood 6.5 feet tall, the only man on the crew taller than Geordie. He had fought Apache and Comanche with the man on the journey to recover Sierra's horses. Roper Hawley was a born warrior. Roper said, "Crew's out and the boys are getting the cattle calmed. Rustlers that y'all didn't shoot out of the saddle didn't like the odds no more and headed down river, maybe 4 or 5 of them. You got a dead one off behind me. Looks to be one on the ground here." He nodded at Magni's kill. "I can't see how many to the east." "2 dead," Flanagan said. "Hit another, but he rode off." "Another wounded from this side," Geordie said. "So they likely don't have more than half their gang left. We should be rid of this bunch, but we'll probably put an extra man or 2 on night guard." "Makes sense," Flanagan said. Geordie noticed that Buster had returned. "If we can get Dan here up on my buckskin, we'll head back to camp. Maybe you can stroll along with me. We will leave the rustlers' bodies out here and bury what's left tomorrow." "Did you happen to see Henry Gerlach anyplace?" "Yeah, I did. He was riding around behind the herd like he was lost or something, crying like a squalling baby. I come up behind him and he looked like he pissed his britches. Went for his gun, but so damn clumsy, it never cleared before I had my peacemaker leveled near a foot from his ear. Something wrong with that boy." "Where is he now?" "I called Possum over and asked him to take the kid to camp. Relieved him of his rifle and revolver first." "It appears Henry killed Coop." "I wouldn't have believed it before tonight. But the kid I seen a while ago was crazy enough to kill. I'm guessing he didn't know how to get to the men he was working with, and was scared for his life. He should be." Chapter 18. The rustlers had been turned away, at least for now, and the cattle herd had calmed. Geordie figured he should be celebrating, but a young cowhand had lost his life this evening, and another who had killed him sat with his back leaning against one of the supply wagon's wheels, with his wrists tied to the spokes. The wagon had been rolled to the camp's edge so Henry Gerlach could be questioned privately. Cooper Derry had been a fine young man, hard-working, likable, smarter than most. He carried the promise of a future that would have found a modest prosperity and a fulfilling life, likely bringing love and a family someday. And nobody knew a damn thing about him. As was the case of so many who ventured into the West, he had avoided talking of his past. The early pages of Coop's life story had been torn up and tossed to the wind. Geordie was aware of no mother or sister to whom he would ordinarily write condolences and inform of Cooper's tragic death. He was just gone. In the morning, they would bury him under the big cottonwood nearest the trail and move on, and that would be the end of Cooper's story. There you would join the ranks of the countless unknown dead strewn across the western hills and prairies, most of whom had been seeking a better life, or running from a worse one. A scattering of the crew gathered around the campfire. Bram was brewing more coffee to fill empty tin cups. The night guard had been doubled, and Geordie stood a half-dozen paces from the prisoner who had returned to camp with Possum, not realizing that others were aware of his betrayal. Upon Geordie's return, he had ordered the young man bound to the wagon. Informed that Pete Gerlach had done more than his share in containing the herd, Geordie decided the boy knew nothing about his brother's scheme, but he did not want him around while Henry was being interrogated. So he ordered that Pete remain with the night guards.
"Dan's doing good."
Geordie turned and found that Biscuit had come up behind him. "You got the slug out then?"
"Yeah. Had to wait while we got him liquored up some. Tough cuss. Nary a whimper when I was digging for the lead. So long as blood poison don't set in, he'll be riding in 3 days' time. Go easy at first, I'd say."
"Glad to hear that. I'm going to talk with Henry. Your company would be welcome." Biscuit did not reply, but walked with Geordie to the wagon where Henry Gerlach was anchored. He looked down at the young man with the patchy peach fuzz beard and shoulder-length tangled hair. Henry stared back with fearful eyes. "I'm going to ask you some questions, Henry. I'd better get some straight answers, or I'm going to cut off your balls and stuff them down your lying throat. And that's just the beginning. Understand?" Henry sniffled, and tears began to roll down his cheeks. "Yes, sir." "Why did you kill Cooper Derry?" "He drawed on me. Don't know why. Had to shoot him to protect myself." The kid was as dumb as he was mean. He had just admitted to the killing. "You are lying to me, boy." Geordie slipped his skinning knife out of the sheath at his waist, bent over, unfastened Henry's belt, and tugged the trousers open. No, Henry whimpered. "I killed him. Come up to him and shot him. They told me to take the night riders out. That was my job." "So you were working with the rustlers?" "Didn't want to. Had to." "What do you mean?" "Paul said that was my job, to help get the cattle, do what the rustlers head man told me. Help any way I could." "Your Paul's out there?" "No, sir. He said he had other business back home." "But this rustling was his plan. These men were working for your father." "I don't know how it come to be. I'm telling the truth. I don't know nothing about that. I just did what Paul said." "How many men were with the rustling gang?" "Don't know for sure. I've been meeting up with a man called Toad, a short, wide feller with pop eyes. I'm guessing there wasn't more than a dozen. Please don't hurt me. I'm telling you the truth. I am, I swear. I never killed a man before. What are you going to do with me?" Geordie was quiet for a time. "I'll have to ponder that." He turned and walked away, Biscuit falling in beside him on his right side, Magni to his left. When they were out of Henry Gerlach's hearing distance, he stopped. Biscuit turned and looked at him questioningly, but didn't say a word. Geordie spoke softly. "Jack always said a man was entitled to his day in court, no matter what kind of worthless pile of horse shit he might be."
"Jack killed his share of men."
"In the line of duty, maybe. Name one that he took into custody and strung up or shot in cold blood like a rabid skunk." "Rudy said he never did."
"Won't argue with Rudy on that. No man I ever respected more than Jack, but we had our disagreements. I always favored quick justice. Damn waste of time and taxpayer money hauling outlaws into the courts."
Geordie did not see lynching as justice. Acceptance of any exception was to ultimately endorse the mindless mob, and then no man or woman would be safe. He supposed Jack had planted that notion in his head, but it made sense. There would be no lynching. No hanging, he said. We'll be hauling a prisoner for days. When you find a lawman in a one-horse town, he might take the prisoner in, but after we're gone, he will be turned loose. What's a lawman going to do? He can't charge a man if the witnesses have hightailed it. Only chance of keeping that kid locked up would be for us to stay around for a trial. What about the herd? And then the law wranglers would likely get him off. They got things they call jurisdiction and all kinds of legal manipulations that would get in the way of trying a feller dragged in from off the trail. Forget about justice in the courts. I'll consider what you have said, Geordie said. Right now, I want to talk with the men. He don't deserve it. But I'll get the kid coffee with a spot of whiskey in it to calm him down some. Maybe a biscuit or two. Free one hand up for a bit while he eats. It occurred to Geordie that Biscuit was being uncharacteristically kind to a boy he had wanted to hang just a few minutes earlier. Need some help? Nope. I can handle it. Roper, Abel, Possum, and young Juan were sitting near the remnants of a dying fire when Geordie walked over. He stopped by the fire. Would you fellas see to digging a proper grave for Coop first thing in the morning? We'll need another wide, shallow hole for the bodies we pick up off the prairie where the herd's grazing. Dig that out in the open, a good distance from Coop's. I will get some others to work collecting corpses. We'll take care of it, boss, Roper said. Later, Geordie personally released the prisoner, who complained of mild nausea and stomach cramping, and escorted him some distance away so he could relieve himself. Geordie disregarded the complaint, figuring that if he was facing the threat of a necktie party, his belly would be cramping too. Afterward, Geordie re-anchored the wrist bonds near the bottom of the wheel so the young man could stretch out some, and then retrieved the killer's bedroll, staying long enough to help get some blankets wrapped about him. Comfort did not concern Geordie given the warm, balmy evening and the fact that the prisoner had murdered a good man just hours earlier. Geordie laid out his own bedroll less than 30 feet from the wagon, confident Magni would warn him of any escape attempt. As he lay under the star-spangled sky, his dog curled up beside him. He feared sleep would not find him this night. With so many decisions to be made by morning, his brain would not shut down. And he worried that he was not finished with Simon Gerlach, who had quickly earned a place as his nemesis. If Gerlach had indeed planned the attempt to run off Lucky Five cattle, why had he not joined the rustlers who were working with his eldest son to cut out a chunk of this herd? Exhaustion won out, however, and Geordie soon dropped off into a deep slumber. He was awakened a few hours later by Magni's whining and reached for his Colt resting in the holster rolled up in his gun belt just under the blanket beside him. He sat up and saw that the dog was standing and staring in the direction of the supply wagon. Geordie saw what had grabbed the dog's attention. The shadowy form of Henry Gerlach rolling and thrashing about on the ground. He slipped out of the bedroll, pulled on his breeches, and hurried stocking-footed to the young man's side. He knelt beside Henry Gerlach and saw that his entire body was engulfed in spasms, only choking noises coming from his throat, as if he were desperate to suck in air. Geordie untied the ropes that bound the sick prisoner's wrists, noticing that even the hands and arms spasmed as they were being released. Geordie felt helpless to assist the sick man. He had never seen anything like it. He decided to roust Biscuit out, but then the body suddenly relaxed. He saw a booted foot nudge the still body's ribs and looked up. Biscuit stood across from him, his face impassive. "Young Henry's just escaped the noose," he said, before he wheeled and walked away. Geordie wondered if hanging would not have been kinder than whatever ailment had possessed the kid. Or was it an ailment? a natural death. Biscuit had fed him just hours earlier, even surrendered a cup of coffee. And he happened to be awake and nearby when Henry died. Could he have been responsible? Poison of some kind? He stood up and drug Henry's body around and pushed it under the wagon, covering it with a blanket till it could be buried after sunrise. Then it struck him. Jack told him once about a man who had died like this. He had been warning Geordie about the dangers of using a drug commonly used for constipation, or what many cowhands called clogged guts. Strychnine. He knew Biscuit kept the drug in the chuck wagon and dispensed it to a bound-up cowhand on occasion, taking care to provide a small dose. Some ranchers used the stuff for rat poison or to kill other unwelcome varmints. But Jack had feared using it, because strychnine might as easily be picked up by a dog, cat, or other welcome guests. What he suspected could never be proven. And if he could prove that Biscuit killed Henry Gerlach, then what? Like Biscuit had said, it was unlikely he would be tried for murder, and if so, in ranch country a jury would probably award him a medal for killing a rustler. Now he needed to inform Pete. He did not want the boy to learn about his brother's death from one of the other hands. Pete was with the night guards on the far side of the herd, so he walked toward the remuda with Magni at his heels to retrieve and saddle Buster. Perhaps a ride would clear his head. He could forget about sleep anyway. When Geordie pulled Pete from the night guards, the boy was obviously puzzled. They headed toward camp, away from the other hands and riding their mounts at no more than a walk, before Geordie reined in the buckskin, and Pete followed suit. "I needed to talk to you alone, Pete."
"Figured as much. Am I in trouble?"
"No. You're turning into a first-rate cowhand, and we're glad to have you at the Lucky Five. It's about your brother."
"I didn't have nothing to do with this skullduggery. Didn't know he was up to rustling. Got to admit, I didn't know why he come along. He hates working cattle or anything to do with ranching."
"I hate to have to tell you this, Pete. Henry's dead." Pete was silent for some moments, and Geordie could not make out his face in the darkness to tell how the boy was handling the news of his brother's death. Finally, Pete spoke.
"Did you string him up?"
"No, we didn't, Pete. That would never have happened here. I would have turned him over to the law someplace. He got sick during the night. I don't know what happened. Magni woke me up, and I went over to see what was wrong. He was dead a few minutes after I got to him."
"Think he killed himself?"
"I don't see how. But I cannot say he didn't."
"Can I pick a place and bury him myself? We never got along, but he was my brother. My blood, of course. I'll get somebody to help you. Okay if I ask Possum? Me and him's friends." "Sure. Go right ahead."
After sunrise and a hurried breakfast, a burial crew harvested the rustler corpses and buried the bodies in a mass grave. Pete Gerlach and Possum buried Henry 30 feet south of Cooper Derry's grave, under the cottonwood tree, and placed a granite rock at the head, evidently, Geordie thought, with the illusion the burial spot might be found again someday. Folks traveling across this lonely land did that, he supposed, to try to hang to the hope of returning to the spot someday, and touching the lurking spirit of the loved one left behind. Abel Burke read some words from his Bible over Henry Gerlach's grave, where only Geordie, Possum, and Pete joined him. Abel also read as a larger cluster of hands gathered about Cooper Derry's final resting place. Geordie and several of the cowhands shared thoughts and remembrances about what they knew of Coop's life, which did not add up to much. And then the outfit saddled up to make the Sandy River crossing with the herd. Chapter 19. Simon Gerlach sat astride a black gelding he had purchased in Stagville. The man called Tooth Weaver mounted on a bay gelding less than a dozen feet to his right. To Weaver's right was a man Tooth had drug along as part of their bargain, a dirty little man who might reach 5 feet tall in his boots and who smelled like a rotting animal corpse. Tooth called his friend Beast, and he looked like one, his face covered with a filthy black beard and a huge unibrow above his eyes that stretched to his untrimmed beard. Strangely, he wore a soiled black coat and string bow tie over a stocky frame, and a stovepipe hat perched on top of his head. Gerlach assumed Beast talked, but he had yet to hear him utter a word, even though the 2 men had stayed overnight at his house. They were positioned on a bluff overlooking the Lucky 5 ranch lands, set in the broad valley between the North and Middle Concho rivers. The headquarters site was no more than a mile distant. This was where they were to rendezvous with Angry Wolf and his Comanche band. It was mid-morning, and Gerlach found himself trembling with anticipation. He wanted to strike before noon, and it would take a half hour to reach the headquarters from here, by the time they descended the narrow trail to the flatlands below, and he should give the Comanches extra time to get to the herd. Esther would be at headquarters, and Henry had told him how to locate her house. He wondered about Henry and how many cattle they had made off with. That job should be finished by now, and the rustled cattle well on their way to the Comanche war trail that would take them south, where their herds would meet up with the cattle that would move out from the Lucky 5 today. With a bit of luck, he expected the 2 stolen herds would reach the merging point within a day or 2 of each other. "Hey, Thyman, where's your redskin friends? Past due, I'd say." He turned to Weaver, who had a 3-toothed grin that seemed to be engraved on his face below a handlebar mustache. Seemingly ever-present, the smile was highlighted by a gleaming gold front tooth set between the other 2. "Looks like a damned rabbit," Gerlach thought. He didn't like the man, but there was none better to bring along to a gunfight. "They'll be here, and you likely won't hear or see them until they want you to. Damned Indians make my skin crawl. Don't know why you rounded them up for the job. If you'd told me you was doing this, I could have found some white men to help. I don't trust those devils." Beast uttered a grunt, which Gerlach took as agreement. Tooth said, "You want Beast and me to go to the headquarters with you?" "Why?" "Ain't your concern." "Is, if I'm going to chance getting my brains blowed away." "Won't be hardly nobody there. Most went on the drive north. Those that get wind of the Comanche scudding out cattle will hightail it out to the herds. That's what my whole plan was about. Divide and conquer. I think some famous guy said that." "He's here." "What?" "Angry Wolf," Weaver said. "He's here." Gerlach swung around and saw the mounted Comanche not more than 20 paces behind them, stone-faced, and watching the whites, silently. "Angry Wolf, we've been waiting for you. Time to do our work." He turned his horse and headed the mount toward the Indian, Weaver and Beast falling in behind. When he came up to Angry Wolf, he noticed that the Comanche was glaring at Beast, who had sidled away from Weaver and was meeting the warrior's stare unflinchingly with narrowed eyes. There was obviously a mutual contempt between them. Angry Wolf said, "Why Beast here? Comanchero, lies to Comanches, not trust." Gerlach was not surprised to learn that Beast had ridden with Comancheros. So had Tooth. He had first met the men when Comancheros came to his place to trade. In those days he often acted as a go-between for the Indians and Comancheros, whose relationship was often fragile and unpredictable. "He will not ride with you and your warriors. He stays with me." "Humph, no like. What we do now? From here, you can see herds of cattle grazing over the valley. Do you know south and west?" "I know." "See the cattle along the river in that direction?" I see. Appears there could be more than 500 head there. Them's the one we go for. Allows us to lose some and still have a passel. They're closest to the growed-over wagon trail we want to take with the cattle, and you won't have to cut from a bigger bunch. I know trail. You just go down and move them out. Didn't see no sign of riders down that way. Should be easy. Angry Wolf looked at him doubtfully. Where you be? I got business at ranch headquarters. We'll meet up with you along the trail. Just keep those critters moving. Angry Wolf reined his horse around and headed back down the trail that climbed the bluff. Beast finally spoke with a voice so raspy, Gerlach had difficulty understanding him. Don't want nothing to do with that feller. Seen him gun a woman once after he and his brother done poked her, of course. I didn't know he had a brother, Gerlach said. Don't know more. I killed him. Claimed I sold him watered-down whiskey. It was him or me. Turned out to be him. I'll be watching my back if we gotta ride with them heathens. We'll give the Comanches head starts for rounding up the cattle. Now here's what we're going to do. Tooth, you wanted to know what we were going to be doing at the headquarters. My woman's being held there, and I'm making a visit. Going to give her a chance to come with me. I want you clearing the way to the stable and pick a half-dozen horses that would bring a price. Halter them and get them on lead ropes. If there's decent saddles and tack, cinch them to the horses. That brings good money. Good horse is worth 7 or 8 times the price of a cow or steer. We split, share, and share alike. Didn't promise stag no horse flesh. Weaver said, and the cowhands is just going to stand there scratching their balls while we do this. Won't be more than a few around, especially if word gets back about trouble in the pasture. We might have to kill somebody. Gerlach spat a wad of tobacco. Well, wouldn't that be a damn shame? Now, if we got time, I'd like to hit the headquarters house. See if I can find me a safe. Just depends on how much trouble we're having. Questions? Weaver said. I just hope to hell you got this all figured out right. I do. Now let's just mosey down to the valley to call on my neighbors. Chapter 20. Sierra, something's not right, Rusty Dobbs said, when Sierra, dressed in boots and breeches for a ride she planned to take, answered the frantic raps on the front door. Rusty was bent over, catching his breath when she opened the door. What is it, Rusty? Irish just rode in. He was on his way in from checking the horses out in the fenced grass and caught sight of dust to the south. He headed over that way and saw Comanches working the cattle herd. He said there was no doubt they had intents to move that herd out. He turned around right away and headed back. Swede and Mitch are saddled up, and they ain't far behind. I was going to ride out after I let you know, but I just now caught sight of riders coming down the wagon trail toward the house. 3 of them, I think. Can't make out who they are yet. Sierra grabbed the spyglass off the shelf just inside the door that was kept handy for situations like this. The house veranda sat well above the remainder of the ranch site and often doubled as a watchtower. She stepped out, her eyes following the foreman's pointing finger. She pressed the spyglass to her eye and focused. A chill ran down her spine. It's Simon Gerlach, and I don't like the looks of the men with him. I doubt if it's a social call. I've got to warn his wife. She's at the house with Ruthie, who is sick with a fever and chills. The boys are in the library with Consuelo and 6 other school kids. Warn the wives to get the small children inside and lock the doors and to have their rifles ready just in case. I'll tell Consuelo to stay put and use the deadbolt on the library door. Josephina has little Jack in the kitchen. I'll have her go there too. I will meet you at Esther's.
That's where Gerlach has got to be headed.
All the men are gone except Rudy, and I don't know where the devil he's at.
Maybe there won't be any trouble, she said,
not believing her own words.
She turned and rushed to the kitchen where Josefina was humming a Mexican melody to the baby curled in her arms. Josefina, to the library, now. I will explain later. She went back to the door, stood on her tiptoes, and took down the double-barreled shotgun resting on pegs above the doorway, then grabbed a handful of shells from the drawer of the lamp table in the sitting room and ran to the library, almost beating the frightened Josefina. When she stepped inside the door, she yelled to Consuelo, who was writing numbers on a chalkboard for several of the older pupils while the others were engaged in reading. "Consuelo, quickly, we need to speak." The petite young Mexican woman put down the chalk and hurried over. "What is it, Sierra?" She handed Consuelo the shotgun. "Do you know how to use this?" "Of course. I don't know a woman in this part of Texas who can't." Sierra dropped the shells on Geordie's nearby desk. "Your mother will be here in a moment with little Jack. Lock the library doors when I leave. If somebody tries to break in and you don't recognize the voice, be ready to fire this thing. If they get through, kill them. Can you do that?" She nodded, her face grim. Sierra ran over to Josefina as she entered the room, bent over and kissed little Jack's cheek, whirled and ran out, snatching up her Winchester on the way. Fortunately, she had been planning to ride and had brought the rifle downstairs from the bedroom gun rack. When she burst out the front door, she could see that the riders were less than 100 yards out now, luckily moving at a snail's pace, probably out of caution. Her first thought was to hide and ambush them. She was among the best rifle shooters on the ranch, and at their slow pace, she could knock 2 out of the saddle before they knew what was happening. The third might have a chance to wheel and make a run for it before she took him down. But she did not know what they had in mind. Perhaps they were just passing by, and Gerlach wanted to see his children, or there was some other legitimate reason for the visit. Gerlach would not know that most of the small ranch crew was gone. Or would he? Knowing she could not shoot the men in cold blood, she continued her race to Esther Gerlach's house, at the far end of what most called Cottage Row. When she reached the house, she looked back and saw that the riders had closed the distance by half. Without knocking, she opened the door and ran in. Esther emerged from a bedroom with a wet rag in her hand. "What is—" "Your husband and 2 riders are on the wagon road. They're about here." "Simon? He probably wants to talk. I should talk to him." "Please, Esther. He wouldn't need 2 men to talk with you. Don't trust him." "He is my husband. I will speak with him. It may be time for me to return home." This woman was insane. She had been beaten down for so long. She did not have a mind of her own anymore. The idea that Esther would consider returning to this demon made Sierra feel like vomiting. "The children," Sierra pleaded. "Think of the children. They should have their father. I just somehow feel I should give him one more chance." Sierra heard muffled voices outside and went to the window. Oh no, Rusty was out there, talking to the men who had ridden up in front of the house. The short man wearing a high-top hat slipped a pistol from his holster and fired at Rusty, who bent over clutching his chest. 2 more shots struck him before he hit the ground. Not Rusty. Gentle, steady Rusty. She broke a window with her rifle barrel and got off a quick shot to draw their attention from the man on the ground. Until she appeared on the path in front of the house, Sierra had been unaware of Esther Gerlach dashing through the doorway. She ran up to Gerlach, who had dismounted when he saw her heading his way. The other 2 had reined their horses away and put some distance between them and the surprise shooter. Sierra moved over next to the open doorway, peeking around the frame to evaluate her position. She would kill this animal if she got a clear shot. But she saw that Esther was with him now.
talking animatedly and likely promising to go home with him. He reached out and wrapped his arm around his wife's neck and pulled her to him as if to embrace her. Then he called out to Sierra. "Okay, ranch lady, you and me is going to come to an understanding." Sierra yelled back.
"What do you have in mind, Gerlach? I can't think of anything we can agree about."
"Like you throw that gun out and walk out of that house, and I don't kill my woman." Sierra peered out and saw that he still had his arm wrapped about Esther's neck. But she stood in front of him now, facing the house, Gerlach's arm locked tight and nearly choking her. His other hand clutched a pistol, and its barrel was pressed against his wife's temple. Esther's face was a mask of horror and disbelief. Sierra did not trust the man in the least. His word was worthless. Would he really kill his wife if Sierra did not comply? He was capable of it. And would he kill Sierra if she surrendered her rifle and walked out? She thought it was very possible. She glanced at Rusty Dobbs' motionless body on the ground. She had no doubt he was dead. Poor Helen. Her health had been failing, and in a few months they planned to join their daughter in Kansas. Now Helen would be forced to make that journey alone. Sierra vowed silently that she would find a way to make that ugly little man pay. But first, she had to live long enough to do it. Gerlach yelled, "You got till I count to 5, lady, and then I pull the trigger." Esther screamed,
"He'll do it, Sierra. He will kill me."
Sierra sighed, tossed her rifle out ahead of her, and stepped into the open doorway, steeling herself for the bullets that she half expected to drive into her body. When they did not strike, she lifted her hands and walked slowly toward Gerlach and Esther. When she was within about 10 paces, Sierra stopped.
"Release her," she said. "You told me you would let her go if I gave up my gun."
"Damned if I didn't," Gerlach said. He released his grip on Esther's neck and gave her a shove. She stumbled a few steps and fell flat on the ground. She started to get back up when Gerlach squeezed the trigger, the explosion stinging Sierra's ears as a slug drove into the back of Esther's neck. A second followed between her shoulder blades, and Esther's misery with Simon Gerlach ended. Sierra, figuring she had nothing to lose, rushed Gerlach with the thought of wresting the gun from his hand. She crashed into Gerlach and threw him off balance and kept after him as he swung his weapon wildly, trying to pistol whip her with the 6-gun. Finally, he struck a blow on the side of her forehead. Her head spun. Blackness devoured her. Chapter 21. Rudy Kilgore rode toward the dust. He could not recall why he had ridden the gelding into the Lucky 5 grazing lands. He just knew that lately mounting a horse had become less painful than it had the past few years, and he was savoring his rediscovery of horseback, a delight for a man so crippled and stove up he could not walk a half-mile even with his cane. He had found a new freedom, although sometimes he had no notion of where it led. When he realized the dust was rolling in his direction, he reined in and waited. Soon, 3 riders emerged from the cloud, and as they drew nearer, he could make out the familiar forms of Irish O'Toole, Swede Larson, and Mitch Eagle Eyes. Mitch seemed bent forward in his saddle like he had been hurt. When the men rode up and reined in their mounts, Rudy asked, "What happened?" Irish said, "Rustlers. Comanches running off cattle, 8 or 9 of them. They were on their way off Lucky 5 land when we got there. We tried to cut in and stop them, but Mitch took a bullet in his shoulder, and there was no way we could turn back the herd at that point. Probably more than 500 head on the way to God knows where. A wild guess would be the Comanche war trail." easy enough to locate. Rounding up the cattle and getting them back here will take a fair number of riders. But you didn't hear the gunfire? What? Gunfire. Didn't you hear it? He cupped his ear with a hand. Hell no, I ain't heard half of what you said. Irish said. There was shooting in the area of headquarters, too. Rusty was the only man there. That's why we're moving so fast and better keep moving. He nudged his horse ahead, and the other two riders followed. Rudy was not clear on the mission, but he trailed behind, uneasy with the fast gait of the horses ahead of him. He arrived at headquarters some minutes after the other riders and was surprised at the clusters of women and children gathered on the grounds. He rode into the yard and slowly lifted his leg over the saddle and let himself down. After a ride, he found this harder than mounting the horse. Leading his mount, he limped over to where he saw Irish and Swede talking to Consuelo. As he approached Irish, he stopped when he saw the blanket-covered bodies on the ground. Swede saw him and walked over and leaned down to within a few inches of Rudy's ear. They killed Rusty and Mrs. Gerlach. Who killed him? 3 men came. One of the ladies looking out her window recognized Simon Gerlach, but not the others. It appears he might have come for his wife and Rusty got in his way, but who knows? They made off with a half-dozen horses, but that's far from the worst. What do you mean? They took Sierra and the little girl, Ruthie, with them. A sudden weakness swept through Rudy's body. Then he braced his hand against his horse's saddle for support. Sierra? They took her? Where? If we only knew. It is too much coincidence. I think Gerlach knew about the rustling and that the ranch was short-handed, maybe even planned the timing. One of the men went to the house, probably thinking he would find money or valuables. Consuelo was holed up in the library with her mom and the school kids and little Jack. The doors were locked, and she had the double-barreled cocked and ready. When the man tried to get in, she hollered at him. She told him to come on in and get his guts splattered all over the place. I guess he thought better of it. Rudy said. Looks like maybe we find the cattle. We find Sierra. I gotta go after her. Whoa, Rudy. You can't do it alone. I've sent my Rose to fetch Tess Wyman over here to tend to Mitch. She will know best, too, how to care for little Jack without his ma's milk. Then Rose is riding on into town to tell Tej Marshall what's happened here. We need Tej. He and Jordy are close as brothers, and Jordy would want Tej to take charge of any search. We can't wait that long. Got to. Can't go off half-cocked on this. With a herd of cattle, they can't be moving too fast. Even with a day's head start, riders from here can catch up to them. Don't like it. Just hold tight, Rudy. I'll think on it. Talk to Jack about it. Irish furrowed his brow but did not ask about Jack. I'm leaving in the next hour to chase down Jordy. We can't wait. He's got to know about what's happened here. I'm thinking he will want to hightail it back here, but God knows who is going to ramrod the trail drive outfit. Irish turned away. I've got to talk to Swede and let him know my plans. Rudy watched Irish walk back to Swede and the covered bodies on the ground. Mitch Eagle Eyes had been assisted into Esther Gerlach's house and let down onto one of the beds there to await further help. There being no physician in San Angelo at the present, Tess, a half-blood Comanche medicine woman, would take on his treatment and care. Slump-shouldered Rudy led his horse over to the headquarters house and tied the critter to the hitching post below the house before clutching the cedar log that passed for a rail and climbing the steps that led to the house. At the top, he took a left turn, crossing a strip of ground that connected the house site to the cemetery. There were only scattered graves in the large burial grounds, and he took a shortcut to the stones that marked the last resting places of Jack Wills and Thor. When he reached his destination, he stifled a sob and then stood in place for some time, letting a soft wind caress his stubbly cheeks. Finally, he spoke.
I suppose you know what's happened, Jack. Things have just gone to hell since you and Thor took off without me. I gotta get our girl back now. You gotta be proud of your granddaughter, Jack. She's your blood. If I ever doubted, I sure don't now. She's a Wills through and through. We gotta find her and bring her home for little Jack, if nothing else. But I ain't thinking clear these days, Jack. I don't know what to do. Irish is a good man, and he says wait. Tell me, Jack. Somehow, let me know what I should do. He waited. Sometimes, Jack answered him at the grave. Other times, the voice might come any place. The wind stopped, a sudden calm dropping over the low butte on which the house and cemetery were located. Then he heard it, like an echo bouncing back and forth off the inside of his skull. Go, go, go. Chapter 22. Tej Marshall's Mexican wife, Juana, summoned him from one of the Lucky 5 Freighting's 6 stables on the company grounds. The stable hand courier had said, "The missus says now, boss." He'd put his pitchfork aside and made a beeline to the company offices where Juana presided. He learned quickly in their marriage that it was best to understand the word now. He might be the paper president of Lucky 5 Freighting Incorporated, but the secretary-treasurer generally had the last word. He was greeted by 2 seemingly anxious, very pretty women. Juana, who was on the busty side with curves where he thought a woman should have them, and Rose O'Toole, a short, pixie-ish woman with closer to a stick figure, but in her own way a near match for Juana's distinctively different beauty. But Juana was the winner in his mind. That was good, since she could be a bit of a jealous sort if he stared too long at another female. "Rose," he said, "good to see you. It's been a spell. Juana said I should get over here right away. Do you got some exciting news?" Juana said, "Exciting, but not the good kind. Tell him what has happened, Rose." He realized only then that Rose O'Toole, the mulatto woman who, like himself, carried at least as much white as African blood running in her veins, was near tears. "It is terrible. Rusty Dobbs and Esther Gerlach are dead, and Sierra and Esther's daughter Ruthie have been taken by the raiders. Esther's husband was one of the men, and he shot her. Rustlers hit the grazing land and made off with cattle. And Mitch Eagle Eyes came back wounded," she continued, telling him the bits and pieces of what she knew about the attack. "Patrick is convinced they will be heading for the Comanche War Trail." Tej was stunned. "Is Mitch in bad shape?" "Not yet, anyway. I stopped by Tess's, and she is probably at headquarters by now." "And Rusty? He was a special guy. Jack's good right arm when it came to running the ranch. Poor Helen. They were looking forward to retirement together. I never met Mrs. Gerlach, but she had some small children besides the girl, didn't she?" Rose said, "Twin 8-year-old boys, and 2 older boys that are on the drive with Geordie. Patrick worries that if they are part of this plan, Geordie and his crew are in danger. He's going to head out and catch up to the drive and tell Geordie what's happened. I hope to get back to the ranch before he leaves." "You don't have enough men left out there to track Sierra and the girl." "I'll put together a crew from the old 10th to give chase. It will take a few hours to get supplies and gear together, but we will be out to the headquarters and check in there before we pull out. We'll find Sierra and bring her and that little girl back if we got to fight through hell to do it." "Patrick said you would." "And while I'm thinking of it, when you see Geordie, tell him to start at Castle Gap. He will know what I'm talking about." "Castle Gap. I will tell him." After Rose departed, Tej turned to Juana, who leaned on the counter that separated the desks and filing cabinets from the reception area. "You do understand I've got to do this. Geordie is like a brother. I just ain't got a choice." "Come here, you handsome devil. He stepped over to the counter and she placed her hands about his neck and pulled his head down, delivering a lingering kiss. She released him and said, "Jack's bunch, they are all family. I know you've got to go. Take whatever of the men you need. Late deliveries be damned. You've got to get Sierra and that poor little girl back."
"I could sure use Roper and Abel, but they are up north with Geordie. We only have 3 other fighting men that aren't on the trails with loads. I know the Army won't get involved in this, or it would take weeks to get the darned orders. But I'm going to talk to Colonel Edwards and see if he might send 3 or 4 men out to act as sentries at the ranch for a week or so, until we can spare some more men from here. The Lucky 5 has treated Fort Concho darn good over the years."
Juana looked at a ledger that she kept on the counter. "Marquise Lafayette, Casper Woodson, and Bull Bevins. They will be riding with you."
"Okay. I've got to make it clear they'll stay on payroll. But this is a volunteer job."
"Volunteers?" She laughed. "Those guys will be champing at the bit for a good fight."
Chapter 23. Irish did not mind riding in darkness. He figured it was easier on his mounts. He had chosen 2 of his favorite broken geldings for the run, a bay and a sorrel. They had been foaled from his mares, and he had broken and trained them, knew them as well as his own children. The 2 would alternate as riding and pack horse, his bedroll and supply load weighing no more than 50 pounds. He planned to move at a fast but steady gait with ample rest for the animals. He calculated that after 6 days out, the herd would be no more than 100 miles from the ranch. Geordie would add more miles tomorrow, but he was confident he could catch up with the herd by the next. Then 2 or 3 days back to the ranch. Too many. God knows what could happen during that time lapse. It was easy enough to track the herd even in the dark. 3,000 cattle were not driven down a trail without leaving sign of passage. He could have followed the herd with his nose from the smell of cow dung wafting in the balmy night's gentle breeze. He had grown up with that odor, and he found it strangely calming. If a man ever grumbled about any unpleasantness escaping from a cow's rear end, Jack Wills would have displayed his crooked grin and said, "Hey, that's money you smell, mister." Irish loved the Lucky 5 and his life there with Rose and the boys. He hoped they never had to pull up stakes, but he did have ambitions. He wanted to improve his lot and that of his family, earn more money than a wrangler made, own and build his own horse herd. Of course, he and Sierra had a partnership of sorts. He had 10 mares of his own that she let run with her 50. She had suggested that they might someday be equal partners in the horse business, double or triple their herd in time. But a white lady and a colored man? He was not certain. But she was of Jack Wills's blood. Maybe. He had been both blessed and cursed, it seemed. His father, McAllister O'Toole, had been one of the scattered Negro slave owners in Texas, and they had raised cattle, horses, and a good amount of cotton on the family's vast land holdings. Patrick O'Toole had been granted an education exceeding that of most white men. Things, of course, soured after the war, when the northern carpetbaggers moved in. The invaders, like locusts, treated colored folks and whites equally, robbing via taxation and regulation properties of thousands of Texans without regard to race or national origin. Irish remembered noticing Rose in more than a casual way for the first time when she was 14 and he was 19, walking on her way to school conducted in the barn for slave children on the ranch. Schooling for slaves was illegal at the time, but even a few of the more enlightened white slave owners arranged for a limited education for slave children, often conducted by family members of the owner. Those who had such schooling enjoyed a decided edge over other slaves when freedom arrived. Rose had been a scrawny thing then, but was the beneficiary of a hauntingly beautiful face with dark eyes that accentuated her light caramel-colored skin. This had been early during the War of the Rebellion, and he had already taken over supervision of the family horse herd that was constantly becoming depleted from confiscation by the Confederate Army as the family's contribution to the war effort. He saw Rose frequently during the war years, watching her as she blossomed. He greeted her when their paths crossed, which became more frequent as she was assigned to duties as a house slave. When Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation came on January 1st of 1863, the O'Toole family did not resist. There was no money for wages, however, so the now former slaves, over 25 in number, were allowed to stay on for room and board. Some stayed and others left. Rose remained, and they came to know each other in a different way, fell in love, and married shortly after the war's end. She stood by him as the O'Toole enterprises collapsed and his parents died. Together, 10 years ago, they headed west. At a stopover in San Angelo, he heard of the Lucky Five and its respected owner, Jack Wills. Sought a job as a wrangler there and stayed. The boys were born on the ranch, and he hoped that his ambitions would not force a move anytime soon. Irish had been on the trail for over 8 hours, resting the horses frequently during that time and switching mounts twice. He had not left the ranch until Tess removed the slug from Mitch Eagle Eye's shoulder, dressed the wound, and had him resting comfortably. He had also awaited Rose's return. She was handling chuck house duties during Biscuit's absence, and he and the boys had joined Swede, the only remaining cowhand, for supper there. Consuelo and Tess, holding a fussy little Jack, had shown up as well. Rudy, for some reason, did not make an appearance, and the usual supper was not being prepared at the main house. It seemed that every time he readied to ride out, he was delayed by questions. For a reason he could not fathom, everyone started looking to him for decisions concerning details he knew nothing about. Who was to care for the Gerlach twins? What should they do about funerals for the dead? Who would tend to the stabled horses and keep an eye on the herds? Most important, what about protecting the families if the outlaws returned? The questions were endless, some trivial and others important. He wished Tige were there, but something must have slowed him up. Finally, he asked Tess if she could stay at the main house and work with Rose to take charge of domestic concerns regarding care of the children, burials, and the like. He told Swede he would have to take care of the horses and keep an eye on the herds as best he could. Grass was coming on in good shape, and with so many cattle removed for market or by rustling, there was not much to do. Maybe word could be sent to neighboring ranches for help. Folks out here tended to swarm in when neighbors were in trouble. At last, Irish had escaped and commenced his journey chasing the Lucky Five herd on its way to Dodge City. But that did not keep him from worrying about his family at the ranch and the fate of Sierra and Ruthie. He dreaded telling Jordy about the attacks on the ranch. Suddenly, his body felt weak and drained. He could sense that the horses were tiring too. He saw a weaving line of cottonwoods off to the east signaling water, likely a stream. There was ample grass in this part of Texas despite the big cattle herd that had just passed through. He reined his horse toward a likely campsite and 4 or 5 hours sleep. Reaching the herd by the end of this day would be impossible, but by the end of the next, perhaps. Chapter 24. Rudy Kilgore finished strapping his bedroll and supplies behind the saddle of the blood bay gelding he had chosen for his quest. The mount was a gentle, sturdy critter, often ridden by younger children of ranch families. Sierra called him Sleepy for his calm disposition. He had been grazing in the 100-acre fenced-in pasture a short distance from the stable, where they kept horses that might be quickly called into service, and some of the special mares due to foal soon, including Sierra's strawberry roan mare, Dancer. The gelding had been easily enticed with a nibble of sugar from the jar kept in the stable for that purpose. He tugged the horse near a bench that he stood on to pull himself onto the horse, finding that the ride earlier that day had crippled him up some. He rode out the back doorway and headed down a draw that angled northwest away from the house. He would circle around the butte on which the house and cemetery sat, and the hills that backed it. He figured that picking up the trail of the stolen cattle would be easy enough once he got off the ranch. The rustlers and, hopefully, Sierra's captors had to be headed almost due west, he figured. Jack thought so too. Rudy was armed to the teeth with the skinning knife, a holstered army Colt, a scabbard on each side of the horse, one with a Winchester and the other bulging with his double-barreled shotgun. One side of his saddlebags was stuffed with ammunition. Folks had forgot about old Rudy and all the commotion. From what he had overheard, Irish would be headed out to find Geordie and give him the bad news. Sometime, but not soon enough, Tige Marshall would show up with men to give chase to the Comanches, with hopes of finding Sierra. Hours were slipping away, and he did not give a damn about the cattle. Jack wanted him to bring Sierra home. He did not think it made much sense for the abductors to stay with the herd, even if they were part of the same scheme. There was a greater risk that pursuers would catch up with the cattle moving at a slow pace. No, those snakes would want to get out ahead. Does that make sense, Jack? Or did you just say that? Silence, like Jack had gone off someplace like he tended to do. Did not matter. Damn, he had to clear away the fog. Something wasn't right. But he had to keep his head till he brought Sierra and the little gal home. He kept his eyes to the ground as he cleared the hills that rose above the ranch house. Shortly, he came upon the path the cattle had taken. The animals were obviously being herded to the Comanche war trail. Moving west, he could not figure out where else they would be headed. The Comanches were likely pushing the cattle faster than good sense allowed right now, but even at that pace they could not be more than 12 to 15 miles ahead. He could close that gap, but it would take more than a day. He was riding the roan at a slow trot. The horse could endure a faster gait, but Rudy could not. He felt like his tender ass had already blistered, and he feared he might tumble off on rough terrain if the blood bay went any faster. No, he would be forced to settle for turtle speed, slow but steady. And nightfall was likely no more than a few hours distant. The wolves would be howling in his head soon. The ghost from his past would visit. He knew they would find him even out on the prairie. He remembered them well and in detail, but he had no recollection of what he did yesterday. He hoped Jack would visit so they could talk a spell, figure out how to find Sierra. 2 hours later, the storm blew in. He kept riding in the darkness for some time, but eventually surrendered to the elements and dismounted by sliding off the horse, slipping on the slick mud when he hit the ground, and tumbling backward onto the muddy trail. Fortunately, the gelding stuck with him, and Rudy grabbed a stirrup to drag himself to his knees, leaning against the docile horse as he climbed back to his feet. He took the horse's reins and led the critter along a creek into a cluster of trees. He anchored the gelding to a tether line and hitched it to a small tree but did not remove the saddle, thinking he would resume his search when the rain eased. Then he saw the slicker rolled up behind his saddle that would have spared him rain-drenched clothes, although his wide-brimmed sombrero had helped some. He had forgotten about the slicker, but pulled it off now and wrestled with the thing a spell before he finally tugged it on. He collapsed at the base of a tree and fell asleep on the ground, unaware of the rising creek. Chapter 25. Tige Marshall led his 3 men onto the Lucky 5 headquarters site at dusk, frustrated at the delays that had caused his late arrival. He saw a shadowy figure standing on the veranda, a rifle cradled in his arm. As they approached, the form stepped off the deck and started down the stairs to meet them. As the man came out into the yard, Tige recognized Swede Larson. Evening, Swede. We finally made it. I think you know Marquise, Woody, and Bull.
I sure do. Seen them now and then when I was fixing things at the freight stables. Howdy, fellas.
The other men nodded or muttered a greeting.
Tige said,
Took a spell to put supplies together and load them on the pack mule. Worst, though, was getting guards from the Army. Colonel Edwards wasn't on the post at Concho, and I had trouble finding an officer to stick his neck out and issue an order. Finally, I tracked down Major Scranton, the senior officer, and he offered 8 men from the 10th Regiment that were still there waiting assignment. Said he could call it an exercise for a week, and then you're on your own. Juana will be sure we have a few men available from the company by that time. Shouldn't need so many by then.
So we can look for reinforcements soon?
I'm guessing a few hours, yet tonight anyhow. With most of your men gone, I assume you can put the soldiers up in your bunkhouse. They will likely work 3 to a shift at first. You can talk to them about it. Are you in charge here?
The outdoor operation, I suppose. I guess I'm as near to it as anybody. Tess Wyman and Rose O'Toole are sort of running everything else.
Tige said. Irish has been gone a spell, I take it.
Yeah, he rode off 3 or 4 hours ago, I'd guess. But there's something you should know.
What's that?
Rudy. We ain't seen so much as a hair of him since he rode in with the men that had the brush with the Comanche rustlers. I'm thinking he went after Sierra and Ruthie on his own.
Tige sighed. Not good news. Jordy told me he was worried about Rudy. Said the old ranger ain't in his right mind sometimes.
Well, everybody on the place has been talking about that. Goes about talking to Jack. A few days back, he called me Frank. Thought that might have been an old ranger friend. Other times, though, he can be the same old Rudy.
Tige said. I hate to think what happens if he runs into any of the raiders, Comanche or otherwise. Are you missing any horses you can't account for?
Yeah, a blood bay gelding from the pasture next to the stable. Gentle as a lap cat. The kind Rudy would need in his stove-up condition.
I was thinking we might nap a spell before heading off into the dark. Won't make any time till sunup anyhow. But this business about Rudy changes things. He could be stretched out on the trail someplace not far from home. We'll ride on for a few hours. Depends on the starlight some. And I've noticed a few clouds floating around up there.
Ain't going to rain. Rainmaker up there is out of business these days. Lord knows when he'll open shop again. Tige, feared Swede might have dropped a bucket of bad luck on the search.
I hope you are right about that.
The ex-Buffalo soldiers moved out, sitting ramrod straight in their saddles, none more so than Tige, the former sergeant, who felt he was reliving his days during the Red River War. Several hours later, the low rumble of thunder was heard in the sky, and the curtain was drawn over the bright moon and stars. Then the thunder roared, and a bolt of lightning rocketed from the blackness above. A few minutes later, the deluge started. Chapter 26. When the rains poured from the sky, Sierra and little Ruthie were pushed under a tarp tossed over some tree branches. Gerlach had grudgingly surrendered a single blanket, and it was wrapped about the shoulders and backs of the 2 captives now. The worst of the storm had struck after they found shelter, but both Sierra and Ruthie were damp and cold. The girl felt hot, but a chill had taken over her body, and she trembled like a leaf in the wind. She was lucid, and had endured the ride on the horse she shared with Sierra, but Sierra feared she might worsen. In that event, there was little hope the girl could survive the ordeal they were doubtless facing. Her father appeared unconcerned. The men shared a tarp some 15 to 20 feet distant and enjoyed the comfort of a fire. She could smell beans and bacon cooking there, and despite her grim situation, she found her stomach growling. A few minutes later, the little man called Beast walked their way, a poncho draped over his body and 2 plates in his hands. She could see the wolfish grin on his face. He was the one who'd killed Rusty. She held nothing but contempt for the man, but she struggled to be civil, knowing that only her cooperation, to a point,
would relax their guard enough to present an opportunity for escape. She had been bound on the trail when she awakened and discovered she was slung over the back of a horse, with hands anchored by a rope strung under her horse's belly and tied to her ankles on the opposite side. Beast walked under the tarp without ducking and offered 10 plates with spoons to the prisoners. "Got to keep you fattened up for your new owners," he said. "Clean your plates up. This is supper. No desserts this night." He looked down at Ruthie, and she reached up to take her plate, gazing at him with sad eyes. "Ah," he said, "you are such a pretty thing. I got me some gold saved back. Price is right, I might buy you myself." He turned to Sierra. "Not you, lady. You will be going all the way to Mexico. Can't chance you getting loose on this side of the border. You look like you got some Mex blood in you. I bet you'll like it there." He walked away, humming to himself. Sierra assumed she was to be sold to a bordello, a fearful prospect, but she spoke fluent Spanish. Although she did not plan to make the trip across the border, if worse came to worse and she ended up in Mexico, her fluency should prove useful, especially if not revealed too soon to the person who claimed her. It was Ruthie that concerned her now. Sierra had seen that no-goods look in his sick, wolfish eyes. He wanted Ruthie. Sierra ate the bacon and beans offering ravenously and would have eaten another plateful if given the chance. But she found it necessary to coax Ruthie to eat bite by bite, alternately cajoling and praising until the girl had eaten most of it and washed it down with water from the canteen they had been given. After they ate, Sierra felt better. Her headache eased some, and the incessant pounding seemed to have disappeared for the time being at least. They resumed their positions with a blanket wrapped around them, and Ruthie snuggled up and leaned her head against Sierra's shoulder and dropped off to sleep. The girl did not seem to be shivering so much now, and the tarp stretched directly above them was shedding the rain for the most part. Sierra pressed her fingers to the throbbing wound on the side of her head. It had scabbed over now and stopped dripping the blood that had been rolling down the side of her face and soaking the shoulder of her shirt. The gash seemed to be buried in a mound of swollen flesh. She had been unconscious after the pistol barrel struck, and even after she awakened, she was unable to think clearly, but her mind started focusing on survival. She had been horrified to discover that the men had taken Ruthie. She wondered if the girl knew her mother was dead. She must have seen the poor woman lying there when her father dragged her from the house. She had said nothing about it. What kind of a man would take his own young daughter away to sell like this? She guessed the same kind that would kill his wife, in cold blood. She tried to speculate on what was happening back at the Lucky Five. Her aching breast reminded her constantly that little Jack would be hungry, would have nursed 3 or 4 times by now. She was confident, though, that he was being well cared for. Tess would have taken charge and would know what to do, concoct something to feed him. No doubt word had been sent to Geordie, but she had no idea how long it would take to reach him. Tige would be involved by now, and would be leading men giving chase. There was hope. They must stay alive. And under no circumstances would she be separated from the girl. She would die before that happened. And so would Simon Gerlach. Chapter 27. Late afternoon, Irish approached what he thought was the Sandy River. He dismounted with the thought of leading the horses to the riverside to drink. Then he caught sight of charred remnants of a campfire and wagon tracks departing and re-entering the main trail that told him the Lucky Five crew had camped there. But what most caught his attention was a recently dug grave at the base of a nearby tree. He walked over to the mound of dirt and saw that bark had been cut out about knee-high on the tree, and in the underlying wood was crudely carved the year 1876 and the name C. Derry. Coop is buried here. He looked out over the surrounding prairie and saw 2 other mounds and led his horses toward them. The nearest, a narrow grave, was unmarked. The other mound, a good 30 feet beyond, was about 7 feet square, he guessed, and likely was a common grave for 3 or 4 men. There obviously had been big trouble at this place. The common grave probably did not contain bodies of any crew members. The unmarked single baffled him. He finished caring for the 2 horses that were enduring the journey well. After allowing the mounts to drink from the river, he staked them out in an area near the campsite the cattle had not chewed down to dirt, and decided to snatch some shut-eye. He held hopes that he might catch up with the herd by the end of a long night ride. He reached his objective several hours before sunrise. He could hear the sporadic bellowing of cattle breaking through the quiet night long before he saw the huge herd strung out across the prairie. He could make out several night riders passing each other on their route along the rear fringes of the cattle herd. He feared somebody might be digging his grave if he approached them out of the darkness. The terrain to the east had been rough and hilly the past hour, and most of the herd seemed to be stretched out grazing in that direction. So he gambled that camp was set up to the west. He dismounted and led his horses westerly away from the herd. He angled back north through a break in a cluster of trees and brush when he had put the cattle well behind him. Moments later, the pungent smell of smoke signaled he had made the correct choice. Soon he made out the shadowy silhouettes of the wagons against the starlit sky. He froze when he heard the threatening growl of an animal in the trees. "Magni?"
"Irish, is that you?"
It was Geordie.
"Yeah, boss."
Geordie emerged from the trees with a rifle cradled in his arm, and the big dog at his side.
"What in the blazes are you doing here, and at this time of the morning?
Magni heard you coming and rousted me out. I've learned to do what he tells me. Stuff you need to know, Geordie." Couldn't wait. "Coffee pot on the coals. I'll pour us each a cup, and we can go over next to the supply wagon and talk. You can head on over to the wagon and hitch your horses there. I'll help you put them up after we have a cup of coffee." Geordie retrieved the coffee and met Irish at the wagon and handed him a big tin mug of the steaming brew. "Now tell me what you're doing here." Irish sipped at the coffee and decided it needed to cool a bit. "Rusty Dobbs is dead. So is Mrs. Gerlach. Sierra and the Gerlach girl have been taken captive by men who raided the house, and the Lucky 5 has lost 400 or 500 herd of cattle to rustlers." He could not see the shock in Geordie's stoic face, but the coffee cup trembling in his fingers betrayed his friend and employer. "From the beginning," Geordie said. "What happened?" Irish told him the story that he had pieced together. "I wasn't there when they hit the headquarters," he said, "but several witnessed the shootings at Mrs. Gerlach's cottage from a distance. They couldn't say for certain who killed Rusty, but they saw Gerlach kill his wife and pistol whip Sierra. Then he went into the house and drug his daughter out screaming and hollering. Your wife was unconscious but alive. He wouldn't have taken her with him otherwise. I don't know if they're holding her for ransom or what they've got in mind. Maybe she's a hostage until they figure they're safe. And the girl, who knows?"
"Little Jack is okay?"
"Oh, yeah. He's got a flock of ladies looking after him. I sent Rose after Tess, and she's at the house and taking charge of your son. Rose went on to San Angelo to tell Tige. She got back just before I left. He was putting together a search party. They hadn't arrived when I rode out. Rudy? Like I said, we met up with them when we were bringing Mitch Eagle Eyes back to ranch headquarters, but I lost track of him after that. I'm guessing with all the chaos, he decided to hole up someplace." Geordie said, "I've got to head back right after I talk to some of the men. If I can trade for fresh horses, I'll ride with you." Geordie leaned back against the wagon box and rubbed his chin thoughtfully before he spoke. "No, I would like for you to stay. I've got to break the news to Pete Gerlach about his mother and sister. He's already lost his brother, incidentally. I'm guessing Pete will be riding back with me. and I don't want to leave the crew any more short-handed. Besides, I'd like for you to take over as trail boss of the drive." Irish was stunned. "Me? I don't understand." "I need a man who can take charge, and I know you can do it. Handle this, and you got a foreman's job when you get back. Jack always had his eye on you for the job when Rusty called it a day, and I bought into that from the day I took over. Twice a cowhand's wages, and you can keep working on the horse business with Sierra." Irish said, "Of course, I'm flattered you would consider me. But how will the men take it? The Lucky 5 people won't question it for a second. Well, Biscuit might grumble some, but I'll be sure he understands who is boss before I head back. You've got good men here that will back you. I'll make it clear to the outside hands that if they want their bonuses, they won't give you any trouble. You will have to negotiate sale of the cattle in Dodge. We will talk about that before I leave." Irish felt overwhelmed. "I don't know how buyers will take to dealing with a colored man. I'm told there are never enough cattle to satisfy buyers' demand. Folks have a way of turning colorblind when a dollar is involved. Maybe one or two will steer clear at first, but if the herd gets there in decent shape, the buyers will come hunting for you." "I'll do my best. I hope that's good enough." "It will be. I saw Coop's grave and others," Geordie said. "One of the fellas can fill you in. Rustlers. That was Simon Gerlach's doings, too. With the raid on the ranch, I see now that he hit the Lucky 5 because he knew we would be short-handed there. Simon Gerlach assigned Henry to work with the rustlers, and he was obviously a spy of sorts from the moment he hired on at the Lucky 5. We didn't hang Henry. I can only say he died during the night while tied to one of the wheels on this wagon. Well, I guess I can turn my horses in with the remuda and pick me out a fresh mount for when the herd gets on its way again. I will help you, and then I'm going to have to talk to Pete about his mother and sister. He just rode in from his shift a few hours ago. I will take him back with me if he wants. He's been a good hand and has the makings for a fine man, I think. It might help his little brothers to see him. I'm hoping Sierra and Ruthie are at the ranch when I get back. But if they aren't, I will be riding out again. Geordie, my head's spinning over all this. I can't imagine what you must be feeling. Numb for now. Maybe the ride back will give me a chance to clear my head some." Chapter 28. Geordie woke Pete Gerlach a half hour before sunrise, and the startled boy crawled out of his bedroll, tugged his boots on, and followed his boss away from the other sleeping drovers. When they were beyond hearing distance from the others, Geordie spoke softly. "There's no easy way to give you this news, Pete. Irish showed up this morning with word that there was an attack on ranch headquarters. Your mother and Rusty Dobbs have been killed. My wife, Sierra, and your sister, Ruthie, have been taken captive." There was a prolonged silence, and Geordie saw tears rolling down the young man's cheeks, his teeth chewing on his lower lip. Finally, he spoke. "My father was involved, wasn't he?" "It appears so. Irish said your father shot your mother down outside the cottage and knocked my wife out with his pistol barrel before he went inside and took your sister. Renegade Comanches were rustling cattle at the same time. I doubt if this was coincidence." "No. Henry hated working on the ranch but still came back and signed onto the drive. I should have known he was up to something that my father was whispering in his ear about. Henry never took a step but where the old man told him to go. I'm leaving here in a few hours to return to the ranch. If you feel a need to go back, you can ride with me, your choice. You've done good work on the drive. You will get your bonus either way." Pete said, "I hate not to finish this out, but I've got to check on the boys, help find Ruthie if I can." "We'll leave after breakfast. Pick 2 fresh mounts from the remuda. I'll ask Biscuit and Bram to put together survival grub for a 2-day ride." Later, after breakfast and when they each had a horse saddled and spares on lead lines, Geordie spoke with Irish again, handing him a leather pouch. "I've signed papers naming you as agent for the Lucky 5. You will find over $300 in gold double eagles in there. Spend what you must if an emergency comes up."
Irish said, "How do I collect your money for the cattle?"
"When you settle on the cattle, you will likely get 5% in cash and the balance in a draft. Give the men each $50 of their bonus. The other half plus regular wages will be paid when they get back to the ranch. If there is anybody not staying on or returning to San Angelo country, you can settle in full, but I think that's unlikely. Take the draft to the Dodge City Bank and arrange for transfer to the Lucky 5 Ranch account at the San Angelo Bank. I've got instructions in the pouch. Buyers have funds with the local bank because ranchers aren't so trusting that they would leave for home carrying a paper promise."
Irish took the money and documents. "Most of the men don't seem hostile to my running the outfit, but Biscuit has been giving me the evil eye. You'll have to prove yourself to Biscuit, but don't be upset if you never do. I don't think I've won his approval yet. But there is no better chuckwagon cook, so we've just got to be glad he's feeding us." "I guess you're right." Irish nodded at Magni, who was at Geordie's side as usual. "The dog is going with you?"
"Yeah. Our pace will be steady with plenty of rest stops. He didn't seem fazed by the cattle drive. He's a big, strong dog. In his prime, Thor never seemed to have trouble keeping up with a horse. If it becomes a problem, I'll teach him to ride."
Irish chuckled. "Wouldn't surprise me if he could do it." Geordie shook Irish's hand.
"It's your herd now, Irish. I know you can do it."
"And I thank you."
Irish said,
"Well, at least you are the one that's got to tell Rose what you did with me. You be safe, boss. And I'll be praying that you bring Sierra and that little gal home soon."
Chapter 29. Geordie was pleased to find that Magni had no difficulty matching the horse's pace, sometimes roaming off the course to explore or chase a rabbit and quickly catching up to the riders. Geordie knew that they could gain a half day by pushing the mounts harder, but despite his near panic for Sierra's well-being, he remembered the lessons he had been taught from childhood about patience and persistence, winning the battles that life tossed at a man. He had left Pete Gerlach to his silence the first day out. He could find no words that might salve a 16-year-old's pain at the loss of brother and mother over a few days' time, not to mention a sister abducted by the madman who was his father. He resolved not to press Pete, but to have attentive ears when the young man was ready to talk. It started at the first rest halt of the second day out. "When we first rustled those Lucky 5 cattle, we was to drive them to the Comanche War Trail. Paul was working with a feller named Rupert Stagg. One of his men came to our place to make the deal. One of Stagg's men would meet us at the trail, pay Paul for the cattle, and take over from there. Got to tell you, this wasn't the first time we made off with Lucky 5 critters, maybe 5 or 10 at a time. I'm ashamed to admit it. I knew it was wrong, but I was scared of Paul's temper. Henry gave in to it early and never questioned. But Ma taught me different," Geordie said. "I noticed that right off when I met the two of you. Anyhow, it would take us 5 days at least to get to the trail and meet up with Stagg's man. Of course, Paul stole from other ranchers, too, so sometimes we would have as many as 50 head. We would do this 3 times a year, have a roundup of neighbors' cattle. Look for a little herd pasturing off by their lonesome nearest a trail to our place. Jack always figured your pa was making off with a few, but with all the kids, he wasn't inclined to do anything until your father started getting greedy and taking bigger bites. Then we started keeping an eye out." Pete said, "I just wanted you to know. I ain't proud of my part in them doings. That's history as far as I'm concerned. What counts is the trail you choose in front of you. I've made my choice, I promise. Ma, they buried her by now, ain't they? I'm sure they found a place in the ranch cemetery. Somebody would have said some words over her, maybe Consuelo. She knows the good book forward and backwards. Jealous of my brothers and sisters going to her school. Glad for them, though. Ma taught me some letters and numbers, but Paul wouldn't allow books on the place. Sure didn't want no Bible there. Never been into church. Well, Jack made me read the Bible from front to back, but our church visits weren't more than 2 or 3 times a year to funerals and such. He built the Methodists a church in San Angelo, though. And Sierra's a woman of great faith. She drags me into San Angelo for services once a month, but doesn't nag me about it. But as to schooling, Consuelo and Sierra hold sessions nights for some of the hands when there's a demand for it. I'll tell them you might attend. I surely would. If I still got a job there when this is done, and I figure out what to do with the boys and Ruthie. I got responsibilities now. You've got a job, and you will have help with those responsibilities. I promise. They napped a few hours, switched mounts, and continued their journey. As the horses galloped ahead at the same steady pace, Geordie noted that Magni was holding up fine, living up to his namesake, the Norse god of strength. It was late afternoon. They would ride until sundown, eat some hardtack and jerky, nap again for a few hours, and then saddle up and ride in the coolness of the night. With luck, they would reach Lucky 5 headquarters by tomorrow noon. Chapter 30. The ranch yard was quiet as a tomb when Geordie and Pete Gerlach rode in late morning. The rushing of ranch hands and families about the headquarters site had disappeared. Even the neighing of horses and the laughing of or yelling of workers from the barn and stable were absent. A ghost ranch, he thought. "Halt," came a voice from near the house. "Dismount, please, and identify yourselves and state your business." They obeyed, and Geordie looked upward toward the house, his eyes scanning the slope. A stocky buffalo soldier stepped out from behind the corner of the veranda, rifle ready. Geordie replied, "I am Jordan Jackson, one of the owners of the Lucky 5, and this is Pete, one of my hands." "Why, so you are, Mr. Jackson. I've seen you about the fort from time to time." He lowered the rifle. "Sorry, but our orders are to treat everybody as a stranger till we know different. I'm Corporal Sam Carter, sir." Geordie and Pete hitched their horses to the rail in front of the house and climbed the steps that led to the house, where they were met by the corporal. "The Army's got men watching the place. I'm grateful for that," Geordie said. "I gather my wife and the little girl haven't returned yet?" "No, sir. No word from anybody. It rained like a big waterfall for 2 days here not long after they left. That would have slowed them killers and rustlers, but it would have done the same to the men chasing them." "How many men do you have here?" "We got 8. 2 that ride the ranch boundary with an eye out for trouble, do that in shifts, so that takes 2 more. 4 of us stay here at the building site, me and a private down by the stable right now. Of course, 1 shot and the others come running." "Well, my thanks to you. Where is everybody? And you don't need to sir me. I'm not an Army officer. Geordie will do." "Most of the women and kids are in the house, sir. They're trying to keep school going for the young'uns, and the women are all packing rifles. Your men, Pablo and Swede, are looking after the stock and chores. I think they headed out to check the horse herd this morning and ain't back yet." "I was told I had a wounded man here. Mitch Eagle Eyes." "He's doing fine, sir. Just moved back in the bunkhouse this morning. Got a sore and stiff shoulder, but he's moving about just fine. Says he'll be back to work in a day or 2. Corporal Carter grinned. Said he couldn't take another day of the racket in the house. "Well, I'm not worried much now about any threat to the ranch. If anybody was going to hit again, I think it would have happened by now. And the outlaws are on the run." "That's good, sir, because our orders are to return to the fort day after tomorrow. Well, again, we appreciate your time here, and I will put in a good word to your commanding officer. Thank you, sir." Geordie made no further effort to change the soldier's manner of addressing him. He supposed the habit was too deeply ingrained to change. It didn't matter. He just wanted the corporal to know that "sir" was not a necessity. "One more thing. You didn't mention Rudy Kilgore. Where is he?" "Oh, I guess you wouldn't know. It appears he took after the raiders on his own. He was gone before the rescue party showed up." "I see. Well, we'd better check in. I will talk to you again. Come on, Pete." Let's see what's happening inside. But he did not see. Why in the devil would Rudy take off on his own like that? He was not right in the head sometimes these days, but riding out to chase down killers? When he got down the trail a ways, he might not even remember how he got there. Or why. Jordy knocked on the door, explaining to Pete. I heard of women in the house toting guns. After what's happened, I don't think it's wise to just walk in. The door opened a crack, and he saw a dark brown eye inspecting him a moment before the door was flung open to admit them. It had been Rose, a Navy Colt in one hand, backed by Dan Flanagan's wife, Songbird, a Penataca, also known as Honey Eater, Comanche, with a double-barreled shotgun pointed at the doorway. Songbird had a baby of her own born the previous fall.
Jordy,
Rose said.
Thank God.
Rose and Songbird stepped aside, and Jordy and Pete entered the house.
Is Patrick outside?
Rose asked. He stayed with the herd. He's fine, but I needed him to take charge. He did not want to explain further until he could speak with her alone. He turned to Songbird. And Dan is okay too. He took a bullet in the back of his thigh when some rustlers hit the herd, but Biscuit got the slug out and patched him up. He's likely back in the saddle by now. The pretty Comanche woman scrutinized his face, no doubt searching out a lie there, he figured.
I will worry about him, but I think you say the truth.
He was not ready to talk about the deaths of Cooper Derry and Henry Gerlach. He wanted to see his son. Where's little Jack? And Pete needs to see his brothers, Rose said.
Your son is in the kitchen with Tess and Josephina. Skylar and Casey are in the library with Consuelo and the other school children. It would be good for them to see their brother. And Jordy, Tej said to tell you, Castle Gap, that you would know what he was talking about.
Castle Gap. Jordy would think on that. He hurried to the kitchen, and Pete went to the library to reunite with his brothers. When he entered the kitchen, the distinctive aroma of baking bread for an instant brought him back to happier times. Tess saw him and held out the baby that was cradled in her arms. Jordy took little Jack from her and hugged the baby to his chest as tears streamed down his cheeks. Josephina gave Jordy a sad smile.
Welcome home, Jordy. I'm sending out prayers every spare minute I can find.
Just keep on praying, Josie, and I'll try to do my part, Jordy said.
Little Jack is doing fine, Tess said. He is aware of his mom's absence, but Songbird is wet nursing him, and so far, she's got plenty of milk for two. I'm getting some milk from the milk cows and combining it with herbal powders I have used for Comanche babies, and getting him accustomed to it in case Songbird cannot provide enough. I am staying in Jack's old room with him until you bring Sierra back. All the women are pitching in and mothering the little fellow.
What about the Gerlach twins?
We put those boys up in the spare room across the hall from yours and Sierra's bedroom for now. They are stunned by all that's happened, of course, but I pushed them back to school today to get their minds off their troubles some.
Jordy continued holding his son while they spoke. Josephina stayed busy with her cooking, but he doubted she would miss much of the conversation. He gave Tess a quick summary of the attack at the cattle drive and the ensuing deaths, asking her to pass the story on to the ranch family, since he planned to be in the saddle again after a decent meal. The corporal outside told me that Rudy is gone.
There was chaos when I got here. I never did see Rudy, so I'm not certain when he left, but it would have been some hours before Tej Marshall rode out with the search party. I'm frightened for him. His mind isn't clear. I don't know what kind of trouble he might walk into. And then we had terrible rainstorms for nearly 2 days and nights. The Concho is starting to rise, so there must have been a lot of rain to the west.
That's what I figured, Jordy said. As near as I can tell from what Pete told me, his father follows a cattle trail that angles northwest to connect with the old Comanche war trail. The rain would have slowed Gerlach and his rustlers, but it would have cut Tej's time too. Regardless, I don't have much hope of catching them.
What are you going to do?
Jordy said. I'm not going to try to catch them.
You will wait here? I think that's an excellent idea.
No. I'm going to try to intercept them if Teach hasn't already caught up with them. The rustled cattle will be herded down the trail to Mexico, probably with others already collected by a demon named Stag. Before they can cross the Rio Grande, Stag's men must ford the Pecos, and that river's steep banks force a crossing at Castle Gap. That's where we crossed when Jack led us to Lookout Canyon, where the Comancheros had established a fortress of sorts. Tess said,
Where Jack got shot.
Yes. Tish told Rose to mention Castle Gap to me. That's where the war trail led before it continued to the Rio Grande. I think he was suggesting I start from there. But I won't have to cross the Pecos, so I'll head southwest. I know the country from when Sierra and I brought Jack back to your place. We took a lot of shortcuts those few days. I can find the Comanche war trail north of the Pecos in 2 days or less, and turn back north. I don't know what Gerlach has in mind. If you get a ransom message here, contact Juana. She has access to all our funds. Pay what it takes. Tell Juana to sell cattle to the neighbors at half price if it comes to that. Above all, buy some time for Tease or me to get Sierra and Ruthie free.
Do you really think they are after ransom?
I doubt if Gerlach has thought that far ahead. But I think it is more likely he will be heading to Mexico with the cattle drovers to hide out for a spell. Sierra and the girl are hostages until he gets there. Then he tries to sell both.
His own daughter?
Jordy looked down at the baby, starting to squirm in his arms. Yeah, I can't imagine. I wouldn't have thought so till I talked with Pete on the way back from the drive, but yes, I think that's very possible. This is a man entirely without conscience or real feelings for anybody but himself.
You are not going alone.
We can't spare anyone from the ranch. Pete wanted to go with me, but I gave him a flat-out no just before we reached the ranch. He needs to be with his little brothers right now, and we can use his help here at the ranch. Besides, I don't want him around when somebody kills the snake. Keep the twins here at the house, and Pete can come and visit with them whenever he likes. Tess said.
Mitch Eagle Eyes.
Mitch is recovering from his wound.
I found the slug in the flesh of his shoulder, buried just under the skin.
The wound is healing nicely, and he is nearly crazed in his desire to do something to help. It was his left shoulder, and he is right-handed, so I think he could handle a rifle without great pain. No sign of infection. Jack used to tell me how Mitch could track a field mouse if he had to. Talk to him. Maybe I will. Now, where will I find Helen Dobbs? I should speak with her before I leave.
She is in her cottage. Won't leave it. We have been taking her meals. Rose went to San Angelo and got a message off to the daughter in Kansas. Juana is trying to figure out stagecoach connections that will get her to a railroad depot in Wichita, Kansas. The new Fort Worth tracks won't be finished till later this year. There likely will not be passenger trains from there for several years after that. Helen needs to be with family.
I will go talk to her now.
Speak with Mitch after that. And bring him back here with you so you can get a good meal in your bellies before you leave. Josie's doing all the cooking here, feeding the overflow on the veranda or library or wherever folks can find a place to sit. Soldiers eat here too, in shifts. After the soldiers leave, we'll start trying to get things back to normal. As much as we can.
Jordy said, It doesn't appear I'm needed here. You seem to have everything well in hand.
Not just me. Ladies out in this lonely land learn to do what they have to. We'll take care of the Lucky Five along with the few men we've got left on the place. You just watch after yourself. And come home. Remember, little Jack needs his daddy.
Jordy returned his son to Tess.
And his mom.
Chapter 31. Rudy had lost his false teeth during the storms. He had not given it a thought till he tried to gnaw some jerky he had pilfered from Josie's kitchen along with 3 biscuits. He sucked on the jerky a spell, and finally cut it into tiny bits with his skinning knife, and swallowed it a piece at a time. He easily mashed the soggy biscuits with naked gums. He wondered how long he had been here. A day? 2 or 3 days? He must have slept through much of it. He remembered getting up to piss several times and falling in the mud on one such occasion. His slicker was mud-caked to verify it. He had likely pissed his britches more than once, but they were so wet anyhow that he could not confirm it. He looked around for the gelding. Sleepy. Yeah, that was the name Sierra gave the animal. The stake for its tether had pulled out, but the horse was grazing contentedly, not more than 50 feet distant. Then he noticed the creek for the first time, overflowing and the water creeping his way. He struggled to his feet, grabbing a low-hanging tree branch to assist. "Hey, horse!" he hollered. Thankfully, the gelding responded and started moseying his way, stopping from time to nibble at a tempting clump of grass. The blood bay finally came up to him, however, and Rudy snatched the reins. He wondered why he had left the horse bridled and saddled. Then he asked himself what he was doing in this place, dressed in water-soaked clothes. He felt a moment of panic. Where was he? He led the gelding away from the rising water onto higher ground above the creek. "Well now, Sleepy, let's talk a spell. We gotta have a reason for being where we are. I ain't about to think we come out this way for a good time. Ain't heard from Jack since I don't know when. Wish he'd get off his ass and give us a boost here." The gelding nickered, so Rudy took that as the mount's agreement. Suddenly, he heard Jack's voice, ever so faintly in his head. It was almost a whisper. "Sierra. You were looking for Sierra, you old fool." Now he was starting to remember most of it. There were rustlers. Other men hit the headquarters. Some folks were killed, and that damned Simon Gerlach made off with Sierra and a little girl. He had promised Jack he would bring Sierra home. After 2 aborted attempts, Rudy finally pulled himself into the saddle. Only after he was settled in did he notice the sun rising in the east. Maybe he could dry out before the day was done. There would not be any shortage of tracks if he could tell what they meant. He was almost certain he had been traveling west, and that is what the gelding seemed to think when it turned without a rain signal and headed that direction. Was Jack talking to his horse? It made him half mad to think that his old friend might be. As he rode away from the creek and moved into some low hill country, he came upon the piles of cow dung and hoof-chopped earth that told him cattle had passed this way. Probably before the rain struck, for the marks were not deep or well-defined. "Well, horse," he said, "we'll just ride along the edge here for a spell and see where this road leads." His tired eyes picked up horse tracks along the way, and he noted that some were unshod animals. He recalled now that Comanches had been involved in the rustling of Lucky 5 cattle. His bald scalp prickled when he remembered the day that devil had peeled the trophy from his head. He was not looking to fight Comanches again. But if that's what it took for him and Jack to get Sierra back, that's what he would do. Soon, the shod horses branched off, heading away from the herd. He suspected they might have even come later, given that those hoof prints seemed to mash the unshod ones underneath them. He had been a better tracker than most during his ranger days. Of course, his eyes misled him more often the past several years. He reined his mount away from the cattle trail, deciding to follow the shod horses. He guessed there might be 8 to 10 animals, but some had been taken from the ranch and likely would not have riders. Eventually he came to a cluster of cottonwoods and willows near a stream, and made out the remains of an abandoned campsite. He grunted and groaned as he made an awkward climb off the patient blood bay's back. He led the horse over the site that was wet, but because of the sandy soil it did not suck at the boots and hooves like some of the black dirt along river bottomlands in southwest Texas. There had been 2 sleeping areas, he concluded. One had the benefit of a campfire, probably under a tarp because the fire had burned the wood down to dusty coals. Rudy bent over and waved a hand over the coals, seeking heat, finding none. "Jack, need some help here." He walked the site a second time, and a third time before he saw it, the confirmation he sought. At the base of the cottonwood tree where somebody had slept without the benefit of fire. A scrap of yellow cloth, no more than 3 inches square, the edges peeking out from under a small stone that held it there. Sierra's color. Yellow. She always wore a yellow kerchief when she went out riding. Preferred a yellow ribbon most often when she tied her hair back. Sierra had been with these riders. There was no doubt. He found the tracks where the horses left the camp. With this many horses, the mounts should leave a decent trail of dung for him to follow. He shivered, not knowing whether it was triggered by his wet clothes or the anticipation of finding Sierra. He was not the least concerned about what he would do when he came upon the pursuit. Texas Ranger Rudolph Kilgore had faced down men tougher than these. More times than he could count. Chapter 32. Tige Marshall cursed the storm that struck when he and his former Buffalo soldiers were no more than 10 miles from the Lucky Five. They had continued in the pommeling rain for an hour before seeking the shelter of trees off the wide trail. Worried about the hazards to man and horse of the soggy underfooting and bolts of lightning that shot earthward after cannon-like thunder roar. The rain had locked them in place for nearly 2 days. Every time the rain slowed and they prepared to move out, the storm would strike again with increased fury. As a rising sun promised a better day, Tige spoke to his men. "We've lost too much time. But I'm thinking the gap between us and them wouldn't have changed much. Trying to contain cattle in a storm like we've had ain't easy. They might still be trying to gather up a scattered herd. A day like this, we should be able to match them Comanches 2 miles for one. I'm expecting to catch up to the herd by nightfall." Marquis Lafayette, a Louisianan of mixed lineage who appeared more French than Negro, was a slight man whose courage Tige never doubted. But he had a cautious streak that tended to demand explanation of any task he might be asked to perform. Blind obedience was not a part of his character. One reason he had abandoned the army the instant his enlistment time was up. His quick mind and knack for numbers had earned him a place as Juana's top assistant at Lucky Five Freighting. "Question, Sarge." Lafayette had never divested Tige of his military rank when he addressed his employer. "Yeah, I was looking for one," Tige replied. "So what happens when we catch up? I know from my days with the 10th the Comanches aren't inclined to give up, and they fight like cougars if you get them cornered. I'd like to be in on your plan." Tige noticed that Bull Bevins, a huge man built like his namesake, rolled his eyes at the question. Bull just liked a good fight. Woody Woodson, a stocky man of few words, leaned against his mount with his hand gripping the saddle horn, stone-faced as usual. In his early 40s, Woody was the most seasoned of the crew, and had known slavery most of his early adult life, but rarely spoke of it. Tige suspected Lafayette of being a free Negro, which was not uncommon in Louisiana during the pre-war years. His obvious education would not have been available to slaves, but he carried his own secret past that also went unshared. Possibly because his free status would have embarrassed him among so many former slave, army, and work comrades. "Marquis," Tige said, "nobody was forced to take on this job. You could have stayed back in San Angelo at the company." "Unflappable," Lafayette said. "Yes, I volunteered because I think so highly of Geordie Jackson and his missus, and I owe Jack Wills more than I can ever repay. I followed you to hell and back, Sarge, in the army days. A soldier couldn't question." "I'm not a soldier." "Oh, hell, Marquis. You know I don't have an end plan." "You can't when you don't have an idea of what you're going to run into. Our goal is to get Sierra Jackson and that little girl back. The cattle come second to that." "But we're chasing the cattle." "We're hoping the captives are with the cattle or nearby leastwise. You got a better idea?" "Not yet. Will you listen if I do?" "I will. Sometimes you're so careful you'd ride a mile to spit, I swear. But I ain't scared to hear another man's idea." Lafayette said, "What are we waiting for?" Let's saddle up, T said. Let's spread out some, so as not to make easy targets for a bushwhacker waiting up ahead.
Lafayette replied, I like that kind of planning. Tige hoped he was not going to have to put up with Lafayette's jabbing the needle the remainder of the mission. The men stopped when the sun was at high noon to rest and water horses at a spring-fed waterhole and eat jerky and hardtack. Tige said to no one in particular, Did you notice some horse tracks branching off the main trail a half hour back? Lafayette responded, I did, but I saw you eyeing them, so I didn't say anything. I thought maybe you had heard enough from me for a spell, Sarge. What do you make of them? Shoed horses. Could have been the men that took Sierra and the girl. I've got to decide whether we head out and pick up those tracks or stick with the cow herd. Split up? Lafayette asked. Tige found himself being the man, surrendering to caution. Too risky. Just 2 men against whatever we run into, bad odds. I think we stay with the herd. The Comanches and the men who hit the headquarters have got to be in cahoots. They're going to hook up again sometime, if that's who these riders are. And if they ain't, we'd be wasting valuable time. No, we follow the herd, but I think we'd better send a scout ahead to find out how close we are to the Comanches and the cattle. We aren't looking for a fight just yet, and we may want to keep our distance for a good spell till we figure out what is what. Lafayette asked, Do you want me to do the scouting? Tige said, That would please me. Lafayette was the best. Better than himself, he conceded, when it came to the scouting business. During Army days, he'd found himself relying more on Lafayette for scouting duties than the Tonkawa assigned to the company. It was not that the Tonkawa were not good scouts. Lafayette was just better at evaluating the significance of signs and seemed to sense things that he and others might not physically see. Not for the first time, Tige wondered where the man had acquired the skills. Maybe it was something a fellow was just born with. Lafayette rode on ahead, while his comrades slowed their pace until he reported back. It was nearly sundown when Tige saw the rider headed their way at a slow gallop. That signaled he was not being chased. They reined in and waited. When Lafayette sidled his bay mare up to Tige, the grim set of the man's face told Tige that the Louisianan was not a bearer of glad tidings. Tell me the story, Tige said. The herd is no more than 3 miles ahead of us. We can catch up with them easy enough. And? They know we're trailing them. I suppose they would. They would have to know that a rancher wouldn't just wave goodbye to his cows. That's mostly a breeding herd they've got. The trail hits a rugged patch up ahead and passes through a narrow canyon that's not more than 50 feet wide. I couldn't see the outlet opening, so it must go on for a good distance. Cattle are probably funneling through it by now. 2 Comanches had scaled the walls at the entrance, no more than 50 to 60 feet at the highest. But they're waiting with rifles, nested almost out of sight in some brush. Another followed me most of the way back here. I kept waiting for a bullet or arrow to bore between my shoulders. We can't see him, but he's watching us as we talk. Tige resisted the temptation to crane his neck and search the horizon for the invisible Comanche. Did you see any sign of the men that have Sierra and the little girl? No, but I don't suppose they would be following the herd. They would likely be up ahead somewhere. Or the riders that branched off from the herd earlier. Yes, but even so, you thought they would still be meeting up someplace? Yeah. That's why I decided to stay with the herd. We sure don't want to ride into that canyon, though. That would be like a trip into the jaws of a bear. I ain't inclined to do that. Can we circle around? Lafayette said. The high ground that forces the trip through the canyon appears like it tapers off to the north. It might take a few miles to find a cut through the ridge, but it beats being dinner for the buzzards. You lead the way. Of course, that Comanche's going to be on our tail. For a spell, anyhow, Lafayette said. I can do something about that later. I'd rather have my Comanches in front of me. Or dead.
"We'll see," Teach said. "Maybe he will go away." "Yeah, like a horsefly on fresh horse turds." "Have you scouted the Comanche War Trail?" "Yep, twice." "How many days to get there?" "I'd say 3 more for the cow herd. 1 for us, if we lead instead of follow." "They plan to meet up with somebody on the trail, I'd guess. It seems unlikely Gerlach and the Comanches are taking the herd all the way to Mexico. There's going to be some money change hands before then. Let's find that gap through the high country and get to the trail first." Chapter 33. Mitch Eagle Eyes had welcomed an invitation to mount a horse again, and Tess had put together a bag of gauze and medicines for redressing his wound. Again, taking 2 spare horses, they had veered off the wagon trail that would have taken them to their intended destination, just north of Castle Gap, and weaved through hills and buttes that cut the distance in half, although not reducing the time as much as Geordie would have liked. Darkness had cast a blanket over the hills by the time the riders and Big Dog reached the objective. After coming across a stream that fed the Pecos just a few miles south, the riders had set up camp near a cluster of rocks, the area being mostly shortgrass except for stones and mesquite and young scrub trees struggling to survive. They had harvested half-burnt wood, evidently remains of a prairie fire that had scorched the earth a few years earlier, and the 2 men now gazed at a campfire where they had roasted 2 rabbits collected by Magni, the dog retaining yet another for himself. He would be awarded any scraps from the cooked rabbits as well. Geordie thought that the dog would fend well for himself if left in the wild, for during their recent travels, Magni did quite well providing for his own meals, and often presented birds and small game to supplement his master's meager rations. They had departed the Lucky 5 mid-afternoon of the previous day and ridden into the night. After 4 hours' sleep, they were in the saddle again and had resumed their journey several hours before sunrise. Geordie could see the weariness in Mitch's eyes, and even Magni was stretched out sleeping in the grass. Nightfall was coming on, and they would try to get a decent night's rest before heading northward on the Comanche War Trail. Too many mistakes were made when men were tired. Mitch Eagle Eyes was approaching 40, the son of a Comanche warrior and captive woman who had been ransomed when Mitch would have been no more than 3 or 4 years old. He was raised in the white world, and as near as Geordie knew, spoke little, if any, Comanche. He generally wore a deerskin shirt and calf-high moccasins and an eagle feather in his plainsman hat, although his hair was kept shorn to the base of his neck. Jack had always suspected that Eagle Eyes was an invented last name. Mitch had tried to learn about the culture of his birth regardless, and lived comfortably with whatever nature might throw at him. He'd served as a scout for Jack and the Ranger during Jack's last few years of service, and followed his captain to the Lucky 5 rangeland when Jack decided to take up ranching. Geordie knew that Jack had won the abandoned Spanish ranch years earlier by breaking a bidding tie with the lucky roll of all 5s on 5 dice. His rescue of Geordie, an orphaned 10-year-old boy, at the side of a burning wagon, had triggered retirement from ranger service. Geordie's parents and sister had been killed by a Comanche attack, but not before his mother had sent Geordie and his sister crawling down a ravine to hide. His little sister had suddenly raced back to retrieve her doll and died from a war club blow. It still troubled him that he had not stayed to help defend the wagon and his family. Knowing it would have been futile and ended in his own death did not assuage the guilt he carried as the sole survivor. A few years later, Jack had taken in another orphan, a pup found on the streets of San Angelo during a thunder and lightning storm. This second lost creature had been anointed Thor, and the 3 became a family, along with Uncle Rudy, whose loyalty to Jack Wills never faltered. It occurred to him now that most who dealt with Jack followed him without question, their allegiance strong as steel. Biscuit Banks and Mitch had trekked with him to the isolated ranch. Almost anyone who ever worked for the man stayed put. Geordie had worshipped Jack Wills and had learned so much from that man. He could not help but aspire to be just like his foster father and hero. But Sierra had told him recently, "It's okay to take what you can from Jack. But you just be the best Geordie Jackson you can be. He's more man than you give him credit for." God, he loved that woman. Tears glistened in his eyes. He had to find her and take her home to little Jack. "We've both seen some of the Comanche war trail south of the Pecos," Geordie said to Mitch. "Have you ever been on the trail north of here?" Mitch gazed into the fire. "Yep, once with Jack and the Rangers. The trail ain't a single trail, really. It's sort of like a spider web of small trails that connect up with the big one that might run a mile wide in some places, through sand hills in places, hard rock ridges in others. Lots of small canyons off trail. Whole Comanche bands would move through it at times, moving north and south with the season. My people were Nakoni, the wanderers. Of course, all Comanches were nomads, never settled in at just one place." Geordie said, "So you know about Comanche ways." "I was never raised by Comanches. My ma was a captive, and when she was ransomed and held for 3 or 4 years, somehow it worked out that they let me go with her. Of course, even though I never remembered a word of any Comanche I might have knowed once, to folks in our small town, I was just a breed, the same as any other Indian. Didn't want me near their daughters, that was for damn sure. And most folks didn't want much to do with Ma. She finally killed herself when I was 14. Hanged herself from a beam in my grandpa's barn. She told me a few years before that my father was a chief named Iron Jacket, wore one of them Spanish armor vests most of the time. I learned about him later. If he was the same feller, he had an older son, my half-brother, born years before I come along. Name was Peter Nakona, who married Cynthia Parker and sired Quanah, the Quahati war chief." "That would make you Quanah's uncle." "Seems far-fetched. I sure ain't never bragged none about it. You're the only feller I ever told besides Jack. Anyhow, back to the trail. I've been thinking on that. They'd be moving the cattle along one of the feeder trails west of the Lucky Five to connect to the main one that comes down from Palo Duro Canyon way north, where the Quahati and others wintered off and on. Lots of stories about what went on there during the Red River War, when Mackenzie and his army was chasing Quanah down. But that don't concern us now. I just want to get to the best way to increase our chances of finding Sierra and Ruthie." The cattle would come down the wide trail, but Mrs. Jackson and the Gerlach girl might be taking one of the narrower trails that runs alongside. He hesitated. Or they might have headed them somewhere else. If they come this way, the land moves from flat prairie to hill country and scattered canyons fast like. We ain't more than 2 days from where they would be joining up with the wide trail, and they could have already moved the herd this way. I'm thinking we should travel the high ground as much as possible. There's a deer path along the top of a ridge east of the trail. We'd see any dust from there, and that spyglass of yours would let us keep an eye on most of the trails to see if we should move in closer." Geordie said, "All we can do is consider the odds. From what I understand, there are likely to be more stolen cattle herded in from the north and east to meet up with the Lucky Five herd. It could be a few days before they move this way. If they're holding Sierra for ransom or just as a hostage, it seems to me they've got to head to Mexico before they work out a release. Whatever they do, they need to get out of the country to figure out arrangements." He did not say it, but he knew those arrangements could include killing or selling one or both captives. Simon Gerlach would not be intent on raising a girl child, and he wouldn't hesitate to kill if he could not figure out a way to make money off his captives. "I assume the ridge will be slow going." "Yep, but we shouldn't miss any riders coming this way, or run into them before we're ready." "Well, we just as well let them come to us. I'm hoping Tease has already got Sierra and Ruthie back, or is on their trail, wherever they might be headed. And Rudy? What in blazes might he be up to?" Chapter 34. Rudy followed the trail of the riders he was certain included Sierra. They were making no effort to hide their passage, so he figured they were not concerned about pursuit, likely thinking any posse would be trailing after the cattle. Jack had not spoken to him since early morning, and the sun told him it was well past high noon now. Thankfully, his clothes were about dried out from a sun that had turned near blistering, and he was suffering no confusion about the objective of his mission. His stomach growled, and he considered feeding it his last biscuit. He had vomited up his breakfast mid-morning, something to which he had become accustomed the past few months. His noon meals stuck half the time, but supper usually did not make it to bedtime. He had taken up several notches on his belt as his pot belly wasted away. He did not care. He didn't give a hoot about much anymore, and sure as hell didn't want some doc telling him what to do about it. Maybe he would talk to Tess about the problem when he got back. Fortunately, his gelding was a stealthy, calm critter, and they moved quietly along a trail that edged a tree line. He could see dust rising from the cattle herd that was a good 2 or 3 miles northeast of him, he guessed. It didn't take long for water to soak into the ground, and the sun to dry the surface in this country where dust seemed to be immune to any of nature's attacks. The riders he was following continued to maintain significant distance from the herd. He reined in and turned his mount into the trees when he heard men laughing up ahead. Now what? He could see no sign of men coming his way, but continued to hear raucous laughter except for one voice of angry cursing and yelling that pierced through the racket. Rudy went through the torturous journey from saddle to earth again and tied the gelding to a tree branch. There were several juniper-covered hillocks he guessed to be some 50 yards distant that sloped down to the trail. He wondered if he could walk that far and make it back again. Leaning on the trees and with ample rest stops, he figured he could reach the base of the hillocks and work his way up to see what was happening down the trail. The voices could not be far away, or deaf as he was, he wouldn't have picked them up. He pulled his Winchester from its scabbard and started hobbling toward his destination. 20 minutes later, he was halfway up the slope of the nearest hillock, squinting in the glaring sun, trying to make out the scene below. 8, maybe 10, men scattered about a wide clearing off the trail. The trees obstructed his view some, but he had a favorable spot if he needed to use the rifle. He had been one of the 2 or 3 best riflemen in the old Ranger Company, and although he could not see well enough to read much these days, he could make out targets well enough, long range. He caught sight of Sierra immediately and let go a sigh of relief upon confirming she was still alive, the yellow kerchief rolled up about her neck, probably to conceal the hole left by the piece dropped off at the campsite. Had drawn his eyes immediately. She sat on the ground, the little girl stretched out beside her on a blanket, her head resting in Sierra's lap. He still could not get a good count on the men because of the trees, but there was a good many more than the 3 who had been at the ranch. The abductors must have met up with others. "Jack," he whispered, 3 would have been easy enough. I can't take down 8 or 10 without getting killed." Then he saw one of the men, a very short, black-bearded man, kick Sierra in the ribs. He had a clear shot. He raised his rifle and aimed. Chapter 35. Sierra tried to make sense of what was going on. 7 strangers had shown up on the trail ahead, friends of Tooth Weaver and Beast, it seemed. The 2 former Comancheros, if there were such a thing as former among such men, welcomed the newcomers, the spokesman whose name was Tobin, which she took to be a surname. He was the cleanest of the crowd, wore a string bow tie under a fringed buckskin jacket, and all the men except Simon Gerlach deferred to him. He was clearly the new leader of the party. All had dismounted to talk, and she was ordered off her horse and told to sit down. She helped Ruthie off her mount, grabbed the blanket rolled up behind the girl's saddle, and led her to the edge of the clearing where they had met up. She spread out the blanket, assisted Ruthie to the ground, and sat down, resting the girl's head on her lap. Her condition had worsened. The soaking during a nearly 2-day storm had been a disaster. Sierra had pleaded for a fire to no avail. Gerlach had simply said, "She ain't that sick." It was increasingly difficult for the girl to remain in the saddle, and Sierra knew that her fever was dangerously high. She was sickened by this father who had no compassion for his child, by all these men who viewed Ruthie as a mere nuisance, who might bring $200 across the border. At least that's what Tooth had told Beast he would be required to pay for the girl. Beast had offered $100, but the offer had been spurned. The men spoke as if she were not present, so they must not view her as an escape threat, she concluded. Let them think that. She would have been gone by now had it not been for Ruthie's illness. She would not leave the girl. She listened to the men, seeking a key that might open a gate to freedom. Sierra's headache from the blow had all but disappeared now, and she felt fit enough to look for opportunities to escape. Her main discomfort was her swollen, lactating breasts, begging for relief. She wondered if she would ever nurse little Jack there again. At least she was secure in the knowledge that Tess would have been looking after her baby within an hour after her captors took her away from the ranch. Tobin was explaining the new order of things to Simon Gerlach. "Mr. Gerlach, a new agreement is going to be negotiated here. My old friend Tooth came to me at Stagville when you told him you were going to hit the Lucky Five. I've been waiting for a harvest like that and thought I'd try to beat old Rupert to market. Them's my cattle, Tobin, and I ain't giving them up," Gerlach countered. "It's not like you have a choice, Mr. Gerlach. If I count right, we are 9 to your 1. But if you help us get this herd to Mexico, we'll cut you in for 10% plus whatever you can get for the woman and the kid. I suppose Tooth and Beast might claim a cut of that, since they helped you take them from the ranch, which crosses the line to stupid in my opinion." "Why do you say that?" "The cattle they might have let go, since they don't have the hands to get them back. This woman is the queen bee of the ranch, and this girl, who deserves better as a father, for damn sure, will get folks stirred up, especially since you killed her mother. There are men coming after them. You can count on it. Yes, you certainly achieved stupid. I'm almost inclined to just leave them here and move on with the cattle. But if worse comes to worse, we might be able to trade them back or make a deal if somebody catches up to us. You just said they was mine to do with what I wanted. To a point. But if we need them to save the herd, the rules change." Gerlach's voice got louder. "This was all my idea. You're a bunch of damned thieves. I won't have it. Them cattle is all mine. I made a deal with Stag. He won't take kindly to somebody getting in the way of it." Gerlach's assertion triggered a round of guffaws from his new partners. Tobin took a few steps toward Gerlach, standing within an arm's length of him now. "Mr. Gerlach, you listen very carefully to what I've got to say. You're cut in for 10% of the sale price, just like I said, so long as you behave. We will leave the woman and girl up to you, unless we need them to save our own hides. But you have got to work with us. Don't look like I got much choice." Now you are beginning to understand. This is what is going to happen. I was in Stagville before I headed down here with the boys. I have a friend who sells me information about Stag, and he told me there's been a problem with getting some cattle they were expecting from a drive to the east. There should have been a big herd nearing Stagville by then, maybe 500 head or more. They had 200 or 300 animals waiting off the war trail to join up with those. Then they planned to head down here and pick up those you brought and herd the critters to the Rio Grande, where buyers would be waiting. And you're just going to go on with the herd the Comanches are bringing in. Now you've got your head working. Whatever Stagg's men are bringing will be at least 2 days behind, likely more. We'll just make a south turn on the trail and keep on moving. What about the Comanches? What did you agree to pay them? $2 a head. I don't got a head count. Could be as many as 500. He will want gold. I don't have that much. He will take $1 a head. When is he supposed to meet up with you? At the war trail, where the trails join. I'm guessing he's no more than a day away. We came down the trail. From here, it's a half day. If we quit jabbering, we can be there by nightfall, get settled in, and decide how best to deal with your Comanche friend. Ain't no friend. Sierra had been so focused on the conversation, she had not seen Beast slip up behind her. He was bent over, stroking a sleeping Ruthie's hip, obviously trying to knead the flesh beneath the girl's skirt. Reflexively, her fist swung out like a hammer, striking his nose. He cupped a hand over the injured nose and staggered backwards a few steps before stepping forward and kicking her sharply in the ribs. Sharp pain rippled across her right side. Beast slipped his skinning knife from its sheath, grabbed her hair and yanked back, readying to slice her throat. Ruthie screamed just as her rifle cracked twice, sending lead slugs into the side of Beast's head and neck. He tumbled onto Sierra and Ruthie, spewing blood from the neck wound and showering them with the scarlet rain. Every man had a rifle or pistol readied now, all eyes searching for the shooter, pushing horses between them and the possible source of gunfire. They waited, tense and anxious, but all that came their way was silence. Sierra shoved Beast's body away and pulled the frightened Ruthie away from the dead man before taking her into her arms and allowing her to sob her fear onto Sierra's chest. Only then did the realization strike her that the rifleman had saved her life. Someone from the Lucky Five had arrived. Who? How many? Her captors were wondering the same things. 2 shots, Tobin said. 2 shooters or 1? And are there others? Tooth Weaver said. Must have been 1 shooter to place 2 shots so near the same place. Tobin said. Somebody's caught up with us. If it's 1, others can't be far away. It had to come from those slopes to the south. Beast and me was saddle partners a lot of years, Tooth said. Whoever done this is going to pay. I say we rush them hills and flush the bastards out. Tobin said. Why don't you do that, Tooth? Ask for volunteers. The rest of us are moving out. Bring the woman and kid. We might need them to bargain with down the trail. What about Beast? Tooth asked. Coyotes and vultures got dinner for a few days. Don't seem right somehow, Tooth said. We'll do as much for you, if you get yourself killed, Tobin said. Looking over his shoulder nervously, Gerlach led Ruthie and Sierra's horses over to where they sat. Saddle up, he said. The blanket, Sierra said. She hurried to retrieve the blanket, wrapping Beast's skinning knife inside, hoping its absence would not be noticed in the confusion. She feared it would be too risky to attempt to secret the dead man's Navy Colt from its holster. Tooth had already claimed the horse and rifle. Another shot ripped Gerlach's earlobe away, and he screamed as though mortally wounded, turning white as new-fallen snow when he saw the blood spilling from between the fingers of the hand that had reflexively covered the wound. During the melee that followed, Sierra snatched up Beast's Colt, dropped it in the wool blanket, rolled it up inside, and tied the blanket snugly behind her horse's saddle. She helped Ruthie mount her horse. Just hang on, honey. Tell me if you can't stay on the horse, and we will work out something else. Sierra noted that Tobin and one of his men already had urged their mounts out of the clearing and were galloping far ahead on the trail. The others remained behind with Tooth and Gerlach, who was pressing a kerchief to his injured ear. She thought of making a break for it, and she would have if it were not for Ruthie, who had little chance of staying saddled over rough terrain or through timber at any serious pace. Another shot kicked up dust and burrowed a hole through Tooth's hat, and his horse lurched forward, its rider clutching its reins with one hand and those of the inherited mount in the other.
"Get moving, bitch," Gerlach yelled, "or you've got a bullet coming your way."
Sierra and Ruthie moved out ahead of Gerlach and Tooth. The newcomers were all well ahead. She was buoyed by the knowledge, though, that she had a friend back there who would not likely let her out of sight. Maybe there was more than one, but somehow she doubted it. More of her captors would have fallen or perhaps been pinned down and forced to negotiate release of the prisoners. At least Ruthie was free from the prospect of becoming the twisted beast's prey. She shuddered at that thought, but she still worried over what might yet become of the girl. Her illness, this journey through hell. Could she survive it, or might it be better for Ruthie to die than to end up in Mexico? She reminded herself, however, that now a glimmer of hope had appeared. Chapter 36. Rudy lay back on the hillside, hidden by brush and junipers. His head spun wildly, and his heart raced. He would not have missed those last shots if the dizziness had not struck. But he nailed the son of a bitch that kicked Sierra. Sent him straight to hell. He supposed he would meet up there with the no-good someday. Right now, he did not much care. The outlaw bunch could have taken him down in a few minutes if they had rushed him, overrun him like a helpless lamb. He had just plain run out of strength. The rifle weighed 100 pounds in his hands after that second shot. He had pulled himself together just long enough to keep the devils guessing with 2 more shots. But he could not have got off another. But he had found Sierra, and he was determined to hang on to that bunch like a stalking cougar. It wouldn't hurt to rest some just in case their leader, and it obviously was no longer Simon Gerlach, decided to have somebody double back and watch for him. An hour later, Rudy made his way through the trees and down the slope to where his blood bay waited. As he approached the horse, the voices visited his head again. There was a lot of yelling in the background, but Jack's soft voice was strangely clear enough. "You got time, Rudy. Take it slow. You've got help on the way. Just keep track of that bunch. Don't try to do it all yourself, old friend. You are not a young dog anymore. Listen to me for once." "Humph. I'd have died in the Mexican War if I listened to you all the time. And I'm young enough to squeeze the trigger. Did you see them shots back there? Still got the touch." The yelling in the background faded away, and Jack did not reply. He likely was gone till tonight. He had a way of turning up when Rudy was trying to catch a few hours' sleep. He decided he would ride on, slow-like, until dusk, keeping his eyes open for a likely spot for sleep and water. He had a few strips of jerky he could suck on yet, or cut into pieces and swallow. There were some wet biscuit crumbs in his possible sack, but if his mission went on much longer, he was going to get even weaker. He could not wait more than a day, 2 at the most, to get Sierra and the little girl free of those thieves. Chapter 37. Tige Marshall led his crew through the cut in the rocky ridge that was no more than 2 horses wide. He was uneasy as they neared the west opening, thinking it would be a perfect location for ambush if the Comanches had decided to rid themselves of their pursuers. The warriors still had cattle to herd, but they could probably spare several drovers with the nearness of their destination. He signaled a halt as they approached the cut's exit. Then he nudged his gelding out on the flat prairie, pausing when he saw the figure standing on a stone outcropping that jutted from the ridge. He judged the Comanche to be something over 50 yards distant, and a third that high, and when the observer caught sight of Tige, he turned, and with the ease of a mountain goat, hurried down the ridge's steep wall to his waiting horse. Lafayette eased his mount up to Tige's right. "They are keeping track of us, but they haven't decided what they want to do. I assume they're reservation jumpers. Likely ain't looking for any killing unless they're pushed to it. That doesn't mean they wouldn't do it in a minute if it came to saving their own hides. Or for enough money, Lafayette said. I'd say if we hang back and don't crowd them, they'll leave us alone until they get the herd to the buyer. They wouldn't be looking to drive the animals all the way to the Rio Grande or into Mexico. If they ran into Army, they would have too much explaining to do. Yeah, nothing to be gained by picking a fight with a band of Comanches. If we're going to find Sierra Jackson, it is most likely going to be at wherever the herd ends up. We can't be more than a day from the war trail. I'm guessing they will find grazing for the herd in a few hours and set up camp for the night. Drive the herd to the war trail in daylight. So, we'll stay a good distance behind and stop when they do? Tige said. Yup, but we're still going to do guard shifts. We've all done enough Comanche fighting in our Army days that none of us wants to take anything for granted. You don't have to convince me of that, Lafayette said. Do you want me to ride on ahead and keep track of those warriors? Yeah. Let me know if anything is going on that might change our plans. If not, just come back when they got the herd settled for the night. Keep your eyes open for a likely camping spot. It was less than an hour before sundown, when Woody Woodson pointed to the western horizon. Marquise's horse out there, Tige. All by himself eating grass. Tige plucked the spyglass from his saddlebags, pressed it to his eye, and focused on the big gelding. Your eyes still work, Woody. It's his horse, but no Marquise, I don't like this. Wait here till I catch the horse. Tige rode toward the horse. It raised its head at his approach and started walking toward him, seeming eager to meet up with friends. He dismounted, stepped toward the mount, and grabbed its reins. His eyes roamed over the critter's body and discovered no sign of injury until he caught sight of blood on the saddle. He quickly determined it was not the animal's blood. When Woody and Bull Bevins rode up, Tige read the concern in their eyes. Something's happened to Marquise, can't be good. We'll get this gelding on a lead rope and go till it gets dark. If Marquise is hurt, we need to get to him. They rode on, and finally, in the haze of dusk, they found his body, stretched across bushes in a mesquite thicket. 2 arrows lodged in his chest, less than 6 inches apart. They buried him in the sandy soil near the mesquite where they found him. Tige found a limestone rock nearby that he guessed weighed more than 100 pounds, and they rolled it over his friend's grave. No name would be there to identify Marquise's resting place. It would be unknown, just like his history, and that of so many others scattered across the vast West. Tige was normally a calm man, slow to anger, but he was mad now. The Comanches had just declared war. Chapter 38. Sierra assumed they had reached the Comanche war trail. Her captors had set up camp next to a bluff on the west side of the trail, which she guessed to be a half-mile wide at this point. It would be difficult for any pursuers to approach undetected at this place, with the high bluff protecting the west, behind a slow-flowing stream that ran south along its base. In all other directions lay rough, but open prairie lands, as far as the eye could see. The shooters who had intervened the day before were unlikely to surprise here. Nonetheless, Sierra took comfort in the knowledge that someone had found them. She was not alone in her dilemma now. She and Ruthie were not bound, but were positioned near dead center of the camp by one of the 2 fires that had dwindled to coals and smoke now that the noon meal had been apportioned and eaten. For the first time since their abduction, Sierra had partaken of a meal that filled her. Roasted venison, beans, and biscuits. She had even coaxed Ruthie into eating, and the girl dozed now on a blanket in the warm sun. The girl may have improved some today, or at least she had not worsened, and that boosted Sierra's morale. The cook, an older, gray-bearded man whose moniker was Rooster, had been waiting for the others at this location on the trail, and although he carried a holstered pistol, she suspected the kindly man had been hired on by Tobin for culinary skills more than gunfighting talents. Tobin seemed like a man accustomed to luxury, not willing to forfeit decent meals during his ventures away from the comforts of civilization. Sierra did not like the way Tobin had been eyeing her since their arrival at the camp. She could feel his eyes undressing her whenever he was nearby, and whenever she turned her head toward him, his eyes gazed at her with lust. Many women would find him handsome, she supposed, especially when compared to the unwashed dregs that accompanied him. Yet she found him repulsive, arrogant, preening, and without conscience. Tobin was not a man she would give a second look, even under different circumstances. She saw a rider crossing the trail toward them, and she watched with interest, hoping it might be her rescuer coming to bargain for their freedom. That notion disappeared as the rider neared, and she recognized Angry Wolf. When the Comanche came to the campsite's edge, he reined in his horse and waited. Tobin walked over to Simon Gerlach, who was snoozing on his bedroll. He nudged Gerlach with his boot toe. "Get up, you old fool. We got company. He doesn't know me from anybody. He thinks you're in charge. It's time for you to explain that things have changed." Gerlach got up clumsily, coughing as he made it to his feet. Then he pressed a finger to the side of his nose and blew out snot. "Coming down with something, I think. I don't care if you've got the smallpox. It's time to deal with the savages. This is all for nothing if we don't get the cattle. And I sure as hell don't want to fight for them. No problem if you pay him his money. I don't have enough for $2 a head. $1 will keep me broke until we sell the herd. I was going to pay the heathens from the money I got from Stag when I turned the cattle over. They would have waited. Well, we can't wait for Stag's people to show up. Can this guy count?" "Yep. He speaks fair English. Ain't as good as mine, but passable." Tobin said, "Let's go see what he's got to say." Sierra had no difficulty hearing the exchange between the men, since they were no more than 20 feet distant. She continued to listen as they approached Angry Wolf. "Howdy, Angry Wolf," Gerlach said, when the two men reached the mounted Comanche. "Why don't you step down, and we'll talk a spell?" Angry Wolf said. "Come for gold," Gerlach said. "Things have changed some. This here's Tobin. He's sort of taken over my end of the deal." "Pleased to meet you, Angry Wolf. Simon speaks very highly of you. Like he said, I'm taking over his part of the arrangement." "You got gold?" 480 cattle. That'd make $960. Sierra found herself smiling. Could Angry Wolf count? He seemed to know how to tally dollars. This could be interesting if it did not put her and Ruthie in the middle of an Indian war. "I'm sorry, Angry Wolf, I do not have that much in gold coins. I can pay you the $480 in gold and give you a draft on my bank for the balance." "Draft? What draft?" "It is a piece of paper that would allow you to draw money from my bank in Austin." Sierra doubted there was any money in the Austin bank account. If so, Angry Wolf could not access it with a draft without triggering serious trouble. She saw the narrowing of the Comanche's fierce eyes and the pinching of his cheeks as his temper flared. Now she knew the reason for his name. "No paper, gold or no cattle. We kill buffalo men who follow. Others come too." He raised 3 fingers. "This many more, all buffaloes. We leave, and they take cattle if you no pay." Oh no. She assumed he must be speaking of Tige and some of his former colored soldiers who were called buffalo soldiers by the Comanches and other plains tribes because of kinky hair like that of the buffalo. Could the dead man have been the one who fired the shots that killed Beast yesterday? It saddened her that any man would die for aiding in her rescue, and she suddenly felt hope shrinking away. It was a stark reminder that she could not depend upon anyone else to free her from these men. Tobin appeared nervous and anxious now. "If you will help us drive the cattle to the Mexican border, I can pay you when we sell the herd. The buyers will pay in gold." The Comanche was silent, obviously weighing his options. Sierra knew there would be no sale absent a white intermediary. "I get more dollar. $1 now. $2 when sell cattle. When you bring the cattle here, I will pay you $1. Then you will help us drive the cattle down the war trail to the Rio Grande River. When we sell, I will give you the extra $2 a head." Sierra could see that Angry Wolf was thinking seriously about the bargain. If Lucky 5 men were closing in, Tobin might need additional men. Angry Wolf finally spoke. "Bring cattle when sun show face. You pay gold. Help to Mexico." He reined his horse around and headed back east across the prairie. "I guess we made a deal," Tobin said. "Hope so," Gerlach said, and walked away. Sierra doubted Tobin had any notion of keeping the bargain. He was just buying time until he figured out how to renege. Of course, Angry Wolf was likely doing the same thing. Chapter 39. As the sun disappeared behind the horizon, Sierra and Ruthie found themselves alone at their fire. At least Tobin had seen that they were near a fire when the night chill showed up, as it tended to do, even after a toasty day in May. Rooster had served up a good beef stew for supper, and a healthy scoop of apple cobbler made in his Dutch ovens. He was a superb cook, and she had told him so. He had beamed, and later seen that she had a small stack of firewood nearby for feeding the fire during the night. She thought she had made a friend of sorts and was confident he would do her no harm. He could not be counted on to intercede if more serious trouble came her way, however. She welcomed the privacy they had been granted, but was puzzled by it. Of course, 2 of Tobin's men patrolled constantly within sight of the camp's perimeter, the others sleeping as they awaited their shifts. With the death of Beast, Gerlach and Tooth had made an uneasy peace, it seemed, and laid out their bedrolls some distance from the others. They were likely allied again at the prospect of Tobin squeezing them out of profits from the cattle sale. She figured Tooth was now regretting his luring of Tobin to the mission, and likely with good reason. She wondered if she could use the greed and distrust that divided her captors to advantage somehow. She felt Ruthie's form snuggled up against her as they gazed into the fire. Somehow she took comfort from this sweet child who had been through so much. The sight of her dead mother as the girl was dragged away from the ranch cottage, deathly sick as she rode into a torrential rain with a father who barely acknowledged her presence. This was the first time on the journey through hell that the girl had been able to sit up for any length of time. Yesterday, Sierra was about to give her up for dead, but a few decent meals and undisturbed sleep had done more than any physician's medicines might have, it seemed. "Ruthie," Sierra asked, "are you feeling better tonight?" Ruthie looked up at her with those haunting eyes that would have been an iridescent blue in the sunlight.
"I feel some better, Mrs. Jackson. I'm not so dizzy as I was. My throat doesn't hurt so much." "Good. Ruthie, you can call me Sierra if you wish. Mama said you don't call your elders by their first names."
Sierra thought a moment. Of course, Uncle Rudy was not her blood kin, but he had become her uncle only days after she met Grandpa Jack for the first time. She loved him dearly, and she had learned early in her life that family was often more than blood.
"Why don't you call me Aunt Sierra? From this moment, I will be your aunt."
The girl beamed.
"Really? Forever?"
"Why not?" Sierra said. "Forever." The girl hugged her tightly, and when Sierra wrapped her arm around the girl's shoulders and touched Ruthie's face, she could feel the tears streaming down her cheeks. At that instant, Sierra could not hold back her own.
"Ruthie, I've been thinking. We want you to keep feeling better. But it would be better if these men, including your father, do not know this. Can you pretend you are not getting any better? Even if you aren't coughing so much, cough some extra anyway. You tell me if you really are feeling bad or getting worse. but we will keep it a secret from the others." "You mean play act? Miss Consuelo had us do that at school for Christmas. Remember? I was an angel." "I remember. You were. And you are." Later, Ruthie was wrapped in her blanket and sleeping soundly, and Sierra sat beside her, gazing into the flickering flames of a dying fire, that she would awaken with a log or two before she lay down beside the girl and tried to snatch the sleep that she needed so badly but continued to elude her. Again and again, her mind raced through her options, which seemed few to none. She could not and would not wait till these men reached Mexico before she made a move of her own. She started when she heard movement behind her and turned to see Tobin looking down at her, a smug smile on his face.
"Come with me a moment. We should talk," he said, speaking softly. After pressing her fingers against her bootleg to confirm the position of the unsheathed skinning knife she had wrapped in what remained of her kerchief, she got to her feet. With a nod of his head, Tobin signaled they should step away from the fire and the sleeping Ruthie. "How is the girl?" he asked. She shrugged.
"Ruthie's a very sick little girl. She's no better, but she does not seem to be worse. She needs rest."
"By day after tomorrow, she will need to be able to sit on a horse again. The cattle will be delivered here by noon or early afternoon. We will hold over here until the next morning, and then we head south."
"You will have the cattle. Why don't you just allow me to take this sick girl home?"
"Home? The girl is Simon Gerlach's daughter. Home is with her father," Sierra said.
"The girl's mother was murdered by that father. He has no intention of making a home for her. He is going to sell her like some critter. Ruthie will have a home with me."
"I might help you if you play your cards right."
"Mr. Tobin, I would be interested in hearing what might induce you to help."
"My name is Jim. You may call me that if we are going to be friends." He stepped toward her and placed his hands on her shoulders, readying to pull her to him. She tore away.
"I don't think we can be friends, Mr. Tobin. You either set us free or hold us, whatever you choose."
She had made her share of mistakes during her short lifetime, but Sierra knew that this man was not going to set her free, under any circumstance. Besides, at this juncture, Simon Gerlach thought he owned her. Let those two fight some. Maybe they would present her with an opportunity. As she returned to Ruthie's side, she swore she heard the faint sound of gunfire to the east. Chapter 40. Tej and his two men had no difficulty moving near to the cattle herd after dusk. A herd this size was not going to be hidden from others' eyes. He was certain that the herd was being driven to the Comanche war trail in the morning. He could not make a wild guess as to what the plan was from there, but he figured this would be the best chance to create some chaos and exact revenge for Marquise's killing. He had not located the precise whereabout of the Comanche camp, but the change of night guards brought two riders from the southwest, the opposite side of the herd. They had staked their horses in a ravine a bit more than 50 yards back and walked to a strip of acacia shrubs just outside the grazing cattle. "Woody," Tej said, "can you keep low and work your way down to the west end of the herd? When you hear me fire, start working that Winchester, making all the racket you can. If you can take a Comanche down, do it. We need to even the numbers some. I'd like to get the cattle riled, break up the herd if we can. We're just trying to delay the herd getting to the war trail. We ain't about to take it over. We can't even think about taking these critters back to the Lucky Five till we find Sierra. Head back to the horses when you think you've caused all the trouble you can, without losing your scalp." "I can do it, Sarge." Woody disappeared into the darkness. Tej turned to Bull. "I'd like best to scatter the animals all over the prairie, so it would take days to round them up. We don't got enough men and guns to do that, but if we can head them south and east, they can cover a lot of ground before anything would stop them. I'd like you to stay put." Just do the same as I told Woody." The big man nodded. "I hear what you're saying, Sarge. Sounds like the old days. We'll have some fun." Tish picked up his Sharps rifle, preferring the weapon for range and power. "Now I'm going to find me a target." He crept east to a rise in the earth he had spotted earlier, and when he reached the mound-like place, he knelt on the highest point and searched the moonlit land, his eyes scanning the herd's perimeter. If he did not locate a promising target, he would commence firing regardless. Killing had never made him hungry for more, but his prey had invited it with the theft of the cattle and the ambushing of his friend. Then he saw the Comanche rider's outline against the moonglow that painted the sky behind him. He loaded his weapon and aimed tentatively. It was claimed that the carbine could hit an object at 1,000 yards, certainly 500. Tish had his doubts about that, but he was a proficient marksman and figured the warrior moving his direction around the grazing herd would be less than 50 yards distant at his nearest point. He waited, aimed, squeezed the trigger. The rifle roared, and the Comanche dropped from the mount that raced away. The other rifles started to crack, and the chorus of gunfire started the cattle circling, then bawling loudly before some broke away from the herd, and the mass of animals began racing away from the racket, soon at near stampede speed. Tish saw another warrior trying to control the melee and fired off another shot. The Comanche did not fall from his horse, but he bent forward and reined his horse away, disappearing into the dust cloud that had formed now. Tish got up and raced for the ravine where the horses were staked. When he arrived, he found Bull Bevins wearing a satisfied grin on his face. "How was that, Sarge? Suit you?" "Suits me good. Have you seen Woody?" "Nope. Sure as hell heard him, though. Like it used to be. He was getting off 2 shots to 1 of mine. He'll be here soon. I'd bet on it." As predicted, Woody showed up a few minutes later. "Caught one of them savages," he said, when he arrived out of breath. "I killed one," Tish said, "and I think I wounded another. We cut their number some. Important thing is we got the cattle on the run. I'm thinking this might flush some folks out. Let's hide out someplace and grab some shut-eye. Before sunrise, I'd like to angle a bit north and connect up with the war trail, and move down the trail from that way. Their meeting place is down that way, someplace." Chapter 41. Magni woke Geordie with a low growl. It was a half hour before sunrise, and they were camped on high ground above the war trail, and the dog's nose pointed toward the narrow, winding path they had led their horses up to reach the place, which they had chosen because of its limited approaches. From experience, Geordie knew that Apache still ventured into the rugged lands on both sides of the Pecos, and frequently roamed near the war trail north of Castle Gap and Horsehead Crossing. After his long trek to find his wife, he was not about to lose his scalp to an Apache warrior. He sat up and reached over to shake Mitch Eagle Eyes awake, but found that his companion was already crawling from his bedroll with pistol at the ready. Both men moved away from their blankets, Magni hanging close to Geordie, hair raised on the back of his neck. "Hello, the camp," came a raspy voice from down the path. Geordie pressed a finger to his lips, signaling Mitch not to respond. Magni crouched, ready to leap if directed to attack. The voice came again. "Just one old man leading 2 mules coming up the trail. Looking for some coffee and a bit of talk. I'm headed south and appears you're headed north. Thought I ought to warn you." Geordie said, "Come on up. You will have no trouble with us if you're telling the truth." Soon, a man with a scraggly white beard that fell to just above his waist appeared at the top of the trail and walked out onto the level leading 2 mules, one saddled and the other carrying a bulky load. The slouch-hatted man triggered thoughts of the mythical Irish leprechaun. Geordie lowered his colt and backed away, giving the visitor room to get his mules on the hilltop. The man led his mules on past the current occupants and commenced to stake them out near the horses. Mitch found some live coals and the remnants of the previous night's cook fire and began getting a fire started for coffee. After he got his mules tethered, the man walked over to Geordie with a noticeable stiffness in his back, holding a tin cup and plate in one hand. He extended the other gnarled hand.
"Jake Solomon is my name. My thanks for not shooting me."
Geordie grinned. "You're welcome. I'm Geordie Jackson. My friend over there is Mitch Eagle Eyes. We're with the Lucky 5 Ranch not far from San Angelo." He accepted the man's hand and was surprised at the bone-crunching grip he received. He obviously was not as feeble as he at first seemed. The sun was close to making its appearance, and first light illuminated the eastern sky. It would be another clear, hot day. Geordie said, "Come on over by the fire, pick a rock. We can spare a few dried-out biscuits and some cold venison to go with the coffee. I have an appetite for hotcakes, eggs, and bacon this morning, but afraid we can't offer that."
"Well, Geordie, my tapeworm is hollering for fodder this morning and ain't particular about what it eats. Fact is, I probably wouldn't have chanced meeting you fellers, but I'm plumb out of grub and coffee till I get to Fort Stockton. A good 2 days from now. Wouldn't starve. I'd dig me some roots and such, eat grass if need be. I've done it more than once. But I'll take anything in the way of real food over that. I wasn't sure I could live without coffee today."
"How did you find us?"
"I was hereabouts before you come here after dark. I saw 2 riders coming with the biggest dog I ever seen. Made myself scarce. Wanted to think a spell, catch some shut-eye, before deciding if I wanted to march up to the cannon's mouth. Decided you 2 didn't look all that fearsome. But that dog, or whatever creature it is, worried me some. Tapeworm finally overruled good sense."
"You said you were coming from the north?"
"Yep. And now our meeting up is starting to make sense. Too much coincidence. You said you're from the Lucky 5. Brand is 5 dots, like on dice?"
"Yes. You've seen the brand?"
Mitch took the man's cup and filled it with steaming liquid that was closer to black than brown. He handed the full cup back, and Jake Solomon tested it with his lips before deciding to wait a bit. "Passed critters with that brand on my way to the Comanche war trail. Saw there was Comanches herding them, and decided not to introduce myself. Thought it was mighty damn strange, but I ain't inclined to stick my nose into a baited trap. I am curious as a damned cat, though. So I moved south some and kept them in my sight to see where they was headed, especially since we all seem to be going to the war trail."
Geordie said, "That would have been our rustled herd. Mitch and I are on our way to head them off, but it's not the cattle we're so interested in." Solomon sipped at his coffee now, and Mitch brought Geordie a cup. After a silence that seemed to Geordie to last forever, but was probably no more than a minute or 2, Solomon spoke.
"You looking for a woman? Maybe a little girl?"
"My wife. A little girl from our ranch. They were taken captive by some men. Not Comanches, though, but they could be with them now."
"I seen them. Craziest thing I seen for a good spell."
The man set his cup on the ground and held his plate out for 2 biscuits and a generous helping of venison strips that Mitch forked onto it. He continued,
"A woman and a little girl was with white men when I seen them. Maybe 8 to 10 rough-looking types, except one that was kind of a pretty sort. I was at the top of a hill overlooking the bunch. I heard kind of a ruckus over that way and left George and Victoria at the bottom of the hill and went up to have a look-see."
He paused to stuff a biscuit in his mouth and wash it down with coffee. Geordie said, "Did the woman and little girl appear unharmed?"
"Well, we're getting ahead of my story. But there was a hillside full of cedars below me, so I didn't get a clear look. The woman seemed well enough until some man kicked her in the ribs. The girl was laid out with her head on the woman's lap, like she was sickly or something. Somebody kicked my wife. If she was your wife, she got kicked. But the feller what did the kicking ended up in worse shape than her."
"What do you mean?"
"Well, a man below me on the hill fired 2 shots and dropped the feller dead. When that happened, I slipped and rolled my way down that hill, climbed on George, and headed for the war trail.
Figured I didn't want nothing to do with whatever was going on there. I heard more shots on my way down, but no idea who was shooting at who or what happened after that.
The man on the slope below you who killed the other man, what did he look like?
He had his back to me. He didn't move around like no colt. I'd guess him to be long in the tooth, like me. Don't think he was Mexican, but he wore a sombrero, Solomon said.
Rudy, how in blazes did he get there, and picking a fight?
Then Geordie sobered, taking on a whole gang of outlaws. Rudy was probably dead by now. On the other hand, he had already underestimated the old ranger's ability. The lamp was still lit in Uncle Rudy's head, he guessed, just flickering some. Solomon said, I gotta be on my way. I hope to make Fort Stockton by tomorrow night. Then I aim to head down to Presidio County along the Mexican border, pan for some gold in the creeks there, dig around a mite. Feller never finds that bonanza unless he looks, and from what I've heard, I'll find enough to keep me and the mules afloat till the next stop. Sorry I can't tell you much else about the wife. Like I said, I hightailed it out when I saw trouble coming. Ain't no soldier anymore. Got all that I wanted during the Mexican War.
We appreciate the information you gave us. It helps a lot. You didn't say how long ago you saw the shooting.
About 2 days, I guess. Last night was my second night out. If they was coming south on the trail, I suppose you could run into them any time. Depends on whether they was staying someplace for a spell or not. If they're bringing the cow herd this way, as seems likely, the herd was a ways from the war trail when I seen it, and it would be moving slower than 2 men on horseback. If they're all connected, they probably ain't headed south just yet.
Well, Jake, I guess we'll find out soon enough. Before you ride out, let's see if we can put together a little coffee, a few more biscuits, and some roasted venison to help see you through to Stockton. We roasted up all we could when Mitch shot a young buck. Keep some longer that way. Magni here isn't so fussy, and he's been making headway on the rest of the carcass.
I would take that kindly,
and I thank you for your hospitality, and wish you good luck in getting your lady and that girl back from them varmints. I'll tell the folks at Fort Stockton to be on the lookout, too. Geordie thought if the renegades got anywhere close to Fort Stockton, it would be too late. He and Mitch Eagle Eyes would be feeding buzzards by that time. Magni, too. Chapter 42. Sunrise had just arrived, and Simon Gerlach was relieving his bladder a short distance from the camp when he saw Angry Wolf riding in from the east. He finished his business and hurried to join Tobin, who had already spotted the Comanche and was rushing out to meet him. Angry Wolf's face, usually set in a menacing scowl, had stepped up to rage this morning. Gerlach figured that could mean nothing but problems. Angry Wolf dismounted and started raving.
Buffalo Man's killed 2 warriors. Fox Watcher be dead soon. Cattle run.
He swung his arm around, which Gerlach interpreted to mean that the herd had scattered.
Well, round them up and get them here,
Tobin said.
No. Need more mans. Buffalo Man still watch.
He held up 3 fingers. 3 men. We've got them outnumbered, Tobin said. He turned to Gerlach. You and Tooth can come with us. We'll help round up the cattle. As many as we can, anyhow. Gerlach said.
I ain't leaving the woman and my kid. I don't trust that woman not to make a run for it.
She wouldn't leave the girl, and she can hardly stay on a horse.
Won't leave them unwatched.
Rooster will be here. I'll leave Lefty Graves, too. He's a solid gunslinger, maybe my best, but he's near worthless in the saddle. I want you where I can keep an eye on you, mister. I don't trust you much.
We got mutual feelings then.
Yeah, I'll ride out to fetch the cattle, but I want to talk to Graves. He's a big feller with a considerable head. I just fear there ain't much in it. I'm leaving Tooth behind, too.
Okay, do that.
We don't know who's out there or where they're headed. An extra man might not hurt. I just want you with me. I've got a hunch we'll be overnight.
When we round up all we can of the cattle, there can't be any waiting. We've got to get the herd turned south on the war trail and keep moving. We risk having Rupert Staggs's men show up with another herd, and then we've got a fight on our hands." Gerlach sighed. Nothing was going as he planned. He hoped Henry was doing better on his end. His strategies here had turned into varmint stew. "Send Lefty over to talk to me and Tooth, so I can explain a few things. Rooster gives us another man to discourage unwelcome guests, but I'd expect him to head for cover when the shooting starts." Yeah, he didn't sign on to be a gunfighter. After he had his horse saddled, Gerlach led the mount to the cook's fire where Lefty Graves and Tooth Weaver were telling stories, while they downed another cup of coffee. He had doubt about Graves, a big man who appeared constructed of bread dough. From what he had seen during their brief acquaintance, Graves leaned toward the lazy side, unless he was making his way to the feed bag. That didn't matter if he would put up a fight. Tooth, he had learned, could not be trusted, but he knew how to use a gun, and would be tough to take down if cornered. "Fellers," Gerlach said, "you are to hold that woman no matter what else happens. If things go wrong, she might be the key to saving all our hides, and she might be the last chance to see some cash money for all our work." "Yeah," Tooth said. "I got that. Nobody's going to get past me and Lefty here, and I'd be more than glad to gentle that female down some, if need be. Just keep her alive, and don't let her get away." Chapter 43. Rudy had nearly ridden into the outlaw encampment the previous afternoon when he finally found the war trail and nudged his gelding out into the wide, rocky prairie expanse. Fortunately, he had seen the campfire smoke to his north, and Jack had whispered, "Don't go there. Not now." He had reined his mount back behind the limestone escarpment that edged the east side of the trail and staked out the horse behind it. He decided he would headquarter here until deciding his next move. He had wandered for a day and night before making his way to the trail, forgetting his mission for a time and unaware of how he came to be in this foreign land. It had finally come back to him. Fortunately, the gelding found water whenever it was thirsty, and Rudy had slept a spell at every water hole, often forgetting to stake the blood bay that stayed nearby regardless. Thirst was not a problem for him, but he could not remember the last time he had eaten, and he felt so weak that he wondered how much longer he would be able to mount his horse. He found a perch midway up the escarpment that gave him a view of the camp and a stone nest on which to doze. He had noticed activity about the area the previous night, and saw at least a half-dozen riders depart the camp early morning. He thought he had heard faint sounds of gunfire to the northeast during the night, but he knew better than to trust his hearing. It was mid-morning, and the riders had not returned. He simply could not make out the occupants of the camp other than to establish that a few men walked along the fringes intermittently. "What do you think, Jack?" Rudy said. "I ain't going to last much longer just waiting. I'm thinking maybe I got to make something happen damn quick like, or I'm done with this hunt." While waiting for a reply, Rudy nodded off. When he woke, 15 minutes later, he mumbled, "I suppose you're right, Jack. Time to pay a visit and introduce myself." He slid some 10 feet down the shale slope, landing with a jolt to his butt. He found he had a catch in his hip and could not get to his feet, so he crawled over 30 feet to the horse. When he reached the gelding, the horse turned its head and looked at him curiously, but held steady while Rudy grabbed a stirrup, leveraged himself to his knees. Then, leaning against the mount and clutching the tie strap, worked his way up the saddle to the pommel. There he pulled himself as erect as his ailing back would allow. He grabbed the tether line and yanked it, pulling the stake out easily, since he had been unable to drive it into the ground deeply enough to discourage an unwilling horse. It took another 10 minutes and several unsuccessful attempts but Rudy finally managed to hoist himself into the saddle. Poor critter, he thought. He could not remember the last time he had been able to unsaddle the horse. He checked to confirm his rifle and shotgun were loaded and ready to fire, and examined the cylinders of his Army Colt revolver. Then he nudged the gelding ahead and around the edge of the escarpment. Chapter 44. Sierra spoke softly to Ruthie.
How did breakfast settle on you, honey? Are you feeling better today? Lots. Rooster is nice. He made the hotcakes just for me. Yes, he did. That was kind of him.
She could not help but wonder how the cook had ended up with the gang of outlaws. Money, she supposed. Folks could not always be choosy about the jobs they took on, and he did not seem to be a part of the stealing, killing side. Perhaps, when approached by Tobin, he had not been forewarned of what he was getting into. She wondered how he would react if she tried to escape. She still had the skinning knife tucked in her boot and the pistol wrapped in the blanket. She could kill one of her guards. She was certain of that. Both? That was not likely, but she felt she was reaching a time when she would have to chance it. The other men would be out the remainder of the day, rounding up the scattered herd. Most would be gone overnight, but she feared Tobin and Gerlach might return before nightfall. She also sensed that Tobin was not finished with her, and it was only a matter of time before it would require violence to thwart his advances. Rooster walked toward them, looking like he had something on his mind. "Ma'am," he said, when he reached the blanket they had spread out on the ground, "I got some things to say. I ain't proud of what I'm going to do, and I hate what I've been a part of. I'm hightailing it out of here, but I ain't going to try to take you with me. We would all end up dead. I spent my life cooking, army, chuck wagons, even a few grab-it-and-go places in small towns. I can shoot a rabbit with some luck, but I ain't never killed a man. I told Tooth I was going to try to get me a deer for supper. I'm leaving my pack horse and food behind, and I'm going to make my way to San Angelo. I'll report your last whereabouts to the folks there. Maybe they can get the law or army to help. I'm sorry, but that's the best I can do."
You know that will be too late. By the time anybody would get here, we will be miles away. Maybe in Mexico.
I'm sorry, I truly am. There's something else you should know. I heard Tobin and Gerlach talking last night. Tobin wants to buy you. Gerlach was holding out, but I've been with Tobin long enough to know he generally gets what he wants. Maybe if you do what the man wants, you can buy some time till somebody steps in to help.
You were saying I should be his whore on the chance I might escape later?
I don't like to say it that way, ma'am. You'll have to decide what you're willing to do to save yourself, and maybe this little gal here. She could see that Rooster had made up his mind.
If you get to San Angelo, go to the Lucky 5 freighting office and tell Juana what you know.
He nodded, then wheeled and walked away. Just minutes later, he rode out, head down and slumped in the saddle, headed north, hopefully, she thought, to circle the range where the cattle roundup would be taking place, with the aim of picking up the trail that would lead him to San Angelo. At least Rooster had confirmed he would not be standing in the way of any plans she might make. There had always been the question whether she would be forced to deal with 2 or 3. Now she could focus on her options. She found herself still stumped a half hour later when she heard Tooth yell to Lefty, who was at the north end of the camp. "Somebody coming this way from the south. Horse going at a walk." Sierra got up, cupping her hand above her eyes to ward off the sun's glare. Oh my God. The sombrero. He was a good 50 yards down the wide trail, but there could be no doubt of the man's identity. Uncle Rudy. Did he have any notion of what he was riding into? Could he be the man who had fired the shots that killed Beast a few days earlier? Regardless, he obviously saw the camp and was moving toward them, like he was going to stop by for a friendly chat. As he neared, Rudy gave a wave and called, "Howdy, fellers. Got coffee brewing for a tired old man? Maybe a nibble to eat?" Tooth and Lefty looked at each other, and Sierra's heart raced. She picked up her rolled blanket, working her fingers inside and clutching the pistol. She whispered to Ruthie, who was sitting up on the other blanket, "Say nothing. You do not know this man, understand?" She nodded affirmation, her eyes wide. Sierra continued to whisper, "Now lie down flat on the blanket. Don't move until I say so." The girl obeyed. Rudy was at the campsite's edge. She saw a quick glance from him in her direction before he turned his head away. His face beneath the sombrero was a ghostly white, and he appeared sick and feeble, barely able to stay in the saddle of the gentle mount she recognized as Sleepy from the Lucky 5 headquarters Remuda. Tooth and Lefty both had rifles aimed at Rudy. She could see that they were nervous, uncertain what to do about this intrusion. Tooth said, "No coffee, old-timer, no food. Breakfast was over hours ago. Get the hell out." Rudy said, "Never met up with an honest man that couldn't spare a cup of coffee for a lonely old dog like myself. But I ain't one to fuss. I'll be on my way then." "Good choice." Rudy reined his horse away, then stopped, turning in his saddle with his pistol aimed at Tooth's chest. He squeezed the trigger and fired. Tooth's rifle clattered on the rocky ground, and he clutched his chest, standing there with eyes wide in disbelief for a moment before he toppled forward. Graves got off 2 shots, and Rudy slid off his horse's saddle. The horse blocked the shooter's aim for a few moments, and when it lunged away, Graves moved in for a kill shot. By this time, Sierra had tossed the blanket aside and was racing toward the gunman. She was no more than 20 feet distant when Graves pointed his rifle at a writhing Rudy's head. She stopped, raised the 6-gun, and fired 2 shots that drove lead slugs into the middle of the target's back, dropping him like a sack of flour on the ground next to Rudy. She rushed to Rudy's side and knelt beside him, noting that although dazed, he appeared to be breathing normally under the circumstances. "Uncle Rudy," she said, "where were you hit?" Rudy just groaned. Then she saw the blood soaking through his shirt beneath his left armpit. She called to Ruthie, "Ruthie, bring the blanket I dropped on the ground. Hurry." Sierra had been treating horse ailments and wounds since childhood, and while acting as the ranch veterinarian, also treated a fair number of human wounds and injuries. So she was not hesitant about giving Rudy aid. She unbuttoned his shirt, pulled it back, and then slipped the skinning knife from her boot and sliced away the filthy undershirt beneath it, startled by the emaciated form it uncovered. Her anxiety eased when she saw that there was no embedded slug and that it had passed through sagging flesh beneath the armpit. The blood flow was already ebbing, but the wound needed to be bound. She turned to examine the 2 dead men for something to salvage for bandages when she realized Ruthie was standing behind her with the blanket in hand. She was sober-faced, but surprisingly calm given the blood and death strewn around her. Then Sierra remembered that the journey had begun with death, and there had been more of it along the trail. Perhaps the girl was toughening. That could be vital during the hours and days ahead. Sierra took the blanket, folded it, and pressed it under Rudy's neck and shoulders. "I'm dying," Rudy croaked. "Sorry, girl, I tried." Rudy's horse had returned now, grazing a dozen feet away. "Ruthie, see if you can get the canteen off the horse. He won't run. That critter is more dog than horse." She removed her knife from the boot and quickly sliced away part of the tail of her own shirt and folded it into a compress and washed the wound as best she could with water from the canteen before placing the cloth over the gaping flesh. "Ruthie, can you press this against the wound while I cut strips to hold it?" "Yes, Aunt Sierra, I can do that." While Ruthie tended to Rudy, who seemed to be conscious one minute and fading away the next, Sierra cut strips of cloth from the shirts of the dead outlaws for securing the compress, gathering a collection of extras for future changes. Soon the compress was secure, and her focus turned to reviving their wounded savior. She leaned over Rudy's face. His eyes were closed, but again his breathing seemed normal enough. She picked up the canteen to see if he might drink. "Uncle Rudy, wake up.
We need to get out of here. Can you ride?" He opened his eyes.
"Sierra, what the devil are you doing here?"
"You came to rescue me, Uncle Rudy. Don't you remember?"
"Thought I was dead. I'll be gone soon, though. I'm hurting bad, girl. Ain't gonna make it."
"It's just a flesh wound. You will be fine."
"I'm gut shot, girl. Man don't live from gut shots. Not an old dog like me, nohow."
"What are you talking about?"
He moved his hand slowly down his chest to his lower abdomen, and then flinched just above his belt and moaned again.
"Took the lead down there someplace. Pain is like a knife blade moving around inside. Must have lodged in my innards."
His shirt was already opened, and she studied the area of white flesh where his fingers had stopped. Gingerly, she probed with her own fingers about a scarlet mark there that looked like he had been branded with a fire poker. There was no sign of lead penetration. Then she saw it. The belt buckle Swede Larson had fashioned from the silver-circled star of Rudy's ranger badge revealed a deep indentation, precisely in the center of the star. The slug had hit the buckle, and the force of that was probably what had taken Rudy down.
"Uncle Rudy," she said, "you're not near to dying. You were not gut shot, not seriously anyway. The lead struck the star on your ranger badge."
"You don't say. I'll be danged."
He slowly sat up.
"We'd best be moving out then."
Chapter 45. Sierra realized quickly that Rudy's deteriorating condition had little to do with the gunshot hits. His confusion may have worsened as a result, however. Otherwise, how did he ever find them? From what little sense he made, she concluded Rudy had been the marksman who took down Beast. Regardless, she realized that Rudy would have all he could do to remain mounted, and that their escape would be at a snail's pace. Fortunately, Ruthie seemed buoyed by their new prospects and would start their journey home with new strength. Sierra suspected this would change as the day wore on, but she would not abandon either of her companions. She decided she would keep an eye out for defensible shelter as they rode. She was the decision-maker for the present. Rudy kept jabbering angrily about Jack's failure to tell them what to do, and she was unable to engage in rational conversation with him. Perhaps later the fog would lift, and he would be more helpful. She snatched up a Winchester dropped by one of the fallen men and both their hats, handing Tooth's to Ruthie, judging his head was smaller than Lefty's. She found a rifle scabbard with one of the stacked saddles and dug out cartridges from the saddlebags. She donned the low-crowned hat that dropped over the tops of her ears, thinking it would be nice to finally have something to ward off the sun. Although unlike fair-skinned Ruthie, her lightly bronzed skin tended not to burn or blister. Sierra and Ruthie continued to ride the horses they had ridden for the duration of the ordeal, although they could have selected any of 4 others that were in the camp, including those of the 2 dead men. Sierra opted for familiarity in choosing the mounts, especially since both geldings were now well rested. They rode south at a slow gait along the Comanche war trail. Her plan was to continue south till nightfall, or until either of her companions became too weak to ride further, whichever first occurred. Then they would head east in the general direction of San Angelo, and the Lucky 5 at first opportunity. From her previous trip to Castle Gap and beyond, she knew that due east would eventually take them to the trail that led northeasterly to San Angelo, and the confluence of the North, South, and Middle Concho rivers. They could not risk encountering any of the men returning from the cattle roundup. She hoped that Tobin and Gerlach would decide that she and Ruthie were not worth pursuit, but knowing those men, she suspected discovery of the deaths of the 2 men and their escape would be taken as a personal affront and challenge. Her value as a hostage would become secondary to vengeance. She just hoped they would not return to camp till morning. She glanced at Rudy, who rode to her left and behind her. He was swinging back and forth in the saddle, and she feared he would soon drop off. Rooster had left behind some hardtack, canned peaches and beans and jerky, and she had stuffed their saddlebags with an assortment of the foods. She had tried to badger Rudy into eating some peaches before they left the camp, but he refused, insisting his stomach could not handle any food. It was nothing short of a miracle that he somehow found her captors and triggered the escape.
"Rudy," she called. "Do you want to stop and rest a spell?"
"Huh?
Do you want to rest?"
Ain't hungry. Just barf it up anyhow."
She gave up. She was never certain how much he was hearing. Grandpa Jack had warned her that Rudy would always hear something you did not want him to hear. She looked at Ruthie riding a little further back off Sierra's other side. At least Ruthie seemed to be doing well enough, sitting erect in the saddle and handling her mount with apparent ease. But then she noticed that Ruthie's sorrel was limping and reined in her own mount, signaling the others to do likewise. Sierra dismounted and walked back to Ruthie and the horse.
"Dismount, Ruthie," she said. "I need to look at your horse. He's favoring his right front leg."
The girl slipped off her mount.
"He's a good horse, but he's having trouble keeping up."
Sierra figured she could walk faster than the pace they had been pushing the horses, so that was not a good sign.
"You just hold his reins tight while I look at the leg. Maybe he has a stone lodged in his hoof or something."
Sierra stroked the sorrel's neck and shoulder as her hand inched its way down the muscled chest and foreleg, then taking both hands and bending the knee to examine the lower leg and hoof. She spotted the problem instantly, a gash and significant swelling at the fetlock joint above the hoof. She probed the flesh about the wound.
"There must have been a sharp stone and some loose rocks or something that he stepped in. The cut isn't terrible, but it's badly bruised. It will just get worse the longer he walks, and we will soon need to move much faster. That would do him in." She released the leg. "Ruthie, you will have to ride behind me on my gelding. He's a big, strong critter, and the two of us together don't weigh as much as a husky man." "What about my horse?" "We will unsaddle him and remove the bridle and tack and turn him loose. He might follow us a spell, but he will drop off and graze and find water. Likely end up with your father if they come this way. A good horse is worth too much money for anybody to pass by. He will be okay." "He's been a friend, and I won't miss him." "I know, honey. But we have to do what's best for all of us."
Rudy said nothing and remained on his mount, while Sierra stripped the injured horse of its saddle and tack, taking the saddlebags with food and draping them across her mount's shoulders in front of the saddle. When she was saddled again, she reached down and took Ruthie's hand and pulled the girl up behind her. Sierra looked back as they continued south on the war trail. The abandoned sorrel had trailed behind for a short time, but it was soon distracted by lush grass and gave up pursuit. She hated surrendering the horse, but its usefulness would have ended at some point, and she would not allow an animal to suffer. Now, her concerns turned to Rudy. His suffering was worse, but the resolution of his ailments was not so simple. She knew this much. She would be lucky if he lasted another 2 hours in the saddle. They must find a place to hide out for a time so Rudy could rest, and she could convince him to eat and redress his wound. Less than an hour later, she came across a narrow single-horse trail that weaved into the hills that had only recently come into view. Here the war trail was at least a mile wide, but rougher terrain than it had been to this point, and seemed to pass like a small valley between rocky hills that loomed on both sides, and rose higher as they extended beyond the trail. She doubted they had traveled more than 15 miles since leaving the outlaw camp, but there should be no risk of encountering Tobin and Gerlach or any of their men by heading this way, and every mile would be that much nearer to home. Of course, this would not eliminate the risk of being tracked down. "This way, Uncle Rudy," Sierra yelled. She pointed to the narrow opening through the rocks and headed her horse into the break. Rudy's blood bay fell in behind, the horse clearly in charge, because the old ranger was leaning forward with his head on the back of the horse's neck. Sierra's apprehension grew as they wound between hillocks, her only compass the sun that assured her she remained on an eastward course. Their chosen trail finally led the party into a canyon, the walls no more than 100 feet at their highest, but she could not see its end. The snake-like course of the canyon kept her from judging how far it went, and whether it was blind or if an exit would keep the riders on course to their desired destination. She decided that it did not matter. They could go no further until Uncle Rudy regained some strength. She hoped that rest and sleep, perhaps some food, would accomplish this. Her eyes scanned the canyon walls as they rode through the entrance. The craggy rock was decorated with clusters of cedars, mesquite, yucca, and agave. She saw several clefts in the walls that appeared to be caves. As they rounded the first bend in the walls, she saw a grove of cottonwoods and what she thought might be a scattering of willows and ash at the base of the left wall, a serious hint that there might be water nearby. The canyon widened here and revealed the first sign of grasses. She gave the horse a gentle tap with her boot heels and urged it ahead, and soon confirmed her suspicion. Water trickled from the lower canyon wall at this place like water being squeezed from a rag, collecting in a pool at the canyon floor, before funneling into a narrow stream that started a journey eastward along the wall's base and growing wider as other springs fed it. From the charred log stubs scattered about, it was obvious countless others had camped here, likely Comanches and other Indians that passed along the nearby war trail. 5 or 6 feet above ground level, she saw a stone ledge fronting a cave-like opening that appeared to have been dug out of the canyon wall, crudely carved but some 4 feet deep and of similar width and height. It was a box of sorts, cramped for sleeping, but shelter from a storm. She helped Ruthie off the horse and then dismounted and walked over to the cave, which was no more than 20 feet from the water, and hidden by the trees at first approach. She wondered if she might get Uncle Rudy to this place somehow to provide shelter for the night and cover in case of attack. She and Ruthie could still run. Uncle Rudy could barely walk. Running was not an option. She examined the wall below the cave. Someone had chopped out hand and footholds, and she doubted if Rudy could use them. But she could lead his horse up to the ledge and have him nearly there. She could take his hands, ask Ruthie to steady the horse and help him scramble up. It would not be a graceful leap, but she was confident this would work. She explained to Rudy what she had in mind.
"And when we leave this place, we can bring the horse over and let you down on him from above. No climbing into the saddle."
"I don't like it. I'll never get up there. And what if I need to make water?"
"Do what you always do. Just tell us it's coming, so we don't get rained on," she teased.
"Not funny. I don't think you're strong enough to pull me onto that ledge, but I guess we can try. Can't do more than kill me. But I'm thinking Jack's gonna have a laugh over this."
The maneuver turned out easier than Sierra anticipated. Sleepy stood firmly and patiently in place as Sierra pulled Rudy onto the ledge. It reminded her again that the past year had seen him reduced physically to a mere shadow of the man he had been. She thought she must have been so focused on her concerns about his behavior that she overlooked the wasting away of his body. She thought a cup of coffee might revive Rudy some, but she had neither pot nor coffee, deciding that cold camps would be forced on this trek, considering the signals of fire smoke could send any pursuers. After she and Ruthie unsaddled and staked out the horses, Sierra climbed upon the ledge with one of the saddlebags, helping Ruthie clamber up after her, when Rudy was positioned just inside the cave with his back against the wall. She opened a can of peaches and this time successfully persuaded Rudy to eat a few slices she speared from the can with her skinning knife. After he ate the peaches, she passed the can and knife to Ruthie and gave him a hardtack biscuit, which he eventually moistened in his mouth and gummed down. It wasn't much, but he was holding the food down so far. She would let this settle and try to get him to eat more later. She left Ruthie with Rudy while she descended the ledge in a race to beat darkness to gather up their gear in one place. She tossed Rudy's bedroll up on the ledge and asked Ruthie to spread it out in the cave. They had brought 2 blankets along from the outlaw camp, and she and Ruthie would share those on the ground within easy hearing and sight of Rudy's cave. When Sierra had all the horse tack and their meager possessions gathered next to the blankets, she returned to the cave to find Rudy softly humming a croaking and stop-and-start version of The Yellow Rose of Texas. Ruthie watched him attentively, a seemingly enraptured audience of one. She let herself down beside Ruthie, who was just outside the cave's opening, crossing her legs campfire style. Rudy noticed her and paused.
Darn Jack got me humming. Did you ever hear your grandpa sing?
No, I can't say that I did.
Can't say you missed much. But when we was in the Rangers, we'd sing the old songs together when we was riding someplace. Get the whole company singing sometimes. And even after that, we'd sing Yellow Rose together when we was sitting in the library. Always made me think of the last time I seen Jada. He started reciting the first verse of the song in a sing-song voice. There's a yellow rose in Texas that I am going to see. Nobody else would miss her, not half as much as me. She cried so when I left her. It was like it broke my heart. And if I ever find her, we never more will part. She saw tears streaming down his cheeks as he spoke the words. He was reliving more than a duet with Jack Wills. Rudy stopped abruptly. Jack says my Jada is waiting. He's seen her. Pretty as ever.
Jada?
You never guessed I had me a woman once, did you?
Like a wife?
Yep. We was even married in the Roman Church a month before I left to fight in the war for Texas independence. Jada was a Mexican gal like your ma, but a Texican in her heart. We had a little spread on this side of the Rio Grande. First and last time I ever owned property. I can still see her and her mama standing on the porch waving goodbye when I went off to fight. Next time I come back, I seen only the dirt mounds in the yard back of the house, where neighbors had buried them both. You see, Santa Anna's boys swept through and killed half the folks in our little valley. My friend Geraldo saw to the buryings, but wouldn't tell me what he found when he come to the house. Couldn't have been worse than I imagined.
I'm sorry.
Never took another woman. Most folks look at this shriveled-up, toothless old man with the chopped-up scalp and can't see how a woman could have ever looked at me more than once. Weren't always an ugly old lizard. Jada was a prize, I tell you, and she loved me, but I wasn't there to protect her. Never talked about her to nobody but Jack.
Oh, Uncle Rudy, I don't know what to say.
Nothing to say. I'm tuckered out. Gotta catch me some shut-eye. We gotta be riding out soon. Those devils will be on our trail. I'm hoping Jack will visit with me soon. Chapter 46. Tej Marshall carried mixed feelings about the diversion he and his men had caused with dispersing the cow herd. Using his spyglass from high ground within an hour of the Comanche war trail, he could see some of the cattle starting to cluster in small bunches across the expanse of prairie. The Comanches had recruited whites to help with the task of rounding up the original herd, although some of the cattle had raced away beyond recapture. He assumed that the leaders of the white men were the buyers of the cattle. The reservation jumpers would not have been able to accomplish sale without intermediaries. No, the Comanches had been hired by someone. It worried Tej that he had no evidence that these men were involved in Sierra's capture, but he had no choice at this point but to ride with his bet that they were. He decided it was time to locate the war trail and move ahead on the search from there. If Sierra and the little girl were being held there, it stood to reason that there were fewer guards than there would be after cattle were rounded up. "What's next, Sarge?" Woody asked.
"We hit the trail again.
Once we find the war trail, we head south real careful-like. This will be our best chance to find Mrs. Jackson, I'm thinking." "Do you think we're done with the Comanches? What do you think?" "Can't count on it. I got a bad feeling they're hunting for us. And I learned in the Red River War you can't ever rest easy with them devils."
I picked out 2 Comanches with the roundup searchers on my spyglass, but the others could be looking for cattle out of range. There should be 2 or 3 not accounted for if I've been counting right. We got to keep an eye out." Bull Bevins spoke up. "All right, Tail Sarge. Hang back some. I think we should ride single file with fair distance between us, so as not to have all the targets in a cluster. I don't think they can spare 3 warriors right now. It's going to be 1 or 2, no direct attack. A sniping situation. Rifles give more distance, but fortunately most Comanches never got real training. Marksmanship wasn't ever their edge in a fight. That don't mean we can get careless. Let's ride." When they reached the Comanche war trail, it took Tige several minutes to realize they were on it. There were hills rising on the west side, but where they had entered the trail, it was no different than the land they had just crossed, except for the hoof marks and dried cow and horse dung that marked the expanse that was called a trail. He led his men south with no notion of what they might encounter, if anything. As they moved southward, Tige grew increasingly uneasy. A screen of brush and trees began to appear along the east side of the trail, where any attack was most likely to come from. A man never knew what was next in West Texas. About the time he got used to prairie, it turned to woodlands. Over the course of a few miles, flat desert became hill country and low mountains. He pondered angling to the other side of the trail, but no sooner did that thought enter his mind than a shot rang out. Bull's horse reared and screamed before it toppled over, taking the rider down with him. "See the bull!" Tige yelled to Woody, before he urged his mount into the brush. He saw the Comanche warrior rise from the brush and aim his rifle at the charging rider. He reined his mount sharply right just before the rifle cracked, dodging the bullet intended for him. Fortunately, the warrior handled the rifle clumsily and was slow to lever another cartridge in the chamber, and Tige's revolver fired twice before the Comanche could get off another shot. 2 lead slugs drove into the man's chest and dropped him. Tige cast his eyes about and saw no sign of another attacker. A gunshot echoed behind him, and he wheeled his mount back to the trail, where he found Woody futilely trying to pull the dead horse off Bull's right leg. The hefty man appeared in pain but very much alive. Woody had apparently killed the wounded horse to end its pain and frantic struggling, which was likely doing more damage to the pinned rider. Before dismounting, Tige caught Marquise's horse, which Bull had been leading, and staked all the horses, then hurried to help Woody free Bull from beneath the dead horse. They could not lift the horse, but Tige got down on hands and knees and put his shoulder to the animal's back, raising it just enough to permit Woody to pull his injured partner from the trap. "Where are you hurting?" Tige asked. Bull groaned. "Ain't no place I don't hurt, but the right leg's the worst. The one my horse crushed when it went down. Below the knee." Tige took his penknife and slit the trouser leg, pulling it back. He saw instantly that the swelling on the side of the shin bone was more than a bad bruise. But there was no sign of bone protruding from the skin. "I set and splintered a few arms in my army days, but never a leg. But I'm the best you got, Bull. I can't tell how much setting is needed for sure, but if it heals crooked, you'll have a limp." He figured it was best not to inform Bull that one of the arms he set for an injured soldier had subsequently been amputated by an army surgeon. "Ain't got no choice, it seems. Do what you gotta do." "Well, first we gotta chop us some splint wood and cut some cloth strips for bindings. I'm hoping you'll be able to ride when I get done." Later, while Bull dozed, back leaning against his dead mount, Tige took Woody aside. "I don't think it's a bad break," he said. "It didn't move much when I pulled on the ankle. But I don't know much about such things." Woody said, "I hope his howling don't bring more Comanches. I think the gunshots would have done that. I'm guessing they could only spare 1 warrior to track us and cause trouble. If Bull can sit a saddle, do you think you can backtrack to the Lucky 5? 3 or 4 hours and you should be past any threat. You and the Comanches and the mother fellas We'll be heading different directions. You ain't going? Gotta see this through. And we can't leave Bull here by his lonesome. He won't be able to get off and own a horse on his own. But what can one man do, even if you do find Mrs. Jackson? Don't know yet. Figure that out when I find her. Won't go back and tell Jordy I gave up. I don't like leaving you like this, Sarge. Well, you just get Bull back to better help. Maybe with him being an old soldier, an army doc would take a look. You got your orders? Yes, sir. Chapter 47.
What in the hell happened? Gerlach said, when he and Tobin and two of Tobin's men, Yuri and Navarro, rode into camp just before dusk and found the two bodies. And where's the damn woman and Ruthie? Horse is gone, Navarro said. A wiry Mexican and Comanche half-blood, Navarro rarely spoke, never smiled, and his cold reptilian eyes tended to make Gerlach nervous. Navarro, Tobin said, tell us what happened. The men all dismounted. Gerlach watched while the moccasin Navarro stepped around the bodies several times, then slowly walked an increasingly widening circle, eyes fastened to the ground, kneeling intermittently to examine something more carefully. Finally, he walked back to the corpses, emptying the dead men's pockets, and transferring the contents he did not reject to his own. Gerlach was not inclined to challenge the man. Tobin said, "Where's Rooster?" Yuri, a tall, jutting-jawed Russian, spoke with his thick accent. "Horse is gone. Maybe he took the woman and girl. Helped him escape." Tobin said, "Not likely. I can't see him taking down Tooth and Graves. Maybe he's trying to scare up a deer or some other game for supper." Yuri shrugged. Gerlach was agitated by Navarro's turtle-paced evaluation of the scene, and was on the edge of prodding the man when he turned away and joined the others. "Well," Gerlach said. Navarro replied, looking at Tobin as he spoke. "Another rider showed up here. Approached slow like I'd say. Shooting was all close range. Looks like Tooth came up to the guy and was shot down without getting off a shot of his own. Maybe getting ready to fire his rifle, but it ain't here. Somebody must have took it. Pistol wasn't drawed. From blood in the grass farther out where the grass is matted down. I'm guessing Lefty shot down the stranger. He got off 2 shots anyhow." Tobin said, "So if Lefty took the stranger down, why is he the one that's laid out in the dirt? Where's this mystery rider?" "Ain't finished yet. Somebody backshot Lefty. Twice. Not the stranger," Gerlach said. "That don't make no sense. Unless Rooster done it. Can't say. 3 horses went south on the war trail from here. One was the stranger's," Navarro said. "Stranger's not left with the dead, so I'm guessing it's him, the woman, and the girl. If Rooster did the shooting, it don't appear he went with them," Tobin said, "because he knows we'll catch up to them. You can bet he went north. Let him run. I'll save him for another day. It's the others I won't. You got a wounded man, a helpless woman, and a kid. No way we can't run them down." He turned to Gerlach. "And the woman's mine. You gotta pay for her. Fact is, I don't. But I will. $200 when we get the cattle sold." "Like hell. That ain't the price of a good horse. $200. Or we can settle it right here and now." Gerlach considered the matter. He supposed settle meant his own killing. "I guess she's yours. But I want my money when we collect on the cattle. And I keep the rights to my girl. I don't have any use for your daughter. The 4 of us will head out in the morning. I told Angry Wolf and Raleigh that we would be riding on ahead with the woman and girl with the thought of finding buyers and having the cattle sold by the time they brought what's left of the herd in." Gerlach said, "We lost a couple hundred head. Lucky if we got 300 left. Angry Wolf said you were bad medicine. I'm wondering about that myself. It's my kind nature that's putting up with you. I keep saying we're due some good luck. I'm thinking it will start tomorrow night, when I've got my purchase sharing my bedroll. She ain't purchased till you've paid for her. Now, Mr. Gerlach, don't be like that. I'm sure my credit's good. Gerlach spat a wad of tobacco on the ground and stomped off. Chapter 48. Geordie and Mitch Eagle Eyes led the horses down the narrow path from their campsite shortly after Jake Solomon departed with his mules. Magni had already darted out ahead, weaving back and forth across the wide trail, looking to sniff up a rabbit or other small creature for a morning snack. An unseasonably hot sun seemed to be keeping the creatures sheltered, but the dog need not worry. Geordie still carried some of the venison that was turning rancid, which seemed only to make the meat tastier to the big dog. Near noon, Magni turned up a spring some 50 feet off the trail, but the packed dirt path that led to it was an indication the water was not a new discovery. The men had a lunch of hardtack and jerky, and Geordie tossed Magni a few huge slices of venison carved from a back quarter. Another day, we'll have to harvest something off this land, Geordie said. After sharing the grub with old Solomon, we're running low. Magni's making short work of the venison. Even his daddy never ate like that, as near as I recall. Mitch said, Thor was a big dog, but I never seen nothing like this one. I'll bet he weighs in at 200 pounds or better. Geordie chuckled. No, but 170 maybe. I just want to stay friends with him. Geordie went to his saddlebags and pulled out a woman's cotton nightgown and shook it out. You going to change clothes here? Mitch asked. Geordie rolled his eyes. This is Sierra's. He was left on our bed the morning of the raid. He turned the garment inside out. Magni, come here. Magni abandoned his meal and trotted over to Geordie and looked up at him. Geordie placed the crumpled gown in front of the dog's nose, and Magni sniffed it seriously. Then Geordie wiped Magni's face, head, and neck with the garment, trying to plant the scent. Mitch said, Is that dog one of them bloodhounds or something? Geordie said, No, I've read about them at different times. I'll bet Magni can more than match any for picking up a scent. He's never been trained to follow it, though. But it seems like he can smell a rabbit as far away as the Rio Grande. I figure it's worth a try, can't hurt. Thought about that just as I was grabbing my own things from the bedroom and decided to bring it with me. Never planned to sleep in it. Sounds a bit far-fetched to me, but I guess I've seen stranger things. Geordie put the nightgown back in his saddlebags. How close do you think we might be getting to where Solomon saw Sierra? Well, I doubt Solomon was going to ride the skin off that mule at the speed he was moving. I'd say we might be a day's riding if there's someplace on the war trail. Unless they headed north. Geordie said, I can't see going north. I don't know where you would market stolen cattle up that way. Of course, if they sold to somebody else who was going to drive the herd this way, that doesn't take me closer to Sierra. I don't care about the herd. I want my wife and that poor little girl back. Couple of wild cards in the deck. I can't even guess what they're up to, boss. And then Rudy's out there someplace, and Tej Marshall and his men. Yeah, this is like untangling a barrel full of spurs. I like order when it comes to doing things. But Jack would say, be patient, kid. Just untangle those spurs one at a time. So what do? We just keep riding, I guess, and keep an eye out. I don't want to run into anybody at night, unless we see them first. If nothing happens before dusk, we make a cold camp off the trail. Seems like we ought to start untangling spurs tomorrow. Chapter 49. Sierra scaled the wall to the cave where Rudy had struggled with the troubled sleep during the night. She had done this almost hourly during the night's blackness, but there had been no room for a second person to stretch out and sleep. A soft glow above the canyon's rim signaled that the sun would appear soon,
and began to light their hiding place. Decisions would need to be made. But she wondered if they truly had any choices other than to wait and hope that possible pursuers had decided they were not worth the chase or had not picked up their trail and passed them by. She had little faith that sheer luck would win the day. She knelt beside Rudy, who was finally sleeping now and was snoring loudly. He needed his rest. She would not wake him if he could snatch a few more hours' rest. She started to leave the ledge when his snoring abruptly stopped, and he spoke. "Help me up, girl. I gotta drain some water from my tank." She had been through the routine more times than she could count and reached down, grasped his hand, and pulled him to his feet. His balance seemed worse than it had been, and she helped him to the far end of the ledge and wrapped her arms about his waist so he would not fall. She turned her head away and tried to pretend this was not happening, while he released his pizzle and waited for the water flow to start. When he was finished, she helped him get settled in the cave again. "Try to get some more sleep, Uncle Rudy. There's no hurry about our riding on. They probably haven't even missed us yet."
"You don't know that. And if they did, we didn't get that far because of me. And they could come riding into this canyon any time."
"They might not even pick up our sign."
"But they likely will. Didn't look like that much business on the trail of late. I could follow us even with my old eyes."
She sighed. "All right. I'll get the horses saddled."
"Ruthie can ride my blood bay."
"That doesn't make sense. I weigh less than you do. She should ride with me."
She was not certain about the weight difference anymore, but unsteady as he was, she was not about to permit Ruthie to try to anchor to him as they rode.
"I ain't going."
"What? Do you know what you're saying?"
"I sure as blazes do. Me and Jack talked about it last night. He thinks it's best you go on with the girl. I can see the outlaws when they come around that canyon bend. I'll fire shots and draw them this way. Kill me a few. I get the right ones and they'll be done chasing you. Even if I don't, you'll have a good head start, a decent chance to outrun them. You're the best on horseback at the Lucky Five, and old Sleepy will move if he's got somebody to follow. With me slowing you down, they'll catch you, kill me, and do God knows what to you and that child. I can't have that on my conscience. It's crowded up there already."
"I won't leave without you. I can't. I'm going to find you something to eat."
She turned and started her descent to the ground.
"Think about it, Sierra. I don't think I can sit a horse for another hour. This old man is done. Jada and Jack and Thor is waiting. Be with my wife again. Reunion of the old dogs."
She could not leave Uncle Rudy. She would not. Then Ruthie greeted her with a tentative smile. The girl already had retrieved a can of peaches and the bag of hardtack. They had a single can of peaches left, 2 of beans, and maybe a half-dozen biscuits after this morning. If they found water, the 3 could make it to a trail that led to San Angelo. She knew the country some. She and Geordie had cut across it when they carried Jack and Thor in a cart on Jack's last ride.
"If you help me up, I can feed Uncle Rudy while you saddle the horses," Ruthie said.
She loved this little girl. Ruthie had become like her own blood during this trial they had shared. Loving, tough, kind. After all she had been through, Ruthie deserved better than the life she faced if her father reclaimed her. But how could she just ride off and leave Uncle Rudy behind? She had just finished saddling the horses when Ruthie called.
"Aunt Sierra, Uncle Rudy wants to talk to you."
Sierra hurried to the cave. Ruthie was sitting on the ledge and handed her a partial can of peaches.
"He ate both biscuits and 3 peach slices. Said he would be in trouble with you if he didn't. I guess the rest of the peaches are for us. I told him I loved him. Because I do."
Sierra helped her down from the ledge and returned the peach can.
"Eat as much as you want, honey. I'm not hungry this morning. I'll just eat what's left."
Ruthie ran off and found a seat on a boulder adjacent to the spring pool, and Sierra returned to the cave where Rudy sat.
She thought he had perked up a bit. Maybe he would agree to go now.
You're looking better, Uncle Rudy. I hope you're ready to ride now.
I'm better because I'm at peace.
What do you mean?
It's decided. I stay.
You can't. I just won't let you. I will not leave without you.
That was the first she noticed the pistol in his hand. He raised it slowly, his finger resting on the trigger, and pressed the barrel to his ear. I will solve your problem if you don't go. I ain't riding out of this place. Now leave me dead or leave me alive. It's all up to you. You got a husband and baby waiting for you, and this sweet Ruthie needs you. And I told you, I got my Jada waiting for me now. Jack and Thor, too. But I'd as soon meet up with them a little later than sooner. If you'll let me.
Rudy, you wouldn't.
I would. Me and Jack talked about it. He said you would be stubborn about going. He wouldn't tell me what to do. I come up with this my own self.
He wasn't bluffing.
She could see it in those tired eyes.
You win. I'll take Ruthie and leave. Just put the gun down.
The rifle is up here. My shotgun is in the saddle scabbard. You got that, don't you?
Yes, it's with Sleepy.
Shells are in the saddlebags. Could use some more rifle cartridges if you got plenty for your Winchester.
I do. I'll bring more.
She leaned over, lifted the brim of his sombrero, and kissed his forehead.
You saved my life, Uncle Rudy. I love you, and my heart stays with you.
I know, Sierra. And Jack thought you should have something. He plucked something off the blanket he sat on and handed it to her. She looked down. His belt buckle with the dented Texas Ranger badge.
Your Ranger badge? I don't know what to say. I'm honored.
Jordy's got Jack stashed away. It's gold, Jack being a captain and all. But it's the best I can do.
This is more precious than gold. I will treasure it always.
She turned away because she could feel the tears starting to come.
I'll get the cartridges.
Chapter 50. Simon Gerlach paced the camp, waiting for daylight so they could hit the trail after the damn Jackson woman. He seethed at the way his cattle venture had gone sour. The cattle, though significantly reduced in number, could still be sold. But he was without allies now, and had no faith that Tobin would pay him his share when they found buyers for the rustled herd. He might be lucky to ride away with his life. More than once, he had considered disappearing, but where would he go? He would be a wanted man now, and could not return to his little ranch which would not support 10 cows anyhow. Rupert Stagg would be looking for him for breaking their agreement, and he would be given no chance to explain it had not been his choice. If he could find Henry, they could start over, maybe in Colorado, especially if his oldest son had collected some funds from the Lucky 5 herd headed to Dodge. But he was not certain how he would find his son. They were to have met up in Staggville, where he dared not set foot. He decided that he would look for an opportunity to slip away with Ruthie and the Jackson woman. He could sell the girl someplace. He certainly had no thought of raising her. She was too much like her mother. Perhaps he would take some pleasure in the woman for a spell before he took her across the Rio Grande to sell. She would bring the price of 5 horses there from what he had heard. Big problem was he didn't know the language or how a person made the contacts to do such things. He was trembling now that he tried to come to terms with realities about his future. What are you walking back and forth for, Gerlach? You're making me edgy as hell. Tobin appeared out of the darkness and approached him. Just thinking about things. Anxious to track down the woman and the guy that took her away. She is my concern. I bought her from you, remember? Yeah, I remember. But you won't pay me if we don't catch her. We will. Navarro left 2 hours ago. Thought he could find some sign in the dark or pick up something down the trail at first light. Otherwise, he will backtrack till he comes up with sign.
He doesn't think the woman will be able to cover their trace with a wounded man to care for, even if she knew how. And they can't make time with that sickly girl of yours. She was holding us up from the time we met up with you and Tooth." Gerlach turned away. "I got the fire going again when I got up. I'll make some coffee, but that's all the cooking I'll do. Rooster left food behind, but I ain't fixing it. I'll see if I can dig out some hardtack. He always has some of that and jerky about. Don't care if I ever eat that shit again. Time to kill us a beef or two and eat real food." "You're sure a disagreeable cuss this morning." "I got reason." After several cups of muddy coffee, Gerlach, Tobin, and Yuri were on the trail in the dusky pre-sunrise. Tobin had instructed his men to collect any horses when they came through the camp, and he assured Gerlach his men would have the good sense to salvage any foodstuffs. Gerlach doubted that, but did not care. Increasingly, he was thinking that either he or Tobin would be dead before the day was out, and he intended to see the sun rise again tomorrow. Gerlach had initially employed Angry Wolf. With Tobin out of the picture, the Comanche leader would still require a white agent to salvage any funds. There were deals that could still be made. As the new sun dropped light on the trail, Gerlach could make out the hazy form of a rider coming their direction in the distance. With Gerlach and the others riding toward him, the gap was quickly closed, and Gerlach could confirm that the rider was Navarro and that a horse trailed behind on a rope. When Navarro paused in front of them, he saw it was the horse Ruthie had been riding. The saddle and gear had been discarded. Navarro had apparently roped the horse and twisted the loop into a halter so he could lead the gelding. "What's the story?" Tobin asked Navarro. "Critter came up lame, cut and bruised on the fetlock. It will be okay, but can't be rode for a few weeks." "So they've had to double up." "Yeah, but the girl ain't so big she'd be a problem. You can tell from the prints they ain't moving at much more than a fast walk. If they stick to the trail, we should run them down in no time," Tobin said. "And if they don't?" "Well, they still can't move any faster, but the country's getting rougher now. I've been down this way more than a few times. There's canyons and other places to hole up in off the trail. I don't know if the woman can handle a gun, but Tooth's rifle was gone. If the man what come for them ain't dead or dying, he could make it hard to dig them out," Gerlach said. "A sick kid, a woman, and a wounded man. Don't sound like much of a match to me," Tobin said. "Let's move on. Cut the lame horse loose. Navarro, you lead the way. Bonus for you if you track them down." Chapter 51. Sierra had feared this, but had gambled. They had chosen a dead-end canyon for their escape. The canyon's length had suggested there would be an eastern exit. A gap would have been adequate, any opening to squeeze their horses through. She had hoped that once out of the canyon, they would break free and put distance between them and any pursuers. In their search to find the exit, they had followed a loop that took them back to within a half hour of where they had left Uncle Rudy. She looked up, pushing back the huge hat she had lifted from Graves. The sun's position, framed by an azure sky, told her it was nearly an hour before high noon. They had wasted 3 or 4 hours trying to find an exit from the canyon, precious hours that would have had them back on the war trail and possibly leading to another outlet through the hills that would have put them on course again. Hopefully, there was still time to outrun any searchers. Another time for choosing. Her conscience was tugging her back to Uncle Rudy again. They had ridden some miles into this canyon to nowhere, and she calculated that it would require at least an hour to get back to the war trail.
"Are we lost?"
Sierra turned to the girl astride the horse beside her. She could barely see those beautiful blue eyes peering out from beneath the brim of the battered hat. She smiled, despite the dilemma she faced.
"No, Ruthie, we are not lost. I was just hoping to find another way out of the canyon. We will have to go back the way we came in. Can we see Uncle Rudy when we go back? Sierra struggled for an answer, when the sound of gunfire decided for her.
Chapter 52. Rudy saw the 4 riders come around the bend in the canyon walls. His perch in front of the cave was just high enough to give him a clear view. One rider moved well out in front of the others and dismounted, searching the ground like a dog picking up a scent. Rudy had worked with plenty of scouts in his ranger days, and this man acted like he knew what he was doing. Probably an Indian from some southwestern tribe. The man would lead the others to him soon enough. If they attract him and Sierra this far into the canyon, it would be a simple task to find his location. All he could do was buy time for Sierra or do enough damage to discourage the men from further efforts to chase down their prey. Rudy was not certain how long he could fire a rifle. The dizziness and weakness were overwhelming. He just wanted to sleep. But he had promised Jack he would see this through. They were angling in his direction, but he could not get to his feet. He crawled out onto the ledge and leaned back against the rock wall that framed the cave's entrance, resting the rifle on Ray's knee, far from his favored shooting position. He would be forced to allow the riders to come in close. He waited. The riders spread out as they neared. They did not appear to see him yet. He aimed, trying to select a target. His vision blurred, and he could not see the men well enough to identify anyone. He would have preferred to pick out Gerlach, but could not tell if the man was with the horsemen. So he chose the man who sat tallest in the saddle and squeezed the trigger. The shot echoed through the canyon. The target did not move. The shot had missed. He struggled to lever another cartridge into the chamber. Shots were coming his way now, and it sounded like a raging storm. He felt the slugs chipping at the rock around him, but he was ready now. His vision cleared, and he squeezed the trigger. The big man dropped from his horse just before Rudy felt a slug dig into his right shoulder, and the Winchester fell from his hands and clattered on the stone ledge. He reached for his holstered pistol, knowing it would be worthless to him at this range. He never touched his army Colt. The slug that burrowed into his temple brought instant blackness, and he toppled over. Chapter 53. Geordie reined in his mount. "Gunfire. Do you hear it?" Mitch Eagle Eyes said. "Yeah. It's a ways off, but that ain't somebody shooting at a rabbit. It may be none of our concern, but we better get up that way and find out who is doing the shooting, and who they're shooting at." As soon as the horses lurched forward, Magni dashed out ahead. "Magni!" Geordie called. The dog ignored him, and Geordie lost sight of him for a brief time before he heard Magni's frantic barking up the trail. When they caught up, they found him circling with his nose to the ground and barking at the beginning of a narrow path that branched off the trail and led into the hills. Fresh horse dung indicated the trail had been taken by other riders recently. "Maybe we should take a look," Geordie said. "Follow it for a spell. We can't do any worse than we have been. Let's go, Magni." He looked down. The dog had already left. Mitch said, "That hound of yours is sure hell-bent for leather after something. I hope he's not leading us on a snipe hunt, but we'd better try to keep up with him." A few minutes later, Geordie conceded he had lost the dog. Magni had disappeared someplace. He was confident the dog would return and track down his human partners when he was ready. They wound their way through the maze-like hills until they came to a canyon opening, where it was obvious other riders had entered. No sign of Magni. "I guess we'd best visit the canyon," Geordie said. No more gunfire, but those guns weren't going off by themselves. They rounded a bend in the canyon when Mitch spoke. Tracks headed off toward the other side of the canyon. Toward them trees, it appears. Let's see where they went. This canyon looks like it goes on forever. Winds around like a damned snake. Geordie felt like his heart skipped a few beats when he saw the body on a ledge outside a shallow cave. He dismounted, hitched his horse to a tree branch, and raced toward the cave. He knew the instant he caught sight of the naked, scarred scalp of the corpse that lay on the ledge. "Uncle Rudy," he called, knowing it was futile, that he would not waken the man who had helped raise him. He scaled the wall to the ledge, knelt beside the body, turned it over, and pressed the eyelids shut. Tears did not come, but he knew they would later, when all this was over. "Need some help, Geordie?" Mitch asked from below. "It's Rudy, ain't it?" "Yeah. I don't know how in the devil he ended up here. He went down fighting. His rifle's here. Look around and see what you can figure out from any tracks and sign. He had some blankets up here. I'm going to wrap him in them and get him back in the cave for now. We'll come back later and figure out what to do. Give him a decent burial anyhow." Geordie went about his business methodically, needing some time alone to deal with the loss of the last human link to his childhood. And what if the worst was yet to come? What if Sierra was lying in a lonely place like this, and he came upon her? What if he never found her? Some friends teased Geordie about his unfailing optimism. He feared he had become a pessimist this day. He had just finished sliding Rudy's wrapped body into the cave when he heard the spine-tingling howling echo off the canyon walls, instantly reminding him of the moment Jack died, when Thor had announced his pain to anyone within hearing distance. Gunshots followed, lots of them. They quieted for a few minutes and started up again, only intermittent now. Obviously, the shooters being more deliberate. But whatever battle was taking place had not yet been won by either side. He scrambled down the ledge and retrieved his horse. Mitch was already in the saddle. "Way up canyon, boss. By the way, I found the big feller's body in the brush when I was scouting around. I'm thinking that's one Rudy took with him. I hope that one's burning in hell already." Chapter 54. When the sound of gunshots reached Sierra's ears, she knew that either Tobin or Gerlach, perhaps both, had arrived, likely with gunslingers to do the rescue work. There was no chance now that she and Ruthie could make it back to the Comanche war trail without encountering their pursuers. She chided herself for not remaining with Rudy and making a stand with him. Then she recalled the choice he had given her.
"It's my papa and those other bad men, isn't it?"
Ruthie said. Terror was written on her face.
"Probably. What are we going to do?"
"Just follow me." She turned her gelding back into the canyon's loop. It was inevitable they would be found. She had no way of knowing how many were in the chase party, but they could not have spared many men if they expected to hold the herd. 2 had already been left dead at the camp. If she could find decent cover, they still had a chance. Her accuracy with a rifle would match any man's. She remembered a place at the far end of the loop, probably a half-hour back, and she should have at least a few hours to fortify. Sierra found the place easily, a large mound of boulders and smaller stones formed by a cave-in off the wall at the canyon's easternmost point, where she had hoped to find an exit. Here she would be backed by the wall, and the terrain within accurate rifle range was bare of trees. Any attackers would have no cover except for isolated boulders and mesquite clusters. She unsaddled the horses, dropping the saddles on the mound for extra cover. The saddlebags were kept with the saddles, so there would be what remained of their food nearby. They staked the horses in a grassy area near the little stream that seemed to have followed them from near the cave and filled the canteens. Sierra thinking they might withstand a short siege. The men could take the horses or run them off, but the mounts would be out of the line of fire. At the price of a horse, she was confident that the men would just claim the mounts if things did not go well for the defenders. Many of the boulders were too large for her to roll, but she set up her nest of protection off the largest, which was as high as her chest. A few rocks half that size were strung about, and she filled in gaps with smaller stones she was able to roll into place with Ruthie's help. She was not satisfied with their work when finished, realizing that she could not cover all three sides simultaneously, and that she would be vulnerable to her backside whenever she was engaged at another position. The degree of vulnerability would depend upon the number of men she faced. She turned to Ruthie, who had not provided a lot of muscle on the project, but more than her share of heart. She wished she could wave a magic wand and turn the girl into an eagle that could lift itself into the skies and fly out of the trap. She could not bear to think of what would become of the girl if she failed to fight off the human garbage that was certainly coming their way.
"Ruthie,"
Sierra said,
"listen to me now. I cannot be worrying about you when the men come. You will lie down next to the rocks we have lined up coming out from the canyon wall. Do not raise your head. Press tight against the rocks. Do not move. Do you understand?"
"Can I pray?"
"That sounds like an excellent idea."
Then they heard it. The mournful howling came from down canyon and was repeated again and again. It was blood-curdling but seemed familiar somehow. She thought of a wailing ghost and shivered.
"What is that?"
Ruthie whispered.
"I don't know. A wolf, maybe."
Then she saw the men riding slowly around the loop. Tobin and Simon Gerlach, following Navarro, who, of course, had been tracking them.
"Get down, Ruthie. It's time."
Sierra hid behind the big boulder, trying to peer out without being seen, but Navarro was pointing directly at her little fortress. She readied her Winchester. Tobin rode forward. She had hit targets at this distance, but not reliably. She wanted the men 50 feet nearer. "Mrs. Jackson," Tobin hollered, "we know where you're at. That man who was with you, Simon here, says he was Rudy somebody. He's dead, so he won't be helping you any." She aimed her rifle and squeezed off a wild shot for her answer. The men retreated and secured their horses after dismounting. She saw them debating about something. Shortly, they spread out and started to approach slowly. Navarro gave her the most concern. The others in camp had trod carefully around him, taking care not to offend. He had lived his life as a hired gun, and she considered him dangerous as a rattler. Tobin and Gerlach had no reluctance to kill, but they would be better suited to take down the unarmed and helpless. Tobin had likely spent a life ordering other men to do the killing. They were attempting to spray the stone bulwark with lead now, but were not quite within range. She waited, tossed a glance at Ruthie to confirm that she was okay, and when the gunfire ceased, she flattened herself to the ground and surveyed the landscape through a crack between the stones. Tobin remained in front of her beyond accurate rifle range. Navarro, off to her left, had moved in closer, flattened to the ground and inching slowly toward her, partly hidden by a mesquite bush for the present. She felt insulted. Did they think she was blind? What worried her was Gerlach. He had disappeared from her sight. She feared he might have reached one of the blind spots in the deep crevices along the canyon wall to her right. When her eyes were focused elsewhere, it would be possible for a man to quickly move on to the next crack and conceal himself until he got within about 30 feet of the fortress. She supposed he could have backed off and crossed the open further down the canyon. She estimated that more than an hour passed before another shot was fired. The gunshots came from Tobin, and, judging them distractions, she swung left in time to see Navarro rushing her, less than 50 feet distant now. He stopped, readied to aim his rifle, when she sent a slug into his chest and his knees buckled, pitching him forward into the dust. Ruthie screamed, and she wheeled around and froze when she saw Gerlach only a few feet from the barrier, his rifle aimed at her midsection. "Drop it, bitch, or you are buzzard bait. After all the trouble you've been, it wouldn't bother me none to squeeze this trigger. But you're still worth a few dollars in my pocket, if you come along peaceful." She dropped her gun, but turned her head toward Tobin when she heard him yelling and firing his rifle. And then she saw the white creature leap, almost flying it seemed, as he came down on Gerlach, grasping the man's neck with what seemed like steel jaws as he easily dragged his prey to the ground, growling and snarling, tearing at the flesh of his former master's hands as Gerlach screamed and tried to push the big dog away. Sierra picked up her rifle and checked to see where Tobin was. The man was no longer a threat. He was running for his horse in an undignified retreat. She turned back to Gerlach's struggle with Magni, which had suddenly turned silent. The big dog stood over the wife-killer now, ready to attack if he moved. "Stay down, Ruthie. Everything will be all right, but stay down." She stepped over the stone barrier and joined Magni, scratching the dog's ears as she stood beside him looking down at the late Simon Gerlach, blood pooling around his neck and shoulders. He must have been terrified at the end, but she was unable to dredge up an ounce of sympathy. She returned to Ruthie. "It's over, Ruthie, but I want you to do one more thing for me. I'm going to take your hand and help you up. Just look at me. Don't turn around. Then you and I are going to walk away from here." She led the girl to where they had left the horses. They would rest there a spell until she could sort things out. Then she would lead the horses back to the fortress while Ruthie waited for her to saddle the mounts and retrieve the saddlebags. She did not want the girl to see what remained of the man who had been her father. Magni followed, evidently satisfied that he had rendered his old nemesis harmless. When they sat down near the horses, Ruthie said, "My papa's dead, isn't he?" Sierra wrapped her arm about the girl's shoulders. "Yes, he is, honey." "Is he the one that killed Mama?" "Yes." "I'm glad he's dead." Sierra thought it best to say nothing. The girl did not seem hesitant to talk to her now. They would have plenty of time to talk in the years ahead. "How did Magni get here?" Ruthie asked. "That's a good question, but if Magni's here, Geordie can't be far away. I think we should just curl up and take a nap under this warm sun and let Geordie find us." She was suddenly tired and drained. She lay down, and Ruthie snuggled up against her, welcoming the arm that draped over her waist. Sierra felt the bulk of Magni's weight push up against her back. She guessed he was going to nap, too. Well, he was entitled. This had been the dog's day, and he owned her now. Chapter 55. "Now what, boss?" Mitch Eagle Eyes asked, when they came to the fork in the main trail through the canyon. "I'm guessing these trails meet up. Why don't you take the right and I'll take the left? If your trail dead ends or you don't come up with any useful sign, turn back and catch up with me. I'll do the same. I'm hoping we just meet up someplace. If there's more gunfire, we head for that. That's what has me scratching my head. Magni's quit his howling and no more gunfire. I don't know what that means." Mitch reined his horse toward the right fork. "Guess we'd better be finding out." Geordie nudged his mount ahead, staying with a fast walk on rocky, unstable ground underfoot. Less than 15 minutes later, he paused when he heard the clatter of hoof prints on loose rock ahead, a rider who seemed to be moving at a reckless pace. He stayed in the center of the trail, so the rider would be forced to stop. Soon, a bay horse and rider burst around a curve in the trail. The rider slowed his mount and then reined to a stop when he realized Geordie did not intend to surrender ground. Geordie moved ahead to speak to the stranger, whose attire did not place him as an ordinary cowhand. "Hold up, mister. I'd like to ask a few questions." I don't have time for questions. Get out of my way. Geordie slipped his Colt revolver from its holster and leveled it at the man. You will need to make time. The stranger's dark eyes flashed anger, but he had a nervousness in his manner that could make him dangerous, Geordie thought. Who are you? The rider asked. My name is Jordan Jackson. I'm from the Lucky 5 over by San Angelo. And who are you? The man paled and tensed. James Tobin. I'm a cattle broker. Well, Mr. Tobin, maybe we can chat about some cattle I'm missing, but first I have a more urgent matter. You see, I'm looking for my wife and a little girl that were abducted from our ranch. I found my uncle dead back down the canyon a ways, and I'm thinking that my wife and the girl are here someplace. Now, what in the hell are you doing here? He saw Tobin reaching for his gun. Don't be a fool. Don't do it. He had barely got the words out when he was forced to squeeze the trigger. He got off 2 shots before Tobin dropped his pistol and slid out of the saddle as his horse lunged by Geordie and raced down the trail. The horse would calm, and they could likely pick it up later, Geordie figured. He stepped out of the saddle to confirm that he had killed Tobin. A quick look told him the man was not dead yet, but that 10 minutes would finish the job. He would decide what to do about the body on the way back. He had more pressing business now. Then he heard Magni's barking from up the canyon. Chapter 56. They had not slept long in their grass bed when Sierra was awakened by the sound of gunfire, followed by Magni's frantic barking. Minutes later, a rider appeared on the south side of the trail loop. She pulled Ruthie up from her sleep and told the groggy girl to stay close to Magni unless he broke away. She raced for the rifle that she had foolishly left at the fortress. By the time she had her weapon in hand and ready to fire, the rider was near enough to identify. Mitch Eagle Eyes. She waved and called to him.
Mitch, it's okay here, come on.
Mitch rode up and dismounted. Good to see you, ma'am. Looks like you've been busy. He nodded toward the 2 bodies. She stepped over and gave Mitch a hug. It was so good to see someone from home. And the easygoing Mitch was an especially welcome sight. Mitch grinned sheepishly at the unexpected embrace. I heard gunshots and was going to turn back to join up with Geordie, but I heard Magni barking up this way and decided to see what he was up to.
Saving my life, she said. I would have been dead if he hadn't shown up. But where's Geordie? Is he all right?
Last I knew, I heard 2 shots. Don't know what they meant. I split off on this trail. He took the other when we came to the fork.
The one he took leads here too. It's a loop. That's how I got trapped here. He must have run into Tobin. He was the other man who had me pinned down. He was burning the trail after Magni showed up and took care of Gerlach. I pray Geordie's okay.
She choked up a bit.
He's got to be.
I swear that Magni would know if anything went bad for Geordie. That dog's darn spooky sometimes. And him and Geordie have some connection like I only seen once before. Between Jack and old Thor. He'd be racing down that trail if he thought harm come to Geordie. Think how he found you clear back here in the canyon. Geordie gave him your scent. But no way that would have been enough for any ordinary animal. He's a spirit dog. That's what he is.
Sierra!
She turned to the sound of the distant voice. Told you, Mitch said. She waved at the rider and took off running toward him. By the time they met up, he had dismounted and was ready to catch her in his arms. Before she spoke a word, she pulled his head down and gave him a lingering kiss that she hoped he would remember. He pulled her close and said, Damn, that was good. Maybe we ought to do this more often.
The kiss, okay. Not the journey that got us here. The gunshots, I was afraid.
I got acquainted with your friend, Mr. Tobin. He died of lead poisoning. I'll tell you about it later. For now, I'm just telling you that a man never loved a woman more than I love you. She clutched him again and kissed him.
And I love you, Geordie Jackson. Always and forever.
Magni appeared. stuck his nose between them and whimpered.
And you too, Magni,
Sierra said. And seeing Ruthie with her hand clutched to the dog's neck, she reached out and pulled the girl to her.
And you, Ruthie.
Looks like you've got yourself a girl, Geordie said.
I guess we need to talk.
Not necessary. Chapter 57. It was mid-afternoon when they were ready to ride out. Mitch turned up a gulch off the canyon wall, just deep and wide enough to crowd in 2 bodies, and the men attended the burial, while Sierra and Ruthie, guarded by Magni, took the south side of the loop back to the fork, where the parties would rendezvous after disposing of Tobin's body along the north side. After finding a ditch for Tobin's body and caving in a few inches cover, Jordy and Mitch rode on to meet up with Sierra. When he saw her, he noted she had caught Tobin's horse, probably planning to add it to her market herd. He had collected the 2 ridden by Gerlach and Navarro that she would likely appropriate as well. Sierra had earned it. They did not dismount. There was work ahead of them, but they did pause to confer. Jordy dreaded the next task. "We got to swing down and find a place to bury Uncle Rudy," Jordy said. Sierra said, "What do you mean? He's going home." "We both want that, Sierra. He hoped to be buried near Thor and Jack someday. But the distance is too much. With the daytime heat, well, the body will..." "I'm not an idiot. I know what bodies do. But he goes home. I've got it all figured out. I've been thinking about it." Somehow I'm not surprised. "There are cut-offs off the war trail. We just chose the wrong one this time. We can make it in 3 days. You and I crossed some of that country when Jack was dying. We were hauling a cart behind us then. We can wrap Uncle Rudy in your old buffalo robe and anchor the body across a horse's back. We have a few extra horses, so we can rotate, if need be, to give the critters rest. I know we can do it." "I just don't know." "I do. I don't want to fuss, Jordy. Let me have my way this time, please. I cannot stand the thought of him not going home." He could not recall a time when she had not gotten her way. He sighed. "Okay. We'll head over to the cave and do what we've got to do." When they approached the cave, Jordy saw a familiar horse hitched nearby and signaled to stop. A dapple gray gelding. They were not rare animals, but all had variations in their markings. He had only seen one with the white stripe across its nose. As a precaution, he slipped his rifle from its scabbard and Mitch followed suit. "Don't shoot, Jordy, it's me." Tej Marshall stepped out from the trees. "Tej, I don't believe it. I wondered what happened to you. I feared the worst." Jordy dismounted and walked over to embrace his friend. "It ain't been a party, but let's talk. I'll tell you all about it. I'm just happy to see your lovely lady and that little girl all good and sitting upright. Sorry as the devil about Rudy, though. I knew he rode off on his own, but never knew what become of him." They decided to stay the night and move on in the morning. They risked a fire and gave their accounts of what had happened during a little more than a week's time. Before they decided to lay out their bedrolls, Jordy told Tej, "I've given up on my cattle. I've seen enough shooting and killing to last my lifetime, and, as I told you, Rudy's coming home with us, so we can't waste time. I'm leaving with what's important." Tej said, "I got an idea. I'm tired of it all too, but I think I can get the herd back, the part that's on the trail anyhow. The herd's moving slow. Without the boss men to push, the men are in no hurry. I'm thinking Mitch and I would head south to Fort Stockton. There are still some Comanche reservation jumpers with the herd. I get the army to send a patrol to Horsehead Crossing and intercept the herd on this side of the Pecos. I'll hire 2 or 3 men hanging around the post to drive cattle." Jordy said, "I see where you are going. The Comanches will disappear if they see soldiers. The others won't be looking for a fight, especially without the head snakes to tell them what to do. They'll be right after the Comanches without a shot being fired." "Well, I think there's a good chance of things working out that way. That done, Mitch and I and the drovers herd your cattle back to the Lucky 5. And when your crew gets back from the Dodge City drive, you can send some men out to round up some of the strays over near the war trail. I'm betting you can get back at least 100 head. Sounds too easy. About due for easy." Chapter 58. The trek back to the Lucky 5 with their macabre cargo and 2 extra horses took longer than Geordie had hoped. There had been more twists through rugged hill country than anticipated, and the stench from the buffalo robe's contents encouraged the riders to keep their distance from the horse at the end of the lead rope. Nothing changed Sierra's determination to see Rudy home, however, and Geordie was not about to suggest otherwise. As they bypassed San Angelo and moved onto the wagon trail that led to ranch headquarters late morning of the fourth day out, Geordie marveled at the strength and toughness of the woman he loved, and the little girl. They seemed almost unfazed by the horrors they had endured, and as the ranch buildings came into sight, both became excited and giddy. He just felt relief.
"I can't wait to hold little Jack," Sierra said. "It seems like we've been gone for years."
10 minutes, love.
5.
Her horse lunged forward and raced down the road like its tail was afire. Ruthie looked over at Geordie from her perch and sleepy saddle.
"She's happy to be home, isn't she?"
"I am too, but I can wait the extra minutes. It's your home now too, Ruthie, forever. You do know that, don't you, Ruthie?"
"Aunt Sierra tells me that 3 times a day."
"Don't you believe her?"
"Is that what you want?" "You've never said."
He pondered the remark. He guessed he had not. He just thought his approval was understood. "Then, I'm telling you now, the Lucky 5 is your home. You and your brothers will live in the big house with us. We will make us a new family. Sierra loves you. And I do too." She melted his heart with her smile. When they reached the headquarters site, he saw Sierra on the veranda with little Jack in her arms. He could not see the tears of joy streaming down her cheeks, but knew they were there. Tess and Consuelo were with her. "Ruthie," he said, as he dismounted, "I'll take your horse. Why don't you go up to the house with your Aunt Sierra?" She did not need to be told twice. She slid off the blood bay and scampered away. He saw Swede walking his way from the barn workshop. He had probably heard the commotion and was coming to investigate. Others were coming out of the house now, including Songbird, little Jack's wet nurse, and Rose O'Toole. He started leading the horses toward Swede, wanting to get some distance between himself and the social gathering on the veranda for his conversation with the craftsman. When they met up, Swede smiled and gave Geordie a hearty hand-pumping. "Welcome home, Geordie. We've been worried sick." His face turned grim, though, when he saw the horse carrying the buffalo hide-wrapped burden. By this time, the odor emanating from the load would have told him the contents were not a happy surprise. "Who?" Swede asked. "Rudy. I feared for him. Lost hope as every day went past. I'm sorry. He went down fighting just like he would have wanted. At least I tell myself that. He likely saved Sierra and Ruthie's lives. But we've got to get him buried yet, today if possible." Swede said, "I made his coffin when I made Jackson Thor's. It's up in the loft. Only men around to dig a grave are you and me. Juan Cortez and Pete Gerlach are out checking the horse and cow herds. Army pulled out. Had a few of Tisha's boys for a few days, but Miss Tess and me decided to send them back to town when Bull Bevins and Woody Woodson stopped by and said there wouldn't be trouble coming back this way. Bull had a broke leg, but Miss Tess looked at it and said to leave it alone and keep him on his back a week after they got back to San Angelo. I loaned him a buckboard and mule team, but he had been horseback for some days. I'm just glad to hear they made it back. Now, I'd better put up these horses and then help you get that coffin out of the loft. Then we'll need a few shovels, and I guess we've got a grave to dig. I'll help with the horses, and I'm done deciding things around here. Ain't interested in being in charge of anything but my workshop." He paused. "Might give you some good news. I asked Juan yesterday for permission to court Consuelo, and he told me, yes, she's a special young woman. I'm glad for you." Life was moving on for the living, as it should be, he guessed. Later, the two men placed Rudy's body, still wrapped in the buffalo robe, into the coffin. Swede hitched a mule to a buckboard, and after they loaded the coffin, Geordie went to the house and alerted Sierra that they were ready for the burial, while Swede led the mule and wagon to the stairway that took folks up to the house and cemetery. Sierra, Tess, and the other women were gathered at the gravesite when Swede and Geordie carried the coffin up the stairs and into the cemetery. Magni followed behind the coffin, as if he somehow knew he was participating in a solemn ceremony. Sierra presided over the brief burial service, offering a repeat of Jack's because Rudy had been on the trail when Jack died and was buried. He had always lamented missing it. So there was no sermon and no reminiscences. She read from chapter 3 of Ecclesiastes. For everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven, a time to be born, and a time to die. She asked all to join in singing, Shall We Gather at the River? Her own vibrant voice rising above the others. Finally, they all recited the Lord's Prayer. Sierra remained as the others walked away and watched as Geordie and Swede lowered the coffin on ropes into the grave and then shoveled the dirt. When they were finished, she stepped over and kissed her husband's cheek. Thank you, Geordie, for bringing Uncle Rudy home. Tess returned to her home after the burial, insisting that it was time for Geordie and Sierra to reclaim their home. She promised she would return the next morning to help Sierra with restoration of her milk flow, so she could again nurse her little Jack. Songbird would provide an evening feeding after Sierra tried to suckle the baby to start the stimulation that, along with her remedies, Tess insisted would bring back the milk. Geordie noticed a brightening of Sierra's mood at the prospect. Little Jack was already adapting part-time to Tess's formula of cow's milk, sugar, and herbs, which eased Songbird's burden. That evening, after Pete returned from his pasture rounds, Geordie met with the young cowhand and the twins in the parlor, while Sierra helped settle Ruthie in the upstairs bedroom that Magni would share with her for the present. Little Jack's crib would be moved back to the parents' room for the time being, Geordie conceding that a house addition would likely be on the agenda soon. Pete appeared nervous about the meeting, so Geordie wasted no time getting to the subject. Pete, I wanted you here tonight to listen to a proposition. I've already told you about your father. You're the oldest in the family now, and even though you are 5 years short of legal age, you should have some say about what happens with your sister and brothers. I want to take care of them, Mr. Jackson, but I don't know how to go about it. I don't got no money, and I've got to work if I'm going to feed them. And I want to see them get educated. I just don't know. Pete, my wife and I want Ruthie, Skylar, and Casey to live with us. They will be raised as our own. You will have a job here on the ranch and stay in the bunkhouse just like you have been. But you can come to the house here for supper when you're at headquarters if you like. And, of course, spend time with them whenever you are able. You will be as much a part of the family as you choose. I don't know what to say. It eases my mind for sure, if that's what the kids want. He no sooner spoke the words than Ruthie's laughter drifted down the stairwell from upstairs. Ruthie is upstairs with my Sierra. I think that's her answer. Don't recall the last time I heard her laugh. He looked at his brothers who sat together on the settee. Skylar? Skylar tendered a nervous smile. I want to stay. Pete nodded and looked at Casey, whose face revealed nothing. Casey? Don't know what else I'd do. I'll stay. Noticeably relieved, Pete said, They'll be okay here, Mr. Jackson. Maybe better than okay. If they give you trouble, tell me, and I'll have a talk with them. I can't thank you enough for all you're doing for us. Sierra says we should look upon this opportunity as a blessing, and I will sign on to that. We'll run into a few rough spells sometimes, but nothing worthwhile comes easy. Welcome to the family. All of you. Later that night, Geordie and Sierra lay in bed, her head resting against his shoulder and arm flung across his chest. It seems strange having the upstairs packed like this, doesn't it? Sierra said. It will take some getting used to. It would be nice if our next baby would be a girl, so Ruthie could have a little sister. Next baby? You're not. She giggled. No, but by now I suspect you know how such things happen. June 1876. Chapter 59. Irish O'Toole and Biscuit Banks rode side by side toward Dodge City, while the drovers held the herd several miles out. Irish had asked Biscuit to accompany him to market the cattle. He had told the crotchety man that he was uneasy about the reception he might get as a colored man trying to sell cattle in Dodge. He also welcomed advice when it came to getting the best price for the herd, and Biscuit would not hesitate to give his opinion. Irish had immediately realized after taking over as trail boss that life would be easier if he'd made peace with Biscuit early on. So he made a point of asking the old cook's opinion periodically. Often he received good advice, and when he did not, he simply disregarded it. He learned quickly that it was the asking and listening that Biscuit cared about, and the man never said a word when Irish failed to follow the words of wisdom. After a few weeks, any underlying tension between the men dissolved, and the guarded friendship formed. The journey had been largely uneventful aside from the inevitable break away from the herd by a wandering critter or a horse coming up lame. It seemed that Geordie had used up all the bad luck. He hoped the pendulum had swung back in his favor after his return to the ranch. As they slowed the horses at the edge of town, Irish said, "First stop, telegraph office. Geordie said he would try to get a message to me through the telegraph office at Fort Concho to report on the happenings back home." Biscuit said, "Makes me nervous thinking about what news might be waiting." They located the telegraph office at the railroad station, and Irish retrieved the message and walked outside where Biscuit waited. He opened the telegram and read, "Sierra and Ruthie home, safe, stop. Rudy dead, stop. Rose and kids okay. Get here before July 4. Geordie." Biscuit said, "Can't believe Rudy's gone. That makes me and Mitch Eagle Eyes the last of the old Ranger Company at the Lucky Five. And Mitch was only with us a few years before we moved with Jack to start up the ranch. I wonder what happened. Won't find out till we get home. It's going to seem strange without Rudy, but now we've got business to look after. I asked the telegraph operator where we find cattle buyers. He said every other man on the street is a buyer, but they have swarmed in like bees the past 2 weeks. He told me where 2 permanent buyer agents have offices and said that the lobby of the Dodge House is packed with them. Well, let's hitch the horses and take us a stroll. You got your papers in the saddlebags?" "Yep." He felt his stomach churning at the prospect of dealing with so much of another man's money, coupled with the uncertainty of how he might be received. "Don't worry," Biscuit told him. "This is going to be fine. Just don't give them bastards an inch." Irish decided to try the Dodge House first, and he and Biscuit walked into the lobby to find a dozen men scattered about the room, some sitting, others standing. Many wore coats and string ties, but others looked like working cowhands. The only thing they had in common was a pencil and notepad in their hands. Irish wasn't certain how a man went about getting the buyer's attention. Nobody seemed to notice him when he walked in. So he cleared his throat and spoke loud enough that all could hear. "Gentlemen, I'm selling a herd of something over 2,000 cattle just up from Texas. My men are holding the herd about 20 minutes by horseback west of town. I'll be back in about 2 hours, let's say 1 o'clock sharp, to consider offers." At least 8 of the men headed for the door, crashing and stumbling into each other as they sought to be first out. "I guess there's interest," Irish said. "I wonder if they serve colored men in the hotel dining room." Irish was glad to find that the waiter did not hesitate to place the 2 men at a table. They each ordered coffee, steak, fried potatoes, and apple pie. "It's not as good as I'm used to," Irish commented as they ate, "but this will do." "You lie good," Biscuit said. "But my favorite food is always that I don't have to fix. What you going to do when them buyers come back?" "I'm going to hold me an auction. Right there in the lobby." "An auction? You mean let everybody bid?" "Yep, but I'll start out at a minimum bid. Geordie wants at least $38 a head. Now, if we don't get that, I'll have to do some one-on-one dealing. But did you see any other herds around the town? Can't say that I did. And did you notice the empty pens and stockyards near the railroad? Damn, Irish, you're right. We must be the first herd in, or at least there's nothing waiting to be shipped out. Supply and demand. My daddy always talked that, and he was a well-read man. We will see how it goes today. 3 hours later, Patrick O'Toole sold the Lucky 5 herd for $44 a head. Irish immediately returned to the herd to instruct the drovers to start moving the herd to the stockyards, so he and the Chicago buyer's agent could agree on a head count. Biscuit stayed in town to see if he could sell the chuck wagon to one of the livery stables for resale to another outfit. Better to give it away than lose the time taking it back to the ranch. The next morning, Irish settled with the agent for 2,143 head of cattle. After paying the men half their bonuses and taking care of the banking business, he sent a telegram to Geordie Jackson informing him of the sale and advising that he would be back at the Lucky 5 by the last day of June. He rode out of Dodge City with Biscuit and 4 other men right after noon. The others would straggle home after spending their bonuses on food, drink, and horse, which he figured would not take more than a week. July 4th, 1876. Chapter 60. It was the 100th birthday of the Declaration of Independence, and Geordie, Irish O'Toole, Biscuit Banks, and Tige Marshall sat on the headquarters house veranda. The men sat in rocking chairs, Geordie with Magni stretched out at his side on a blanket his father, Thor, once occupied. Half of San Angelo had joined the Lucky 5 families in hands for the Independence Day celebration and tournament organized by Sierra. It was late afternoon, and some of the townspeople were starting to pull away in their wagons and buggies, foregoing the leftovers from the feast that had been laid out on the tables in the ranch yard at noon. Mostly, ranch folks would remain for fireworks planned after darkness shrouded the headquarters site. The men were relaxing and sharing a bottle of whiskey briefly after helping with the day's events. There had been horse racing, calf roping, and bulldogging for those who cared to try. A few of the women joined in the horse racing and target shooting, but Sierra, as hostess for the day, had abstained. It would not have seemed proper for her to turn up winner in an event, and it was not in her to do less than her best. There were games and foot race competition for the children. Casey won the race for 8- and 9-year-old boys. Schuyler organized a checkers tournament with children's and men's divisions. Ruthie helped Sierra with horse rides on Sleepy for the smaller children. Many activities just erupted spontaneously. Even the 8-member Fort Concho military band had performed a concert. Not much over a year ago, Jack Wills, Thor, and Rudy Kilgore would have occupied these spots, Geordie thought. The old dogs. And now all 3 were gone, together again in the Lucky 5 cemetery. And he liked to think they were reunited out there in the beyond someplace, along with Rudy's Jada. Maybe Sierra's father, the son Jack never met, was there too. A nice thought. Geordie wasn't certain. Sierra was. Irish said, "I've got 4 hands headed out tomorrow to see what they can round up of the rest of the rustled herd." "Good. It's worth a try. But I won't complain if they don't have much success. I've been on a good luck run lately. I got Sierra and Ruthie back. Tige and Mitch brought the big part of the stolen herd home. And you got the market herd to Dodge City and drove a bargain for $44 a head. I think you do the dickering from now on." "I didn't dicker. I auctioned. I sort of like that way of selling," Tige said. "I'm thinking about turning one of our stables at the freight company into an auction house. Maybe you would come in once a month and handle horse sales," Biscuit said. "He's a natural, I tell you. He had me go along to help bargain on the cattle. That was a waste of my time, but darn entertaining." "Well, I sort of enjoyed that part of it, Geordie. Only one man said he wasn't certain about dealing with the colored fellow." Irish chuckled. but he's the one that finally came up with a high bid. "Jordy," T said, "I see Sierra headed this way with little Jack. I think you're going to be holding your son in about 2 minutes." "Yeah, but I'm getting better at it. The most complicated thing I've got to deal with now is organizing this complicated family I'm getting. We got the 3 upstairs bedrooms. Ruthie's got her own, and Magni shares that. Sierra loves that dog, but she stopped short of him sharing a bed with us, and I'm glad Magni's found a spot. Little Jack sleeps in the crib in our room, and the twins share the other room. But as Jack gets older and maybe more babies come, changes will have to be made. Sierra's pushing for a big downstairs bedroom for her and me, maybe adding on to the back." "I'm betting that's how it will be," Tease said. "Probably. That's okay. All is good with the Lucky 5 right now." Jordy reached down to scratch Magni's ears. "Every dog has his day, right, Magni? And today is ours." This has been a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more stories unbound, check us out at podiumentertainment.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Day of the Dog, Book 2 of Lucky 5, produced by Seth Podowitz. Written by Ron Schwab. Performed by Chris Brinkley. Text copyright 2022 by Ron Schwab. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.